Welcome back, folks. We're going into that second map of our first series of the day here at the CCT-19 playoffs. Ancient between the sides of Metisport and Gun 5 is going to be starting in just a couple of minutes. But map number 1, Alan, this nuke, I guess was a lot of what we didn't expect to happen in all the worst ways for Metisport and all the best ways for Gun 5. So if you are Gun 5 going into this second map, do you just feel like you should be closing it out 2-0, or we're still going to throw in that curveball of Metisport's Ancient is still pretty solid and we're giving them a little bit of credit?
The only factor that I think that could save Metisport in this series is the fact that Gun 5 are inconsistent. I mean, they could just have a terrible map. They don't necessarily play the best counters right. They don't necessarily have the best fundamentals. They live and die by the individuals. There is another side to that coin, another side to that sword that cuts themselves. That, for me, is how Metisport can get into this series. I think if Gun 5 individually are at close to the same level they were on Nuke, go into a more comfortable map, a map they pick against a lot of teams, I just see them cleaning this up. I just think they have more ways to win as a team at the moment.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, most definitely. And apparently we're not going to get too long of a pregame this time around, gentlemen. We're diving right into the action. So next is you're going to give me your prediction as the map starts. And yeah, I am the analyst, but I'm still here even though the map has started because I just wanted to say it. Let's get it.
Alright, apparently I'm analyst right now for the pistol round at least, and I'm going to be saying Gun 5 take this with a 13-7 here on Ancient. We're going to see more out of Metisport, and we have to, because I refuse to believe otherwise. But Gun 5, well, yeah, kind of put it out there. Sometimes very inconsistent. But that could also be said about Metisport right now. They've lost and beaten teams that I just don't see a rhyme or reason to at the moment of this very map, so let's find out what it's going to be like today. But for now, great nade. 1, 2, 3 for the CT side to make it 4, and all 5 about to fall with fine shine alone at 1v4. A quick attempt. And that's all it is for Gun 5. Just an attempt.
Well, you can't really save as T side, so fine shine. Keep pushing the issue here. That was a 4-man stack for the defense. Pretty much perfect positions to deal with the hit that came in. They could play in front of the smokes. The molly for the box outside the front of the temple entrance was, molly didn't go on the right side. And from there, it was a pretty simple cleanup. Metisport will win this pistol. As they pick up fine shine, there he is. So, a good call. I guess we'll attribute that to Hampus because, yeah, the round was pretty much over before it started. The positioning was just too good.
I mean, they also had that HE ready as well, and that just goes to tell you that they were more than ready for that entire round, so if the stack wasn't imperative one Metisport have got to do into there, that adds up to it. So a very well taken pistol round for Metisport. They don't even fumble much at the end, because only the one death they have. And even so, Anna B got a kill out of it. So full eco comes out for round up 2 on Gun 5. Looking to spread around a little bit, couple toward the A side, perhaps draw rotations away from B, hope for a bomb plant here, hope for the best. It's unnumbered players and it's MP9s against them. I know who I definitely favor here in my side of the bracket. Let me tell you, it's not the Glocks.
No, it's going to be brutal. Flashbang misses as well.
Oof.
That doesn't help.
Rough. But it's just testing the waters anyway. Oh, seems like there's a very strong storm at the moment. Time has also got it away with 1. Maybe a second false yellow. Maybe not. Good round again. Metisport. 2 rounds, 2 casualties. But here come the weapons that Gun 5 are going to bring out here. Now, I just want to quickly highlight as well here, because I don't see any rhyme or reason to this. Metisport, recent games, they lost to Partisan, fair. They lost to Leo, I know one person from that team. They beat Gamer Legion, I don't know how. They barely beat Nexus, they lost to NIP. Like, there is no actual current consistency in my eyes to Metisport and Ancient with the results they've had. So I'm already kind of against that, but kind of like Nuke and how Ted put it as well, in terms of Gun 5, if their individuals awake and Metasport aren't, that's what it can look like. So you, of course, always have a little bit of hope. And that hope, currently, on the B side, it's gone. Lopsky is dead, he was alone. Last few players are still far back. There goes utility, plenty of it, and every single one with the name Metasport attached to their name is gone on B.
Just absolutely brutal, isn't it, this team sometimes? They're so good at just grouping up and taking fights. And sometimes Counter-Strike can be played very effectively in that sort of manner. I mean, clearly in this round, they get a lot of space up onto B. First man there on the CT side stood behind the pillar, didn't really stand a chance. He was always getting traded, but after that, the kills on the rotating members of Metasport were just savage. Never stood a chance. So, just as we start to get our hopes up a little bit, the Metasport could get off to a good start. Like an absolute gut punch. There will be a good investment in the following round. But we're not going to have confidence in the Swedes in this series until we see it. We need to see good consecutive gun rounds where they're not just getting overrun by the individuals before Metasport can play out the rounds they plan to.
I mean, even to that regard as well, we had them start off with 3 in a row on Nuke, and at that point, you're like, okay, they've got a game, they've got a decent idea. Because are you still, to this point as well, even after they lose that map with only those 4 rounds, I like the pace of the T side that Metasport had. But they just kind of lost it toward the end. 8-4 still fine. And then they just lost the pistol 4 spot, the worst choice you could make it at that point, and then it was all too late. Never had a chance. So, it looked decent. I don't think the scoreline completely reflects it, but then when you look at the stats, Selter and Lackey both drop in insane numbers. Yeah, that kind of does change the game itself. And explains why the game is now one-sided in terms of the result as well. So for Metasports, we ask about the star power. I mean, if Selter is dropping numbers like that, Hampus, we know he can do that same as well. So maybe there's a little bit of that you can ask for. Plopsky, for a while, he was kind of a star player on this roster, but they've had a lot of different changes recently as well, and this time the change is Lackey. He's not even on Metasport, but he's still making the change happen here toward the B site. Shows his disdain of Metasport's CT side.
It's just brutal.
Sometimes your opponent has a good day. Sometimes they have a good map or two. And if this somehow does go to a 3, I feel like God 5 still can have all 3 good maps in terms of individuals, and it's not going to be easy at any point for Metasport. And that's just what this is currently proving to us as well, yet again.
I feel like Metasport would have a much easier time playing against a team that plays slower with defaults, that maybe isn't as individually skilled, but is more has more kind of tactical nous. I'm not sure this matchup suits the Swedes. They can't live with these individual players, or whatever moves Metasport tries to make doesn't unsettle their opponents enough to offset that difference. They're just losing too many fights. And you certainly can play different brands of Counter-Strike, try and mitigate that, or, you know, use utility or certain set plays or whatever, but Metasport, so far in this series, haven't ran enough of those. If that is the game plan, they have not ran enough rounds to take the individual factor out of this series.
Honestly, I think that's a great point to make as well, in the regard that some brands of Counter-Strike and identities for teams just don't mesh well against others at all. And this is one of those sorts of situations at the moment, obviously still determined if it will change, but given Nuke, right, I say how much I like the way that Metasport play their T side. It doesn't change the fact that there should have still been a change or adaptation made at some point. So, they kind of played almost one note to a degree, and didn't change when they would have had to, and then second half, we don't really talk about that either way. So, Gun 5, the fact that they've now walked toward the B site 3 times in a row, by the way, keep that in mind, is putting pressure onto Metasport to change things up here. And if they do change things up, and it's the worst case scenario where Gun 5 still find those entries and find an entire easy site, I feel like that is going to be the signs of Metasport crumbling if we're going to be getting way too deep into the what-ifs and such here for the moment. Metasport under a lot of pressure at the very moment, I'd say. And T-side, off to a very dangerous start with 3 in a row now. Might as well make it 4 with this one, but let's see what Metasport want to do.
There's also been quite a lack of pauses for the Swedes. Let's not forget, guys, we're not in the group stages anymore. There aren't, you know, multiple rounds of Swiss that you can lose and still make to the following. This is knockout. There is no time. There is no time to just rest on your laurels and say, we'll fight harder in the next game. They're out of this tournament if they don't right the ship here on Ancients. And you kind of mentioned it. Nuke wasn't a dramatic change in how they're approaching that map to try and change the tide. We can't have the same philosophy here on Ancient. They've got to disrupt this T side. And there has been a bit of a change up, I guess, in this round. Mid-aggression, now they're crunching towards B. Let's see how they react, though, to 2 players A. This is a really hard round to read, I think, if you're on the CT side. They have, though, found a couple kills here. Can Isaac hold down A on his own? He might be unexpected. There's been a lot of contact elsewhere on the map. Temple is seeded. It's far from an easy round here to play on the CT side. Isaac has got to pull his weight to make this round work.
Look at how reserved Feinstein and Lackey are still being, by the way. Neither one of them pushing into Temple at all. Isaac holds his position. He will get this kill for free. No question about it. He'll look to take that second as well. Information from the death cam delivered to Feinstein, and Lackey, he'll win out his duel at the same time. Lumi, with the fact that he was watching Temple for so long, doesn't see anyone pushing, thinks, okay, I can pace up a little bit now, and just gets caught immediately. Assuming more focus would have been on the trade to Isaac. Gets caught at Gun 5, still take this one. 4-2, and that's a T-side kind of flexing their strat book a little bit, going for that sort of fake, getting that confidence up even further. Metasport, they try to fake that smoke, they get a couple kills out of it, yeah, sure. But ending up on the losing side of the man disadvantage at the end of it. And I do fear now that we are entering the very, very dying light of a Metasport. Maybe still way too early to call, who knows, but currently still not delivering a lot of confidence. Having seen how some of these situations can go. But Adam being the CZ-75, opening found, Hampus on the defense. Hold on, he's still standing toward the side. Second one from Plopsky. About to steal a round away. When you least expect it, they'll strike.
I think there may have been a missed molly for the T side. They certainly didn't expect players to push down the B ramp and get in behind Jaguar there. So, not ideal. Fine shine. Might have some hopes here of saving, but he is a little bit surrounded. Got to frag Isaac. First and foremost. There goes Isaac. Does he have the bomb? He does actually have the bomb. But his AWP is so valuable. Shows himself again. 30 seconds remain. And the philosophy here might be that he's so likely to be getting encircled that why try to save? Try and do at least some more damage. Doesn't happen though. 4 alive. AWP gets saved as well. That is a lifeline if you are Metasport.
I mean, if there's one universal rule in Counter-Strike, it's that you never say a round is not against the force buy, I guess. And that just gets proven. Every team has their kryptonite, and most of them, it probably is that force buy. Gun 5. Bounce back from this. They still have a bit of a strain on their economy, keep that in mind, so there definitely is a way back in for Metasport here with this round taken. As you said, what, 2-3 rounds ago, you gotta get these back-to-back rounds and fairly quickly for Metasport. Build up something here. But here, back toward the B side, apparently, for Gun 5. Fighting, spraying, spam with the smokes. One eventually found Adam B. Dodged bullets for a fair few seconds. Eventually taken down. More trades coming through with Medisport patching up the defense. Long control regained. Bit of all pushes coming in from Lackey as well. In the fading smoke, and Lumi can't spot him. One man remains. Plopsky, plenty of years under his belt. Still so young, and now two to be found.
Feels like he has to go for it. There's just not enough time. Forced to save. Does grab the AWP on his way out of the door. But that is now 5-4. Guns with the 5 on the end. Back to the rounds that brought them success earlier. This one, more of a set play, set execute, very aggressive. And they are not scared to take duels. The way they play these afterplants is, we are not going to back down. We're not going to sit and wait for your util to isolate us, split us apart. We're going to take fights before you can even deploy that util. And it works. Good news for the CT side is because they won a half buy, they had money in the tank. Means they can invest again. But we need consistency. We need good rounds. Back to back for this team. Now it's a fast A hit. Hampus called upon. Very low. Traded in the end. Site is seeded, and with Isaac going down, there's now nobody in towards Donut to deny this bomb plant. This is a very tough retake for this CT side. They really needed a kill before these players could fall back, but it doesn't look likely anymore. Popsky gets in front of that Molotov. Good kill, but needs help from his teammates. Adam has gone.
Oh,
as is Lumi. Yellow here is just a monster. Plopsky left again in a retake, but he doesn't really stand a chance. Oh, it's just brutal. It's devastating. Plopsky's playing some really great Counter-Strike, but he just doesn't have the cavalry to help him win these rounds.
Born to frag, forced to save. In this case, can't even save it. Nothing. Had to go for it, had to try to get these rounds to the board against Medisport. They realize these chances are slipping away. But Yellow is just coming out with a massive 2K here himself. I think 3 in total for the round. Oh, 4, actually, gets this last one as well. Completely forgot. The look pulled out. At 6-3, a massive T side already. We're gonna find that it's not over just yet either. Medisport, again, down to like a wacky buy of sorts. Hero M4, Plopsky, let him have it. He's absolutely earned that. And Gun 5 yet again. They're keeping up the sort of pace. Fast, aggressive toward the B side they go. Dodge flashbangs, dodge the util. 1, 2, entries not found because Plopsky is denied that second. Tucked himself back into the smoke. It's one bullet they'll need to hit him with a trade yet again. And Gun 5, look at how much they've been deterred. Despite all their attempts to trade efforts, nothing's actually been given to them. It takes them mad disadvantage.
That's a shame. It's just this USP in towards the red room. Oh, if there's a rifle there, I don't think this bomb is getting towards A. But now there's an opportunity. No kit for this CT side. No util. It's just the guns they've scooped off the floor. All fine shine is caught out in the open, but it doesn't matter. Quick readjust. But Isaac is there to salvage this round. These half buys are the only thing keeping the Swedes in this map right now. A huge call to stack 4 on B pays dividends. They are doing this the hard way.
What a goddamn round for Medisport. Again, by the way, it's the slow buy round. It's half of their rounds have come from these. And that is just Medisport having Plopsky alive for as long as he is. They're able to buy time for the rotations, then force their traders through the smoke. As I think Adam B came through the long smoke to find one in his Deagle as well. Massive round. We talk about the individual star players. Plopsky, I think, still for a long time has been that on Medisport. Kind of like a sleeper alongside Adam B, who's been a bit more vocal, I'd say. Or noticeable, but you have these players who can deliver this for Medisport. But maybe not as consistently as you'd need them to at the moment, but still stepping up here at the moment. Keeping them in the game.
This is more like it. On track for a clean sweep here. And this was a force buy for the offense. They will be on a very lesser investment. Really low buy to close out the half. So Medisport are on track now to get 6. So they clean up Sadame here, but I dare say he is not long for this world. Plopsky on the big flank. Leaving Lumi posted up on towards A proper. And taking his time as Sadame, but this is not possible. 5 then on the board. Isaac chiming in well. And Medisport finally making good on some of these low buy rounds. Finally getting the following. And yeah, they should really be getting 6 now.
Yeah, 5 is manageable already. 6, that's half decent. At least considering where it did start and what it looked like it could have been again. But that 6 absolutely will come to assist. Again, keep in mind how that first map went. A very one-sided first half, 8-4. In terms of the... Not actually one-sided half, but nonetheless. A good half for Gun 5. Medisport, as soon as they lost that pistol, it was pretty much gutted. They force-bought into it. A round or 2 more from that first half absolutely would have made the difference. Wouldn't have had to have force-bought pretty much. Felt the pressure. Here, they'll feel the Tech 9. Selter! Okay! Maybe not 6 guaranteed. Bomb goes down at a 5 out of 3. CT side spray the smokes, look for an opening of their own. One is going to be up close. Got to clear this corner and find Shadow will be taken down. 4 more to go. And Adam B moving with a little bit of speed. Haste in his steps. Lumi, smoke fades, will find himself at the losing end of the Tech 9. Now to make their presence in the CT corner. Dink from Dime as well to assist in Lackey's final kill. Not going to be 6 at the end. Apparently Gun 5 get their revenge as well.
Did a team win an anti-force buy in this half? Because I'm not sure they did. Certainly wasn't a positive win rate against half buys. And just as we're starting to feel a little bit more confident about Medisport, they get absolutely slammed by the pistols. Seltzer there reminding us the caliber of Counter-Strike he played back on Nuke. And we're in a position where Medisport won the first pistol on this map. They converted second round. And we're looking at this saying they probably need to win both pistols here to stay in this map. And they're heading right towards the bulk of the players at the moment. At least they're not on A proper. They're in towards Donut. So there is scope to get out and onto the site. They need to go now. Before Gun 5 start to understand what is before them. Smoke's starting to rain over. In comes the hit. So many players in Donut. Do they choose to get aggressive and get in front of this smoke? Not yet. Bomb, though, taking a while to be planted. Now it goes down. In comes the CTs through the smoke. Celta in first. None of his teammates commit, though. Bomb stuck second time round, but caught out in the open is the planter. Plopsky is gone, and now comes the cavalry. Look at them envelop this site. Adams found a route round the back.
No.
Gets 1, make it 2. Oh, last bullet finds the head of Lackey. Adam is a lifesaver. That would have probably been tournament over for Medisport had he not pulled that off.
Oh, what a round. I was afraid. He was taking a little bit of time actually getting back around, but Gun 5, they had to struggle actually finding the man in main. Hampus just stayed alive for long enough, then Adam B hits the headshots he's required to very quickly. And finally in the magazine with 1 more for Hampus, back turn again. Beautiful round. Medisport, they have a lifeline now. Yeah, the things are going better compared to Nuke. That was the expectation no matter what here. You had to wake up. You can't expect Zelter either to provide back-to-back insane games. And here, the difference is shown. At this point, they've got their individuals online. Hampus, Isaac, Plopsky, and Adam B. all playing well. It's just Lumi that's currently lagging behind. But give him time. perhaps you'll see something more.
No
For now,
way.
Chill on the 5-7 finds the opening. I've seen this
No.
one before. I've seen this one before, maybe even 2 minutes ago. With a man advantage to make it 2, A side, you still have Fine Shine stay alive for a couple more seconds. Adam B's attention will be drawn towards him. Long spray. Little bit of damage dealt, barely any. In full regard, Adam B. Get a lifeline for his team. YMC, yeah, he's staying alive right here. Oh, no, wait, no, that's BG's, my bad. Close enough. Flank. Caught. Donut player dealt with. And Metisport avoiding disaster.
Millimeters. Lumi was almost fragged with the bomb there. That's why the site players for Gun 5 really wanted to take fights, because Saddam here was on a big flank. Holy hell.
Imagine as well. Imagine Adam B doesn't nail this fight against Yellow in CT.
Yeah.
There is
there's
different world
honestly
out there.
10 times more ways that round falls apart than goes right for the T side. That maybe should have been it. 3v5 down up against a full eco. That would have been a hell of a way to go out of this tournament. But Metisports just about still going, guys. Just about hanging in there. 7 apiece.
Yeah, I've seen, by the way, like twice before, Shello with a 5-7 to get that exact entry in Cave. In previous games they've played, they've been doing that on their eco rounds or whatever, half-buys and such, and it's worked out to a marvelous degree pretty much every single time for at least an entry or 2. It's just insane how consistent that 5-7 is in Shello's hand in Cave. And perhaps when you recognize that they're probably going to be on an eco or half-buy, just don't go where Cello is, because you will lose, at least some players. Just put that out there, but for now, a completely free A site. Welcome to Ancient, by the way. You sometimes forget to play the A site, and that's fine. You play the retake, and Lucky's actually playing ahead of that. Tried to edge the smoke, but unfortunately does get caught. Shoulder showed a little bit too wide. And Metisport, way to get that bomb down. Smoke's still being placed. You gotta actually move somewhat quickly here, but Gun 5's actually moving away. They've let this one go.
I think it probably is the wise move, but that is contingent on these guns being saved, and they're doing their best at the moment not to do that. Oh, God. You need to keep all guns alive if we're going to save in this scenario. We're saving to buy again in the following. Losing way too many against Hampers here. So, Metisports, despite a very troubling defensive half, are taking the round lead. The buy in the following, if one comes through from the defense, I don't think it will, would be very scrappy. It's starting to look better. We're not there yet, but we can at least see the path now to victory.
The way back in is given. And we knew it was not going to be easy for Metisport, but they've got this far already. The game was, at one point, 6-3, then 7-5. And now things tied up and actually taken over the lead as well for Metisport. It's good to see them performing completely differently than on Nuke as well. It's just this T side that I do kind of, to a degree, worry about, because if it does come to that sort of almost one note, kind of like Nuke did when they find one pace and keep playing with that one, that's what I'm a little bit worried about. But I will say, Ancient, it's a lot more straightforward duels than on a map like Nuke already, so it doesn't punish you as much for those sorts of plays. If you manage to get map control CTs, they'll probably look to retake that anyway, or take something else instead. Almost plays better to Metisport in the kind of default-ish heavy Counter-Strike that they could potentially play as well here, so interesting. We'll see how that works out. For the opening, Flash, nade opens up Adam B. And the entry gain. 5-on-4, Gun 5. Don't really put any more pressure into mid, bar with 5-7. That's coming in a little bit late, and Lackey quickly dealt with Adam B. His second now found. That is Stein playing with his banana towards A. Hold up!
Don't let that be the start. Oh my god. That's the bomb. That's a disaster.
Down. No, 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 no. We don't entertain these, right?
I think we might need to. Zello's on a good angle.
Oh, no.
They've got their third teammate fairly nearby. Zello, out of bullets. Oh, my lord.
Ooh.
That is... That is, let's forget about it. Metasport, great round. Nothing went wrong.
Not even close.
There's been, what, 3 or 4 rounds where Metasport were millimeters from complete
like
catastrophe.
Yeah. I mean, considering how much they've also gotten away with being these half-by rounds, I'd say that's more than fine. They'll have to teeter around the edge a little bit. Well, here, more forcing to mid. However, results seems to be the same as previous round. Gun 5, not getting all too much from it. Two-man disadvantage and Metasport in control of the round. 10 seems to be imminent here. And unless things quickly change, so does Mirage. Which I did not think I was going to say here.
No, I mean, even during the first half, yes, there were mistakes, but Gun 5 looks confident. Has not been the case since these sides have swapped. On track for 6 in a row. Just need to get past this man. Fine shine. Molly at his feet. Tanks the Molly. All the way down to 19 HP. Zello in front of this util, but he can't get a good duel. Re-smoke will keep him out of the fight, and I think they need to save. He goes through it? I thought he killed Isaac and starts to turn around.
Happens to the best of us, buddy.
Still, though, I think he should have just saved the gun. I mean, his teammates weren't even thinking about retaking.
All I'm saying is I respect the hustle, but hey, great effort. That's still one way. Probably that saved weapon would have been more helpful. Of course, dealing damage as well against that T-side economy would be nice, but at that point you're pretty much, oh my god, making a round-winning play if you get that. Because there was no support, no utility, anything that could have come out of that from his teammates. So, crazy, yes. Successful? No. Instead, it is Metasport, 5 in a row now being picked up here, and, like you say, on track for that 6. Gun 5, they've covered the 4 spine, and now we gotta start to see some changes. We asked that from Metasport and their Nuke as well. They had to start changing something up as well at some point. Didn't really see enough of it. Now for Gun 5, mid control has not worked out, and if once doesn't work, if twice doesn't work, send 3 times in a row instead. But guess what? Metasport, a weak A site, they found it.
Just fine shine to deal with. Then get into Temple. This round feels done. This A-bomb site has been exposed, hasn't it? During the second half.
Oh, you can't go to this.
You're going to have to make another difficult decision over whether to save, but these guns are not getting out this time. Why Celtics even here taking the duel. Doesn't feel worth it. Metasport are well on their way to making it Mirage now. It's just been a disaster CT side. Gun 5 cannot get the right read.
Eyes on Seltzer, please. This one does not hold the trigger for more than that, however. Okay. He let the first one pass. Felt that something was needed. Only gets that one instead. It's still damage against Metasport, yeah. But I'm looking at Hampus 12k. I don't think damage really matters at this point. You needed to save more weapons, and at that point as well, they still tried. You can respect the hustle in terms of Gun 5 recognizing we need these rounds. We can give it a shot or two in this case. But it quickly just becomes impossible. And an MP9 to save it over as well. Oh, sorry, no. Well, not an MP9. I think it was an AK for Cielo picked up that. But it's still not a whole lot here. So the buy is a little bit lackluster in terms of just the weaponry or firepower. Utility-wise, it's all good, but That hasn't really mattered at all so far. Utility's going out toward mid. Lucky's down to 43. Yellow's taking a bit of damage as well. I mentioned him in these half-buy rounds. He's very damn good in game. But in our actual gun rounds, he's not really been much of anything. Which could apply to all of Gun 5.
Absolutely now or never. Just nothing's been working for the CT side. I don't think it's individually they're having problems. It's just as a team, and not in the right spots at the right time. This round, though, look at the read. I can't believe they're stacking 4B when the map feels pretty much done. I guess this is bordering on desperation, but it's got to be said, at the moment, they're on the right site.
I'm happy we haven't seen Gun 5 go for mid control completely again, and Lackey just gave that up as well. Because they recognize Metaspot weren't fighting for it, so it's not going to be that mid play we've seen before. Now as well, with time running low, you're starting to gamble toward those sites even further, although... Hold on. They're actually going to search mid. They're going to go through mid toward the A side. It's completely free as well. All you have to do is get past this dime. Finds the opening, but you still have to consider Isaac toward the A site as well. Now Gun 5, the stack, suddenly incorrect. But taking these duels, Dime needs to win out his. If not... Site given up, Shelter falls as well, continues that. And with a disadvantage, I don't think we are going to see Gun 5 come out atop this one. Unless we get some heroics from Lackey, and no we don't.
The team play's just totally melted for the CT side. Every man for himself. It's yellow here.
Right.
Is there a kill on the ground? I'm not sure there is. He's out of time now. Either way. Decent damage, but it's not going to matter. T-side has rounds. T-side has money. T-side yet to lose a round. Yet to lose a round. It is brutal. 7-0. 7-0 on the T side.
I was not familiar with Metasport's game. I apologize. I did not know they had this dog in them. Or I didn't think they had this dog in them. That's for sure. Oh, that's for sure. Yep, here we are.
So they just resigned to their fate at Gun 5. They're... No pauses, to keep playing out these rounds. Similar mistakes, individuals getting over angsty. Yes, on Nuke, some of his individual plays worked, but here, man, they need to tighten up their game. Mirage has got to be the same story. We can't have, you know, the team play going completely by the wayside as soon as something goes wrong. 5 chances now for Metasport to put us onto Mirage. And they're looking reinvigorated. Adam B, we asked for a star player, and we have got one here on map 2.
Yes, we have. Keep it in mind as well, the only round where Gun 5 seemed like they were going to take this, or one of the only ones at the start, was that half-buy, and Adam B delivers a 3k against him in that one. He's the one who stopped Yellow's rampage. Without it, Gun 5 would have had a round on the board very early on, would have reset and put strain on Metasport economy. Different story. Also, wonderful Molotov. I don't know why the stairs decided to do that, but he can just bounce one up from them. Kind of crazy, but oh well. Counter-strike, I suppose. By this point, however, 35 seconds, and they're headed toward A side. Gun 5 last round of the stack was correct for a moment. Now it will be correct to the end. We're not going to see any crazy late rotation back through mid to B, for sure. Right? We're not going to be that crazy on Metasport. No, we're not. 20 seconds remain. Dime spotted. Also, Shoddy in good position. But the play comes through Donut. That's the main force. Isaac's just there to take the attention away. Hopefully make it one a turn. But looking for the opening. Zelter's gone. One ball up close. Lackey's down. They know the auto Shoddy's there as well. They've isolated him. And Metasport, in just a few seconds, crack open the A site, make it crumble. And Gun 5, they've got nothing to show for the second half. It's just a 2-5. And so far, with 0 rounds, it is a mere impossibility, but give it a second. Fine try, good for one only. Hampus with a quick trade. That was the play to make. But guess what? Metasport, they don't forgive. Holy
Unbelievable.
Hell.
What a T side from the Swedes. We came out of the first half thinking they might have got 5 rounds here, but they couldn't win a gun round for the life of them. But that second half was fabulous. Such a higher level Counter-Strike than they played in the rest of this series. And certainly going into Mirage, man. Good luck predicting it. This series doesn't make any sense so far.
Yeah, that is the real mystery of this game as well. Now, hey, Ted, talk us through this. We wanted a heroic performance from Metasport. We got it, but what did we miss is the question. So, talk to us.
I think what we really missed was Gun5's faces from the first map. That was, yeah, I mean, as much as we were talking about Metisport and the redemption that they went through, Gun5, they came into the second map, and somewhere around the middle of it, it all crumbled, right? We're gonna start it off with the very beginning. Gun5 didn't look uncomfortable, not whatsoever. Sure, Metisport were able to win the first pistol round. They had a 2-0 lead. The moment that Gun5 got the guns out, though, we started seeing same old things from Nuke, right? They win the first buy round, they win the second, they reset the CT side economy, and slowly but surely it felt like Gun5 were just on the right track to run away with the game in general, right? This is what it felt like. It felt like Metisport running out of money, running out of chances, running out of confidence maybe, but then you're starting to see some life signs, right? A couple rounds being picked up by the pistols. I feel like round number 7, the one that we're looking at right now, was probably one of the big catalysts for Metisport to actually feel a little bit of confidence going into the series, feel like they can win rounds that they're not supposed to, and feel like they can still individually go toe-to-toe with Gun5. And yet, in the end of the first half, you're looking at a 7-5 lead for the side of Gun5. Fineshine was doing a good job on the AVP, not spectacular, but some of the other rifles, Zielo, Sadaim had a good performance. Selter was able to, I guess, to some extent keep up with some of the good plays throughout the first half, and then Metisport somehow in the second half were able to make 5 rounds on the CT enough. We go into the T side, Metisport win the pistol round, they win the second, they win all the conversions, and then you're starting to see some good calling. You start seeing a completely different team of Metisport. You start seeing a team that is actually able to play some good Counter-Strike on the T side, and that was one of the main conversations that I guess we could have going into a map of Enshin when it comes down to Metisport. The fact that this is a team led by Hampus, it makes you entirely hopeful that the level of Counter-Strike is going to be high, right? No matter what team you're looking at in Hampus's career, they've always been really good on Enshin. Whether we're talking about Bleed, whether we're talking about NAP, Hampus has always been incredibly comfortable when it comes down to this map. And sure, the CT side, they might have needed a little bit of time to get activated. In the majority of the rounds, they did win towards the latter stages. One of the rounds that they picked up was with pistols. Another one was the pistol round. So all in all, Metisport buy round wise on the CT side didn't shine. T side wise, they were all over the side of Gun5. Gun5 looked a little bit discombobulated, maybe a little bit out of sync. Communication didn't seem that clean, and as Alan pointed out, Gun5 in the team aspect just didn't feel like they were on the same page. At the majority of the time, it felt like at a certain point, everyone just started going for individual plays. Everyone was trying to be the star. Everyone was trying to throw spanners into the works. And the moment that Metisport got focused enough to actually stop some of those crazy plays, stop some of those swings, pushes through smokes, it felt like Gun5 just didn't know how to respond. And Metisport, they were really well put together on that T side. I feel like this is the best way to describe it. Incredibly focused, incredibly synchronized. Even this 3 versus 5 that it felt like things were going to fall apart in at the start of the second half, they were able to salvage. Adam B was absolutely exceptional, and if there was one player to give a shout out to, probably bar Hampus, because he was the one to essentially call that D side, it would have to be Adam B. Adam B was absolutely insane, and we had that conversation about who's going to be the big star of this team when they need someone. Well, on paper, it's probably supposed to be Hampus, even though he's the in-game leader. It's probably supposed to be Plopsky. You're looking at the Opera of Lumi as well. Adam B dropped to 21 and 11 on this map. Adam B was all over the side of Gun5, going 5 and 1 in opening fights and having 6 rounds with multi-kills. I think it's incredibly complimentary of his performance, or complimentary of Hampus's calling what Adam B was able to do, because it kind of feels like it was the perfect mixture of the two of them, right? T-side wise, Hampus seemed to have the right idea most of the time. The T's had clean executions, moving around as a pack, Wolfpack mentality, good spacing, good refrags. Adam B was incredibly sharp though, and it felt like he was being put in good positions from his teammates to get the kills, and he would use those good positions and those resources to deliver. Metisport did show us what we wanted to see out of a team like that. We didn't want to see them get 0-2'd, And in the end of the day, I feel like they deservingly so were able to level things up in this series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're throwing this one into a bit of a break. Mirage is coming up right after it. And if you have been here for the first two maps, you know for sure that it's absolutely impossible to predict what is going to happen. So that just means Mirage is going to be incredibly entertaining to watch. We're going to check out with you again in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. A classical map pick exchange so far in our, what is it, 5th round of 16 game here at the CCT-19 playoffs. First game of the day. We have 3 more best of 3s coming up, but first things first, we gotta round up the opening one, and we have one more map to go. Alan, so far, so good for Metisport, I guess. Map number 1 was not what we wanted to see out of them. Enshin was brilliant, though, so are we riding the Metisport hype train now going into that third and final one?
I don't know yet. I mean, at the end of the day, they played one good half. First half of Ancient wasn't great. They won pistol round, they won 2 half buys. I think they won 1 gun round against like a borderline investment from Gun 5. That is my reservation here, is that yes, they clearly closed out Ancient in phenomenal fashion, but on some, it has not been a brilliant series from them. Whereas for Gun 5, I don't know what was going on in the second half there on Ancient, but I can't neglect the fact that the rest of the series they played really good CS. So I don't know. I guess we'll see on Mirage if that one half was just one blemish, or whether it was, indicative of bigger problems for Gun 5.
Nexus, what do you think? Do you think that was just Gun 5 not starting off nicely, and maybe Metisport riding the wave of momentum on the back of winning the pistol round on the T side and just working everything that they were calling working out, Adam B going absolutely crazy in the meantime? Or you feel like that was Gun 5 giving us some worrying signs?
I think it's a little bit of both, of course, and you kind of did point it out, or it was pointed out before as well, that Gun 5 have been a bit up and down overall when it comes to Ancient. So you had that, wariness perhaps going into it, but at the exact same time, Metisport is just as up and down. But that second half, it was almost spectacular or stellar calling, but it actually came from Hampus. Every single call that was pretty much made was the exact right one, and then it was just elevated by the fact that you did have the individuals going absolutely ham. Like, there was one of the last few rounds, they waited in Donut until, like, there was 15 seconds left, and then Adam B entries and just finds himself the 3 players stacked on that A side. It's like, nothing actually went wrong, even in the situation where they absolutely could have for them. So, Metasport, great second half, but I also do agree with Alan as well that it's still 1 good half out of 4 total played, so perhaps still problems.
Okay, if we gotta focus on just one player from each team, obviously I think Adam B was the main of the man, especially on that T side for the side of Metasport. Who's the one that we want to see a big performance out of, simply individually, when it comes down to Gun 5 and Mirage? Because we are moving into Mirage, Alan. It is the puck playground. It is the, I guess, paradise of everyone that spent more than 3, 4, 5,000 games on Face It, which I think is the case for the majority of the Gun 5 players, of course. So is there someone in particular that you're going to be looking at and saying, if this person doesn't play well, then Gun 5 probably have much lower chances?
Probably Fine Shine. I think it was a surprise that Seltzer's been the best player for them in this series, when I think it should be Fine Shine and Ziello. Ziello had his moments. Fine Shine had a good CT side on Nuke. I think he's the man that, if he steps it up, if he gets them opening kills, it just helps settle them down a little bit, and that's kind of what they needed and what they didn't have on the second half of Ancient.
Okay, so gentlemen, I'm getting a word that Gun 5 have won the knife round, and they will be picking sides, so supposedly starting on the CT side. Now that we have that information, I'm gonna require some quickfire predictions out of the 2 of you, starting with Nexus.
Well, I was wrong in the last map. I said Gun 5 was going to take that like 13-7 or something, but I'm still going to say Gun 5 take this one. I'm not going to be wrong twice. Surely can't happen. But I do have one complaint or concern, and that is the polar opposite extreme we have for Lackey in map 1 and 2, from top frag almost to bottom of the barrel.
Okay, that was the most quickfire prediction I've ever heard in my life. And with that being said, we're jumping right into map number 3, Alan. Who you've got?
Gun 5. It's going to be brutal. It's going to be savage. It's not going to make any sense. But I still think, on some, they're going to win this series and progress through to those quarterfinals. So let's find out if we have a clue what we're talking about. Certainly based on the information so far in this series, we don't know what we're talking about. Map picks traded to the other team so far. And now on neutral ground. Neutral territory. Exploding out of apartments. Metasport. Zidane collects the first man. We need some rotations here to help out the CT side. Lackey is dispatched ever so quickly. And now Metasport can start taking space. Site beginning to be enveloped. Brutal duel. Bomb still yet to be planted. And these smokes will not last forever. Still, the frags are flowing in their direction. Bomb does go down in a safe spot. As long as Ziello here is dealt with, it looks good to me. 2-on-1. Time to set up some good afterplants. This is a vicious retake for Fine trying to pull off.
Yeah, quickly been spotted as well. Tried to reposition, get the drop on them, but now he has to get past both. And does have time. Even had a kit right next to where he fell. But had to actually hit the headshots. That came out of the Glocks here instead. Metasport. Great round. I honestly was a little bit afraid here. For how much time Gun 5 actually stalled for here, mostly toward the short and site here for Seltzer as well, they did allow for the rotations to come through, definitely causing issues. Here as well, Cielo gets the drop. It struggles in the first one. It doesn't get a chance for Adam B either. Instead, closing it out with 3 headshots of his own. Metasport, well earned on that pistol. You said this one's not going to make sense. No one's going to know what to expect here, and least of all, I think the players, just considering out of what we had from Nuke and then Ancient. A lot of rounds where it definitely could have fallen apart. A lot of rounds that people did get away with. I think half of the rounds on Nuke from Metasport, keep that in mind, were from half-buys. That's still insane. On Ancient as well, you had like 2 or 3. No one won against an anti-eco. If we do our numbers right, maybe we don't, but it's been kind of crazy. There's no common sense here. This game could go 12-0 and we're still in overtime.
Very slow.
Afraid of the absolute
very slow here from the Swedes. So we can see on the mini-map, B site is loaded a little bit over the odds by the defense. 3 here, but if they get split from short at the same time, I'm not sure I quite have confidence just yet. Lackey finds 1. Yellow, late check, but is cleared. And Lackey is so low on HP that he can't really get anything done. So, despite having the numbers, ultimately overwhelmed are the defense. And Metasport looking fairly comfortable so far.
Initial defense, not so great. There was that one moment, right? Obviously, it's Hampus jumped out of the window, I think. That kill kind of does, at that point, shape the round itself. Not being found out by the player beneath him, and thus, on 5, Force Spy does not go too smoothly. The window, Seltzer, to the AK, won't get a chance. Or a second of chance here instead. Just save that. Save the armor he has. It's not much, but definitely better than a USP and nothing else. Also a smoke to play with, but... I mean, very little in actuality. Second round, it does go to Metasport. Back-to-back toward the B side they go. And I'm actually keeping a close eye on this Metasport T side, and you want to know why?
Tell me.
It's actually because of the exact playstyles that we've seen. Nuke, the playstyle, while it was alright, we didn't get to see enough of it actually work out. Ancient, their T-side, spectacular. I'm just wondering what the playstyle actually is and how well does it fit their map pool, because Nuke, you know, maybe not the absolute best. So I'm feeling maybe there is something for Metasport in these different maps bar for a Nuke, where that was just a very off game as well. Obviously, could be the case, we just don't know enough. But... this could very well just be a map that works in their favor.
Oh my lord. Is this really on? Not anymore. Dealt with. 4 for Hampus as the players explode through the smokes. Still though, Lackey showing why this team can be so dangerous, irrespective of the investment. Guns now out. 4 M4s, AWP onto Fine Shine. No kit, though, for the defense. Really hope for their sake that doesn't bite them in the backside down the line. Keep tabs on that, should it go to an after plant. They need to make this work. Got to hit the ground running. They've decided to open up with this AWP over towards B. Some numbers here. Let's see if any Metasport players present themselves to this AWP.
That's a very nice bait, by the way. Molotov from beneath. Spam as well. This is kind of one man. It's spraying and praying, hoping. AWP will be baited in for this one. In the very likely scenario that someone swings, Fine Shine will fly to the opening without too much trouble. I'm lying. He's not found it. He's dropped a smoke instead, and Metasport, and they'll continue their way toward the B side. While in mid-blobs, he's found one. He's going to be a threat. The rotation opened up now as well, back toward the A side, with Metasport having as much time on the clock as they do. No full commitment toward the B side needs to be made. Explore other avenues instead.
Yellow here has another smoke, but they're a little bit nervous of using it. In case there's a play up close that could swing. Now deploys. 40 seconds remaining. There is not a lot of time here for Metasport to make a decision. I don't blame them for being scared now of mid. Having to navigate that connector smoke. They're heading into the better but defended site. Fine Shine. Deeper line.
Oh, missed twice.
Under jail is Sedame. Players jumping out Sedame. In a trigger discipline, but now gets overwhelmed. Fine Shine is so low. How is he still alive? Still yet to be spotted. Finds one more. Isaac is gone. Trade is late, but now Zello is on location. Lofsky dispatches him. 5 seconds to go. Bomb scooped. I don't think he's got it. Yep. Little bit too late.
Fine Shine stayed alive makes the difference. Had a quick trade as well from Cielo at that point as well, from just walking through the market door, drops the bomb. Very lucky for Gun 5 in that regard, but around is around, you're happy with it nonetheless. And Messi Sport, that kind of goes back to the way they played on Nuke, and to a regard as well Ancient, but maybe not as much, where they did slow down. They did explore other avenues. They don't really feel the pressure of the clock. They don't feel like they need to rush into anything. And in that regard, just a second makes the difference. One minor mistake. Gun 5 on the board instead. And the early game has begun. Lackey from short, he's opened up as well this round. Klopski's down. Mid relinquished, Messi Sport to take control instead.
Smoke may fade before these players get into ladder.
Ooh.
There it goes. Orb was posted. Prevented Zello from doing any work, and they're getting straight into this. Immediately into a B split. They need to dispatch of Lackey very quickly. Mortar strike comes good. Sedame, the lone man left to deal with. Until Zello gets onto this site. Good kill. And that bomb is a little bit of a way out. Zello's here too. Third and fourth rotation pretty close as well. They just can't find this man in towards Van. Taking way too long. Zello gets pinched, but in the meanwhile, Orpa goes down in Lumi. And Adam B is dealt with. Just couldn't root Sedame there. Out of Van.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done indeed. And find Shine. I mean, yeah, he won't actually save a weapon. He just had a USB only. Couldn't find anything better. But still gets an AWP out of this round. And full gun 5. Second on the board. Very well done. I like that re-smoke as well toward the car. And the cross, whatever you call it. I don't know what. Defensive smoke. Very nice. Played around it with the MP9. Again, survival is a huge part of the B defense. Just my time as much as you can in that case. Dime did exactly that. Well, Messi Sport, they had the early objective of find Lackey. That was success. But it actually convert the round itself. Here, Jello. What it underpass. He's watching for the first one. Gets a shoulder. Slight tag also with the advantage onto Isaac now being taken. This is Messi Sport. Slowly, steadily. Hoping this Deagles get some action, but apparently it's not all too positive. And Adam B, I don't know what's happened to him, but does not seem to have a weapon. I hope that's incorrect. But nope, he's got a knife. He's got a knife.
Where's it?
Where's his weapon
What's going on?
There has to be a Glock in Sport at least, but he's just been chilling in the palace with a knife.
Bizarre. I wonder if he tried to get the Deagle on a fallen teammate and then can't reach it.
Blew that away. Would it be?
Yeah, bizarre. Thank God that didn't happen on the gun round.
I mean, I feel like that just fits for the theme of the game we've had so far. Some shenanigans, nonetheless, but for this one, it's all-out warfare in round 7. I mean, so far, a focus from Messi Sport, slightly, but so's the B-side has been. They've just been going for these pack tactics almost, and yet again, seems like it. Keeping things very basic, can't blame them. Best thing to see if Gun 5 will have these gaps and avenues to take advantage of. But fine shine, he won't miss with Shello spotting the second matter toward Palace. More utility from Rabbit. There's going to be quick rotations being made towards A. This round, you could almost say rests on the shoulders of Hampus, but he's been seen in mid, now taken down. This time, a threat for the T side to worry about, but they've actually decided to completely discontinue their attack on A and instead route back to mid. Isaac still remains in Palace, yes. But Messi Sport are not looking all too great in this one.
These rounds always scare me a little bit for Gun 5. They have a tendency of getting over eager. They don't need to. They could play a very standard, passive setup from here and win this round almost certainly. And fortunately in this one, they're not getting too overzealous. Ziello here will get found. There's a fight in towards Palace that, should Lackey lose, could change the dynamics here a little bit. But in the meanwhile, that flank is just getting closer and closer. There goes Plopsky. There goes the bomb. Good luck, Isaac.
Is the one too much to ask for? Time goes down. I feel like Lackey might push in just for the sake of getting that damage. And Shelter will back him up. And Isaac down after time. $150 in the bank for him. Unlucky. Unfortunate. And a timeout to think about what you've done.
Yeah, flat few gun rounds for this T side. I guess they'll have to just save, and then Isaac will Galil the next gun. Not much else you can do.
Apparently, Isaac for the next gun round probably wields the Galil. Unless a bomb goes down, then maybe we will see that AK, but... rest of Mezzi's about half my around it. Oh, gun 5. All you gotta do is not lose to these rounds, yet again, which we've already seen 1, 2, 3, 4 many times here in the series already. Don't let the pistols run all over you. And Lackey's at least giving them that chance. Aggression towards mid, but he'll find both the kills successful on his part. Negates those odds. Illumi, nonetheless, still shows the Desert Eagle and the pistols continue to be a threat to be dealt with. Second shot as well will nail it. You're giving them more chances than you should. One of his shot for Illumi. A step too far will be falling. And at that point of the round should be dealt with, and Fine Shine will find it. But you're still giving them a chance there. Some nasty shots for the Desert Eagle again. This time, we at least go back to normality, and what could be one of the first few rounds we've actually seen succeed against the anti-eco.
Okay. Well, let's see what that pause was all about. It was no doubt to discuss this and perhaps some of the following gun rounds. See if there is any overt adaptation. An A play feels very likely. Bombers towards ramp, 2 out mid, very aggressively from Plopsky and Hampus. They want space towards connector. In the meanwhile, there's a ramp push coming out of the defense, and they did not expect the player to be up close. This is a really difficult round now for the CT side. They've decided to load A with numbers, which is the correct move. Far from a perfect smoke there in towards connector. And now Metasport can do what they like. They've got so much time. And they got a flank here through towards CT.
Hold on. Fine
Just let Hampus play. He's going to win this round.
Yeah, Fine Shine, though, he's going to avoid Hampus and his detection. I don't think he's still made a noise with the AWP. Maybe he scoped him, not sure. But in the meantime, Lackey finds one. Keep an eye on that bomb. Find Shine, and never mind, won't find it. And at that point, Hampus should have this one. Said he's going to win the round, and that he's done. Still, there's a world where that does get a little bit hairy. Yeah. That is the one where Fine Shine drops the bomb. Lackey has eyes toward the A side, or assisting at least, being a thorn in their side. But Metasport, they don't fall into that trap. Instead, they take that fourth, they put another one on the board, and now it's going to 5 instead to take their time out. Remember when we talked about Metasport, the individuals as well, right? Ted kind of does mention Hampus out as one of the individuals out there. And currently, he's doing pretty damn well. We've seen him in the past as well be a very damn good individual. Just as an IGL at the same time, he's been very good back on Bleed. He was like a 1.1 rated player, which is kind of crazy, considering all the talent as well they had in that team and everyone performing at that similar level. We know he has that in him. He knows ball. He knows how to play. Here, currently, he's showing a little bit of that.
Still more work to do. Full investment for both teams. Of course, we saw a very dynamic CT nuke from Fine Shine. Couldn't quite have the same success, clearly. On map 2, so let's see if he can make it work here on Mirage. Surroundies in towards connector. Forced back by initial utility. In the meantime, Celta is playing a risky game.
Oh, that's nice.
Beautiful nade. Adam didn't know what hit him. Perfect.
Hello. Not getting away with it twice. Hampus gets caught this time. But the play still happening toward the A site. Gun 5, they've got a good read on the situation again with Lackey deep in the CT figuring out his own battles and demons, but no one else is going to become in the window. Instead, it'll just be the insurance policy, trusting that his teammates can start at the first wave of the attack, or second or third, whatever you want to call this one. Seltzer on ramp, however. Nothing found, and Plopsky somehow takes down Yellow in CT as well. Okay, now there's trouble.
We'd love to see that from his perspective. What just happened?
Oh no.
Ooh, sniper showing. No plant. And the flank from Sedame is going to be brutal. Heads in towards Palace.
Well, he failed.
So maybe there's time for a bomb plant, but I just don't see how he has ever anticipated.
Oh
Bomb
my
plant.
god.
Now, just about going down. One bullet would have done it, even through the box. And now that Palace lurk comes to fruition. This is impossible. Isaac completely surrounded. 6 now for Gun 5. They're looking good, man. They're looking good.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And I'm happy as well we get to see a back and forth here as well. Feels like we've earned one of these sorts of maps finally, but still a long way to go. We don't know how this ends. But guess what we're also seeing, by the way? We're seeing Stein play a fairly decent game.
Yeah.
And,
no, by no means a bad player. He just had a bad... he had a pretty bad nuke, let's be honest. But, yeah, much improved.
I just think he's had a rough start to the year. Like, last year I think he was a very solid player. This time, in 2025, he's not had the greatest of starts, but maybe that as well could be just the current situation of the team, having lost it to Nier and making roster changes, right? It takes a while to stabilize everyone. I can see why, but, you know, he has the capabilities to play a better game. But for now, Boomy plays a decent game, so does Hampus. Double entry toward the B side, one more has rotated in. His name is Lackey, it is down to 2 HP. Now he should be dead, but apparently he's still dodging death. The nade's headed his way. Not enough to finish him off. And if the retake doesn't seem like Gun 5 are all too interested. There's one more nade, surely that's enough. Finally.
Why didn't he just save? So intent on taking a fight for some reason. I think... yeah, they do have the money for that slight bout of foolishness there to not make a difference. This is definitely the most competitive half yet. There's no doubt about it. First half of Ancient might look competitive if you just looked at the scores, but gun rounds were very much in favor of Gun 5. This time, very hard to separate these teams.
Final round of the first half coming right up here. Medisport would love the 6th here as well. Fight it from mid, finds Shine. He's got an opening, and Yellow's headed through a little bit of a... also, we'll have smoked that off nonetheless, but Gun 5 putting more and more pressure into this mid push. Lackey, yet again, he'll push up, find himself one. B-side. Defendants, only the one. It's Diamond. Enters the smoke, he's going around it. Playing with the space he's been given, but Adam B will hard clear nonetheless, but not fight to kill this time. 1 and 2. Proving to us he does have this second half or first half. Good performance locked in. Gun 5 will secure the final one here for the half as well. 7-5, same as Ancient, but very different as you mentioned in terms of the actual story and how we get here. Hoping this continues for the second half as well.
Yeah, I don't think either team will be too disappointed with how this has developed thus far. Although I'm sticking to my guns with the guns. All 5 of them. I just feel like they win their rounds more convincingly.
Yeah. As you say that, I just think back to Ancient, like the 3 or 4 rounds in a row they just walked up B. This felt so effortless and easy in that regard. But it's on to the Swedish side to prove us wrong. They've been cooking in the lab for nearly a month. Show those results, baby. Let's get it. Decent utility, that does indicate a B split coming through, and that's exactly the play. Seltzer will be in the back lines as well. In window, Luby finds the first one. This is still letting Hampus go unnoticed because no one clears him. From the back, he's got 1, he's got 2. And Dime. Magic needed from him, but nothing, and thus Seltzer, the flank, is pretty much nothing. Very nice. One mistake, you don't check the ladder room, you go out toward the B side with a little bit of speed, and suddenly this is the result. Hampus might collect his 3rd here as well. Yes, you will. Nothing but headshots delivered.
Good. Yeah. Huge round from Hampus. And much needed. Lose that pistol. And suddenly this map starts to slip away. Instead, could be primed for all square. Tack pause from Medisport, despite winning pistol. So, do question what exactly this is for. But clearly you want to take a quick break, take a breather, quick discussion. But on the reverse, I don't think there's going to be an investment from this T side. I think Gun5 are already looking towards rifles in the 3rd round of this half.
What do we reckon here? How many kills? After the first one, at least, I'm gonna say none. Although, wait, hold on. Isaac? HE? Oh. Perfect. 97. He deals to, Stime there with that HE. Even more bomb plans will actually be achieved. We've got a kill out of it already. Make it 2 now. Full eco. Fantastic.
Honestly, went 100 times better than we expected, so can't snuff your nose at that. Could even AWP the next gun round. It depends on what sort of call they want to go in for. But all the bells and whistles will be available to this T side. They're going to favour 5 rifles, full utility across the board. And I think I'd like to see a similar T side to Ancient, actually. CT was the disaster over there. Looser a little bit, but playing together. Taking fights, but as a team. I think that's where this team thrives. I think if they try and make it complicated, I get a little bit overwhelming, but I think getting some good duels, we know this team is utterly fearsome. So that improves my point. A bomb site, not terribly well defended. Just need a bit of util, guys. We need a bit of util, guys. Oh, no. That is not a Nart-worthy jungle smoke right there.
Yeah, some util needed, but would have preferred if it wasn't missed. Yellow still finds himself one fine, shiny second added on top. Now it's trouble. Mighty Sport still have Flonsky in a through connector, but fine, shine ready. His spider senses tingling. One final mad, Lumi's on site. Flash affects him. And finished off by Yellow. That is a 2 versus 4, by the way. In a blink of an eye, pretty much done. it's just no trouble. You're talking about how comfortable these rounds are for Gunfire when they actually win them. And yet again, even in a poor position, it still works out so damn quickly, so easily for them as well. This one, no different.
Yeah, we would have preferred slightly better util, but we'll let them off. We'll let them off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just to highlight how good they can be individually, so, you know, a little bit of give and take.
Well, they're going to go in front of the smoke? No. He's in it for a second.
We play for Lackey, by the way.
Moving it elsewhere. Medisport are utterly convinced this is A, and they would be correct. There's so many players in the near vicinity. There's players on the balcony that have to do work, and couple found. Plopsky, very low on HP, gets traded. Now we need that util that we didn't have in the previous round. Getting here over towards connector. Smoke on jungle is good. Ollie on the stairs.
Missed, actually.
Doesn't hold Isaac at bay. Oh, the util, man. It's letting them down. It's really letting them down.
Yeah, you can get away with one rub, but not twice. Not twice, but it's what we'll punish for it instead. And we are going to have a good half here, yet again, it seems. But we're gone 5. Guess what? Yeah, not really gonna have a great half. At least, not a great round, let's put it that way. Sorry, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So, let's see. Full eco. Last one. You got 2 kills at the bomb plant. That was decent enough. What about this one?
Whew. Yellow, they're announcing his presence. Still, unarmored pistols, 1 scout and Lackey. Don't necessarily have the highest hopes for Gun 5 in this round. See if they can find another player isolated. A passive stance from Plopsky, but he is having to juggle quite a few positions. Could be his downfall. And get Isaac looking the wrong way. Hampus is here, though, as well. That's going to help. Work together. Lackey is gone. Beautiful shot from Feinstein, but we need a little bit more where that came from. And they can't quite collect on Hampus. 4 for him.
Now, look at that is Hampus bailing them out here, because I am deathly afraid of what I've seen before repeating itself yet again. But instead, bombs up a 4K. Shoots himself up to 17. Kills into the game as well. And for Gun 5, timeout. You gotta figure it out now. Come on. What's the right puzzle piece so far? A couple of rounds. Fast toward the A side. What else do you got here? You've got Lackey into position in mid. Medisport haven't really been challenging it the same way that Gun 5 were. Not yet, at least. Barely any focus toward that B side buff at the pistol round either, so with this timeout, you gotta start thinking about what you actually want to do. What does your team or T side eventually shape up to be like? We talked about different playstyles and how they clash or don't clash with each other. That was kind of shown on Ancient for the first half, and then for the second as well. Medisport has called a great game itself. Also, added on top, they played a good game. Mechanically on point here. Most seem to be wide awake. Apart from the hero of map number 1, the Selter. Everyone having themselves online. So, perhaps it's time to ask him a little bit more. But he is the IGL. Keep that in mind, you know. Not always you'll get that performance. Let's see. An A fake. That's the play. A couple of smokes. No real commitment, though, behind those. This has suddenly turned out to be a puzzle that Medisport have to figure out, and so do we.
Whew. How does Isaac win that? It's left eye. Massive shot.
Feels different.
Trades elsewhere. Keep this in Medisport favour. Sedame there. Trying to make something work, but it is unsuccessful. And now with only 2 remaining, what do you do? There's even a case here to save, but I don't think Gunfire are going to lean in that direction. This is a massive round for Metasport. Potentially en route to winning this series. Just need to deal with these remaining 2 players. And Lumi does just that. Round lead for them now. Doubtful that an investment's going to come in the following for their opponents. This is looking good for the Swedes.
I'm just figuring out what Gun5's actual plan was in that last round. They faked toward that ace with only the smokes. There was no utility behind it. Then Lackey gets domed immediately by a left eye swing from Isaac. But it was just very disjointed. And it seemed like they were just hoping for that to be a reaction or them to catch her off a rotation. But it felt lacking nonetheless. Here. Alright. Back to pistols and Adam B. Yeah, no complaints here. Thumbs up a 3K. He's done his job with the defense. But a bomb nonetheless will be planted for Gun5. That's already a small victory in itself. Dime still has a smoke. He can try to patch up things somewhere. That's going to be toward the stairs. He lands on top. Actually gives a lot of cover to Celta. But Metasport is retake mainly through CT. So this is going to be Snime. As that smoke fades, opened up towards Lumi and might actually be caught by the timing alone here. His teammate is guarding CT. If Lumi finds the shot, now there's trouble. Yet again, it's still the quick trade. Celta reload. Traded. Dealt by Hampus. And a bomb to be defused. Metasport won't let this one slip away. We finally see the cash a little bit of normality in the series. Now losing to these buys. And big thanks to Adam B.
Certainly is. It just feels like they're playing such more composed Counter-Strike than they were earlier. Maybe it took a while for them to settle into this series. But, fewer mistakes. Not getting overwhelmed individually in the same way they were earlier. And they're getting pretty close now. Couple rounds to go. As Lumi picks up a new position in towards ladder. Moving that AWP around. He's looking, he is hunting in towards mid, praying. One of these T-side players gets overzealous. Gives him a favourable duel.
I just want to know, by the way, how easily Gun5 have been able to get this mid control. And how little Metasport actually fight for it. But the thing is, it hasn't even been an issue. Metasport have still been able to get these rounds. There's finally one to show in a double spray. Plopsky, 2.5 minutes down. Isaac will deal with the final one in connector. And yet again, it's no issue for Metasport eventually. They'll let that control go, sure, but as soon as Gun5 want to make the play, it's down to the scraps, the remnants of the T side to win this round. And it's currently Yellow alone, running out ammunition, able to take that second, and now it's game on. Lumi is still an unknown quantity. Isaac somewhere in mid. A bomb that has to be retrieved. As soon as he makes that play, also gives time for Lumi to adjust accordingly back toward that A site. 20 seconds. He has to be careful of mid. Doesn't take the duel against Isaac. And if he tries to plant for site anywhere safely, guess what? You got Lumi in CT. And just apparently plans for both. Fair play. Not happy with that one, however.
Plopsky's a hero. Playing the edge of that smoke. He might have just won his team this series. And Gun5 can't believe it. Yet again, second half woes on their second and third map is causing them big issues. 4 chances for the Sweetie boys to get this done. And Hampus, let's give him credit, he had a good second map. Did even better here on the third. He is, despite leading the squad, playing some fabulous Counter-Strike.
Taking timings onto A. Entry found for Gun5 as well. Conditions are good. Smoke blown up just enough as well. Yellow's down. Hampus with another. The A side still with the bomb planted, deterred. And able to get it down immediately. Will finally do so. Things brought back to even numbers. Retake from CT yet again at this medic sport. Yet again to do the exact same thing we've seen previously. Lumion connector. Fights deep into CT. Lackey wins the first. What a traded. Now it's both Stein and Fine Shine having to fight out of this duel against Splopsky. While at the same time, Lumi from a connector deals with the first. They tried to get themselves out of this one. The pickle they're in, but it's Meti Sport. Afternoon. We didn't think they had it in them, but here they are, 2 maps later, with a sweep under their belt. Successful and making their journey to the quarterfinals. Look pretty damn good on map 2 and 3.
Beautiful. I mean, the series overall had its ups and downs from Metasport, but I do think the second half they played there on Mirage was their best Counter-Strike. They obviously slammed T-side of Ancient, but I think they just showed some more class towards the end that we didn't see earlier in that series. And all in all, it was tough, it was brutal, but they deserved the win here, and they played 3 maps, which we know are very comfortable for their opponents. So a decent day in the office, Ted. They should be happy, shouldn't they? The way
Absolutely. They've lifted the curse. The last 3 series in a row have been incredibly difficult for Medisport, and they've lost 4 out of their last 5 best of 3. So the fact that they finally put an end to the negative streak, and they make the quarterfinals of a CCT tournament as well for the first time since season 2, number 15, right, when they were able to deal with Monty in the first round of playoffs. After the fact has been a little bit more uncomfortable for them in a lot of those events. So yeah, I completely agree with you. I feel like we were just maybe the audience of a really slow start from them on map number 1, and maybe the result of all of that negative momentum that was building up, right, deteriorating the self-confidence of the players after all the lost matchups in a row. But then it felt like the moment that things started to work out in the second half of Ancient, it kind of acted like a catalyst, didn't it? And Mirage looked, all in all, a lot more comfortable. Hampus was calling and playing good Counter-Strike. Lumi looked solid. Everyone else in the rifle department, I guess we couldn't point to one player and say, hey, you didn't do anything across the course of the series. I feel like Medisport can be happy with it. And unfortunately for Gun 5, they are going out of the event to a team that they probably should have beat, considering that they had them where they wanted them. But yeah, Medisport showing a lot of resilience, and they will be going forward to face off against Nemiga in the quarterfinals, actually, which is going to be a really interesting game. Definitely an even higher level opposition for Medisport, an even taller, I guess, challenge. But Nexus, if we're talking Gun 5, what are the main, I guess, what are the main things that you're going to be talking about after this event and after this game in particular? If you had to go into the team speak of Gun 5 and say, hey guys, this is why we lost the game, this is what we should be doing next, what do you think the energy is going to be like right there?
The energy is harder to gauge, but I would definitely go back and look at Ancient with 0 rounds on the CT side being a massive issue. Both teams we were kind of saying they're maybe a little bit inconsistent, or there was no rhyme or reason as to who was picking things out there, and with their wins and losses. So that definitely is one, but kind of like we said it as well, or like I said, they had them where they wanted them, but it's that second half of Ancient where Metisport, they sped things up. Hampus activated to an insane degree with his call spell, and then at the same time activated Adam B, who played an insane map 2. Continues for map 3 as well to play pretty damn well, but Hampus, the stealer of the show at the end of this one, and it's just wonderfully played and absolutely just a masterclass of the second half pretty much for Metisport as well there, because they had so many retakes, by the way, they had to complete there, and all of them looked so comfortable.
Alan, I have a really interesting question, by the way, that has to do something with Hampus. Is that another team in which Hampus plays, IGLs? He's got good stats, and the team is just not getting good results, but no one's putting blame on Hampus, and everyone's saying, hey, you know what, Hampus is the best player in the world, even when the team doesn't play well?
I think this is a very different scenario. Okay. I mean, if you're playing top 10 teams and your in-game leaders by far and away your best player, and you're still losing games, then you ask some questions. But I think here, there's no reason Hampus might be the most skilled player on this team, which might sound ludicrous, but if he wasn't calling, you might see this in a lot more games. So I'm not super surprised. He also he puts himself in a lot of fairly critical positions. Positions he's going to get a lot of fights. So if he's playing good, he's going to have that opportunity to have good stats. So I wouldn't be massively concerned. I might even lean the other way and say, for this team to be successful at the moment, I think Hampus probably should be one of the best players on this team, because I don't think they have many, if any, standout star players. So someone that does have decent skills like Hampus, why not have some good games?
Yeah, especially with the new glasses now, looking sick outside of the server, looking sick inside of the server. Some good Counter-Strike being brought in by Hampus and the boys as they're going to be moving forward into the quarter-finals of the Champions of Champions 19. With that being said though, ladies and gents, we have 3 more best of 3s coming right after this one. And our next one is going to be a really exciting one. We get to see a rematch from a couple tournaments ago in the same stage of the playoffs. Dynamo Eclo taking off against Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic last time around were on the receiving end, and they have been on the receiving end of a lot of games lately, but they have been playing some good Counter-Strike every now and then as well, so a pretty difficult one to predict. And all in all, a lot to be said about this matchup, which we're gonna dive right into right after this break. They should be decent, but they look mid. That is the motto for our second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We have Dynamo Eclod taking on Fnatic in the second series of the second day of the playoffs here at the CCT-19. Game number 1 didn't disappoint. It did deliver on high cylinders here, Alan. Now we're moving into another one, which is a rematch of a couple CCTs ago between Dynamo Eclod and Fnatic from this same stage. Eclod were able to win last time around. How are we feeling about this one, though?
I feel like I know what I'm going to get from Eclod. I have no idea what I'm going to get from Fnatic.
Sure.
They, in previous iterations, have come in with a new look lineup with some very skilled players around some very experienced names. And you look at it and you say, well, surely the floor of this team is going to be quite high because there's just so many factors in their favor, but they look disastrous. I think they went out first round of the previous iteration or one before that. Bit of a disaster, whereas for Eclod, I feel like I know what I'm going to get. So, I don't know, man. I hope Fnatic plays better CS because we don't want to see them in such poor form, but I need to see it with my own eyes before I believe that this team is turning things around.
I mean, on paper, Nexus, we're looking into this one. Both teams have won 4 out of their last 5 games, right? So this should be one of the best shaped Fnatics that we've seen since the start of the year against some of the probably best playing Eclods we've seen since the start of the year, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a bit of a surprise, almost, that this Eclod plays better than some of the previous versions of it as well.
Sure.
Considering, I think they had really skilled previous lineup as well with Blitz in as well. I think he's really good, but this team is still playing it really damn good. I think Forzy's a massive part of it. Mikey as well. Obviously, that is a massive part of why they're playing so well. But I just don't exactly know what I'm gonna get from Fnatic, and that's my issue, right? Eclod, they play well. That's been a surprise for me in this last month or two, yeah. But it's been a very pleasant one at that. But I'm still just figuring out what the hell's going on with the other side. Like, this is the Eclod team. They'll play well. They'll shoot heads. Mikey's gonna frag and a carry, but what the hell's going on with Fnatic is my question.
Yeah, I guess for a lot of people this is going to be the main topic, but I just wanted to give a couple seconds to the side of Eclod because you mentioned it has been a pleasant surprise for a lot of people how good those guys have been playing, and I feel like this is probably the iteration of Eclod that I've been the most excited for in a very long time. Mikey is considered one of the best talents coming out of the Czechoslovakian team, Czechoslovakian scene, sorry. Had a bit of a trial with OG, things didn't work out. Now he's back to playing with his countrymen, and he's been, without a doubt, the #1 man on this team, but he hasn't been doing it alone, right? Forzy on the AVP has been an incredibly skilled and I feel like at this point, established high-quality Oper, especially on this level. The E-Life is bringing in a new look to the game as an in-game leader, so a lot of reasons to be excited for this Dynamo Eclod team. And as Nexus said though, Alan, on the other side, we should have a 20 times better team, even though we could hype up Eclod so much. So, can you try and answer the question of Nexus and say, what the hell is wrong with Fnatic? And why isn't this Fnatic playing to the level that we're expecting? And could this Fnatic actually be on the rise right now? And can we imagine living in a world where in 2-3 weeks or maybe 1 or 2 months, this team is playing much better Counter-Strike?
It's one of those lineups where it would help us a lot if we understood the thought process behind selecting these exact players.
Sure.
And we understood exactly how the team on paper was meant to look and what the roles were supposed to be and how different things would function. Because from what we've seen on the server, it doesn't always make sense. Or, you know, Blame F is someone that's going to demand a lot of positions. Does that mean that some of these younger guys that on their previous teams have got, you know, their own say about where they're playing? Presumably that's not the case anymore. Presumably they're being told, we need this role fulfilled. This is what you're going to do. And maybe that isn't clicking just right. So I think for me, that's the problem with this team right now is I don't see long term what the exact vision is right now. There's a lot of good pieces here. Any team with Blame F and Crims at this sort of level should be pretty dominant, but obviously the results say otherwise, at least if we're looking beyond the last week or so. So for me, that's the big question is, what are the roles? What's the end game here? Who should the star players be? Is there a unified, play style? Because that hasn't been a given so far.
Yeah, it hasn't been a given. There hasn't been a unified playstyle, but as you pointed out, some of the pieces are really good, and any team on this level with Blamef on the team should be doing really well. And I mean, Blamef himself in the last couple of weeks has been playing exceptional Counter-Strike, once again taking a lot of space to do the plays when he wants to on the T side, not necessarily, of course, being an entry, more of a backdoor aggressive player, if you will. And then on the CT side, obviously, he is the main man whenever he wants. But they have a cool dynamic going on with Mattis there on a lot of the occasions. On the other side of the server, we have a pretty big contrast between, I guess, stylistically, the type of a player that Blamef is. We have Mikey, who's that #1 aggressive guy. He's the one that wants to be running in first. He's the one that wants to be throwing himself in the faces of his opponents. And as we said, Mikey in OG might have not looked like the Mikey that helped Unity qualify for the RMR for the Shanghai Major and surprised a lot of people. But Mikey so far this year on eCloud has looked like a really exciting player. And I feel like the big discrepancy between the two of them comes in from maybe the stylistic differences, but in terms of the impact they have for both their teams, they are pretty similar. We are gonna jump right into the veto here, Nexus. Last time around, things went pretty linear. We had a Mirage for eCloud, we had a Nuke for Fnatic, and we had an Inferno as the third and final map. Are we expecting more of the same?
I think mostly, yeah. Nuke and Inferno feel like very safe picks, considering even before that as well, last year these guys played each other. Both those maps were in there. Though Mirage, yeah, there we go. We started with something Mirage here that makes sense. eCloud, they did best in previously 13-7, you know, fairly comfortable. A Nuke as well. Again, that's where Fnatic beat them last time. And then we have the potential of an Inferno, which kind of does fall in that middle ground, for sure, for both teams. eCloud, they're very willing to go to it. It is one of their better maps statistically wise, but without all too many reps, so that might be a little bit misleading. But at the same time, Fnatic is still kind of a new team, but Inferno is one where historically Fear has been really, really good on with Passion. He molded them to be one of the very best Inferno teams I think we'd seen in Tier 2. And he's kind of been doing that same thing with Fnatic, kind of forcing them to go for it through the firing the flames, almost through the very toughest of opponents, for the very get-go. The first few games they played were against Bait, OG, Ecstatic, and the Partisan as well. And those were very 50-50, but they have been playing that Inferno as well. So for Fnatic, makes sense they're still letting that slip in as well. And I think it's a very good veto. I really do think so. It's a complete, also, repeat of the last time these guys didn't play each other. So it's a fun veto, and I'm gonna have fun seeing how much things do change from that last time. Who learned their lesson better?
Okay, 2 CCTs ago, Alan, Fnatic won only 1 out of the 6 pistol rounds that they played against eCloud on those 3 maps. They lost Mirage badly, they lost Inferno badly. Now they've won their last 5 Mirages in a row. It's been a map that they've been picking into. Nuke has been alright, especially for a punishment pick against a team like eCloud. Do we finally believe we're gonna get a clean win out of Fnatic? Does everything not point in the direction of a Fnatic win here?
I'm still not sure what to make of this team. Certainly, okay, when we come on the backside of this series after we've seen it, there aren't any excuses for Fnatic with this veto. You can't look at this veto and say, wow, they're playing a map they hate, they ended up, you know, whatever. I mean, I would have favored probably an Anubis pick from eCloud in this series.
Sure.
It's just a shame they haven't had the best recent results on it, but Fnatic, they've only even played it in over a month. So I think that might have unsettled Fnatic a little bit more, but to answer your question, I just don't know what to make of this Fnatic when there's such a disconnect between even like individually what I expect and what I've seen so far. It's just like I'm hesitant to bet off what I've off the footage I've seen so far, because I just feel like the team should be so different. I just feel like with some more practice, it shouldn't look like it has. So that's why it's really hard to predict where this Fnatic team is going, because frankly, what we're seeing on the server doesn't make a lot of sense. And I hope for their sake that they can change that.
So if we're going for predictions here, are you siding with Fnatic in the hope, or you're going with the realistic and yet a little bit cynical approach of eCloud?
I think it'll be a 3-map series.
Okay.
But I don't know, man. Probably just about edging it to Fnatic, but that is solely because they have better players. If there was less of a disparity between these teams, I would be taking eCloud to win this series, because I think they play better Counter-Strike.
Nexus, you siding with that, or?
I want to say my heart does kind of go to Fnatic just because of the name power or name recognition and the hopes that they will be better. But realistically, I'm still going with Eklot.
Okay, okay, this is a fun one. I'm actually gonna meet you two in the middle, and I'll go for a pretty wild one this time around. I'm actually a big Dynamo Eclot lover, but I will say 2-0 Fnatic. I feel like this is the one where Fnatic just should be able to close it out in a 2-0, a clear punishment pick for the second one, and then the first map that they've been picking into quite a lot recently. So this is gonna be a really fun series, and without further ado, gentlemen, please take it away for map number 1.
Let's have it. Fnatic, Eklot. Mirage is Eklot's pick. And a lot of us feel similar ways about Fnatic at the moment. There's so much potential in this team. So much individual brilliance, at least that we've seen in the past. But can we unlock it? That is the $1,000,000 question. Can we show how good these individuals can be?
Hope, yes. Result to be determined. We've got some more as well we can talk about that in a second or two, but first the pistol out of the headshots. It's 3 for the CT side before Mikey ever gets one in return. Dynamo Eklot. Even a bomb plant is a far-fetched dream at the moment of the alive. Won't be for long. Come on, give it a second. There you go. Grims to tap it away. 3 for the pistol round. Fnatic. First round is theirs. Now, no bomb plant probably means an eco comes out as well. Apparently, we do have a disconnect immediately as well, but I think we should still mention one thing here, which is for Fnatic, right? We don't know what we're getting. There's a lot of uncertainty, but there is reason to it, and it is the fact that they've swapped 3 of the arguably most important people in that team, being the IGL op and a coach as well. That is a whole brand new dynamic that an entire team has to figure out. So growing pains, abso-freaking-lutely, and it makes sense. It just does make sense that you're not gonna get the perfect start. It's not like you're making a rifler for a rifler swap, and that's a one-for-one kind of thing. This is a whole new team dynamic, pretty much. But it's still what leaves you wondering and hoping for more, nonetheless, just because of the name power and the name value on these players. It should just be restarting his game, so nothing too bad, hopefully. I'm kinda there. Yeah, I'm kinda there with you. Yeah, I've got a bit of a doomer take as well, if you want to hear it, or maybe a realistic take as well. I don't know if you're interested for Fnatic's side. You wondered as well, right? For Fnatic, what was the idea and the reasons behind the players? I think there is an argument to be made that, obviously, I have no actual information. I'm just guessing here and arguing for it because it makes kind of sense. Burmilov instead of someone like Jambo due to budget, perhaps, because if you do have, let's say, 2 players from a team, Fear could have had his system up and running a whole lot better. But I think there are these things as well you gotta take into consideration. Burmilov can still prove himself, yeah, but he hasn't had the greatest of starts, which is a bit of an issue. Don't take me wrong. He's insanely good in a clutch, yes, but he's kind of inconsistent still, so it takes him time as well to prove himself and settle into the team. But it's definitely not the greatest of starts. And that's kind of team-wise as well, just to put that out there as well. So there's a lot that actually goes on in the Fnatic camp, I think. But one might be budget. And so, ladies and gents, welcome back. Map number 1 continues. Fnatic and Dynamite, they've fixed their issues, hopefully. Oh no, we may have jinxed it. Let's hope not, though. Alan, I think you're back now. Microphone.
I was always here,
record,
the viewers
good.
just didn't know.
Yeah. You've been here the
Hardly
entire time. You're just a ghost, talking to nobody. But for
Maybe
round
it's
2,
better that
you're
way.
back. You're back. We're all good.
Hopefully the CS is underway soon. Here we go.
Let's get it.
And as tech pauses go, that wasn't too bad, guys. That's not a bad omen for what's to come. Either way, we'll focus on the Counter-Strike. And this one is an eco round, so hardly come back in the most exciting circumstances. Of course, we've spoken a lot about Fnatic here. Is this still a series where for Eklot, Mikey and Forzy need to be some of the best players on the server to win this?
Probably. But you want to hear a really dastardly statistic here.
Give me it.
You know BlameF has a, call it reputation, a nickname perhaps, known to do a game time or two every now and then and something like that. Forzy actually blows his deaths per round out of the water. BlameF's got like 0.61 death per round. Forzy's at 0.56. Which is kind of funny, just in this one alone. So, you know, we might get to see some saving here every now and then, depending how things go. But there's no saving this one, we at least know. And maybe, to kind of as well go against the whole bait F thing, I think in the last 2-3 weeks I've seen Fnatic, I haven't really seen him be that passive. He's been very aggressive. He has been just kind of a different sort of player altogether. And this coming from someone who, for a long time, not really a fan of the guy. Just not the way he played. So, I really think there's a lot of change in BlameF's playstyle, but he's still playing pretty goddamn well, actually. So, just to put that out there, might get to see some of that playstyle. You talked about it as well. CT side, he is him. And we'll see it in the first gun round.
It's also kind of worth saying that the times in the past where people have been critical of how BlameF has been playing, a lot of the time he's on top 10 teams, and we're criticizing whether that's the most effective way to beat other top 10 teams. Yeah. I don't think anybody looks at the state Fnatic's in right now and says, you know, giving BlameF all the space he wants, allow him to play the Counter-Strike he wants is a bad thing, because we know it's going to work at this level. Yep. It's just almost a certainty.
Against top teams, it's not sustainable is the issue.
Yeah, I mean, maybe against some of the best teams in the world with full prep and, you know, understanding his tendencies, it can cause problems, but if he puts up big numbers against tier 2 teams, given the current place Fnatic's in, especially given the rankings as well, they need results now. And BlameF can give them that. And I think I'd lean in that direction if I was Fnatic, so give this man the keys to the castle. I want to see beast mode BlameF.
Let's get it. There's the openings. Imprimatis, a tag team, a dangerous one. A team you don't want to be up against on the other side of the server, ever. Because as much as we talk about BlameF, Matisse is a different sort of beast as well. Right, when he was picked to Fnatic, I think for that year, he was the highest rated player of like 2023 or 22 when he was playing in, oh god, Sampi. So he had some insane numbers, just, you know, Fnatic have had their issues and such, but, you know, hopeful that this rebuild actually works out, but we'll get to see how it actually looks in the next month or two. I think that's when the real identity of this team will be found out. And obviously as well, they only have a couple of months, and, you know, you have the major qualifiers and such coming up. I think in like a month or two I might trip in, or at least the invite's locked in. Am I crazy? It might be.
I forget the exact dates. I want to say it's probably early April.
That's what I'm thinking as well. So, you know, you definitely do need these results. A lot of teams in that very same position.
Of course, the ranking invite cutoff will be a little bit before as well, so...
Yeah.
I would
currently
imagine we're
Fnatic.
talking in the order of weeks if you need ranking points. So it really is, you know, if you're a Fnatic, you might need to win this tournament or that sort of level to be in a better position
37th
ranking-wise.
in the world. So, you know, they're close to that sort of cutoff point. It just depends as well where they're in the EU as well, because that's the region they're in. There's a lot, but we'll see, you know. We talk about it now, we'll talk about it in hindsight eventually, but for this one, he notified himself, blame F toward the A side. Matties, HE goes out, it should be good enough. If not, at least forcing out their life, but it still barely hangs on to life. One plant goes right at the very edge. Grims can't stop it. CT is being held. You've got a already successful round for Dynamo Eklot. And 4Z makes it even more so. Removes the head. Love being flanked. There's a timer on this at the moment. And Grims from Connector is going to be left all alone. Not an easy puzzle to piece together, and one that he apparently does not want any part in either. And I, for one, don't blame him. Dynamo Eklot, they strike with the pistols, Alan, and we're going right back to our previous game, apparently.
It should have been a freebie.
Channeling the crazy.
Should have been a freebie here for Fnatic. Not to be the case. Tito there doesn't even stay alive. Makes his teammates do. Some guns scooped off the floor, and given it was a reasonably heavy eco for them, they've kept a lot of money in the reserve as well. Not good news if you're a Fnatic fan. Pause for them and a discussion, I guess, of where exactly this money is going. Crims is a lot. Someone's going to have to sacrifice a rifle, surely. What's Fear got? MP9. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad, but there is not a lot of room for maneuvering if they lose this round. They don't have any loss bonus. 1900 if they lose this. So a nice opportunity if you're on the Czech-Slovak side to break the money.
At least in good news, in case this round still goes poorly for Fnatic, they will have a eco and then guns again, but you know, you're still giving away a couple of rounds. It's not just the absolute worst case situation, but it is going to be costly nonetheless. Give Eklov this sort of advantage at the early start here, potentially. Reminiscing how that last Mirage went as well about 2 weeks ago. 13-7. Eklot played a pretty damn good game. And apparently a 9-3 T-half as well in that game. So already Fnatic are at least making it look like it's going to be different. You know, worst case situations can always happen as well. There's one out. Fast pace from Eklot, but they actually do decide to throw the utility into mid and connector. Even blowing up the smoke in case anyone's hiding at the edge of it. Matties won't be. But Eklot, group it up in mid. For the connector window perhaps as well. They'll be fighting themselves one. That's the trade from Mikey. We talked about him as well. Remember to keep your eyes on the man. Up in connector, there's one, and Love from his shot delivers the second. Bomb gets dropped for a moment. Nuke and Palace, Dieter in connector. Still a play to be made at Love. You have to get past. Early games, he's real damn good. Late games kind of what the drop-off has happened, if it does. But for now, Fnatic, they scoot away. Crims yet to die. I'll put that out there as well. And Fnatic, 4-1. They won't let their economy be destroyed. Instead, it's a good hold here from Love and Matthews. And a well-packed round.
Cohesive on the same page, what we like to see. Helps as well that Crims is completely indestructible at the moment, of course. And this one's just going to be a half buy from the Czech squad. Good nade. Ike's gone. That's the mid-prong of their split eliminated. Now they're all just funneled through ramp, so Fnatic have an opportunity to really crunch on these players before they get out towards the side. Bermalov is playing a risky game. Is felled, but not too much love lost. Still 3 alive for Fnatic. And they're certainly feeling a little bit more confident now. You can see that.
You know, I hold to this sort of rule as well. You play a team, you play a best of 3, you lose that. Next week or two, you replay them. You always come out victorious. And it's just kind of like the way the game is and mentality as well. You lose, you're gonna take more out of it than the winning side in most regards as well. Currently, Fnatic are gonna try to test that theory. Mirage definitely starts off very goddamn well for them. And we kind of mentioned it during the pregame as well, but they have been just through the ringer, being forced to play official after official here. So, very much forced to grind at the game. Quickly at that, rapid improvement needs to be done. Mikey, though, you'll finally fell Crims for the first time. Doubles up in mid, and Fnatic for now. 2-man advantage, mid control is theirs, but Fnatic, they're not going to completely relinquish it, still having plenty of attention toward connector and jungle. This is where all three remain, but looking at Eklot and the bomb, I dare say this round might be done.
You can't blame Fnatic for stacking, can you? What's the alternative here? 3v5. Spread out and just get picked apart?
No, thank you.
I think they're just going to consign themselves to saving these remaining guns. One will be planted soon enough. Here might be able to catch Mikey. So at least they're doing a lot of damage here. It's something to be snuffed at. If they can keep this money low, then come the following buy round, they could put Eklot into a very kind of precarious position. 2 though on the board.
Not bad. Well, Fnatic, their economy doesn't get reset in the first opportunity. At least now they will feel a little bit of that. But guess what? 2 players save here. Fear can drop a weapon. Burmilov, I don't think so. But seeing as Blameoff and Crims both got enough money, you could at least still get Matty something. Maybe in the worst case scenario for Moss. Hopefully an MP9 instead. We'll see. We'll see what they want to get up to. Fnatic, nonetheless, they are going to be putting a little bit of stress in this next round. But for Eklot, this one, it was just quite literally the first 2 kills from Mikey and the round is done. Fnatic gambled toward the A side. Eklot chose B. Simple as that. Do the math. Actually, wait. Affording an M4 as well for Matties. Oh, okay. Don't know how they got that one, but sure.
Creative accounting. Creative accounting.
I suppose. Again, a lean toward the B side for Fnatic for the start, but it still is going to be a play for mid information nonetheless, just to make Fnatic think here, not let them have mid control for free. Couple more layers to the game itself. Same again. Mikey and Searcher on entry.
Used a lot of util so far. They also faked B. They threw a market window smoke onto the site proper.
Love, by the way, for a second. But oh my god, it's actually drawn him back towards A. It's just Grims on B.
Must win duel. Fear has to win this, and he does not. Crims has got to go absolutely nuclear. 2 found, finally traded, but he has done his job. Blameoff on location just in time. There is a lurker in connector on A. As Detour takes space, calls his teammate back. Let's see if this bomb can get here.
Oh, there's a massive gap.
Unperturbed, and I think it will. There are more twists and turns yet in this round to be taken.
A fake B commit B back to A. 400 IQ. Some people could not understand. Detour. Yeah, you don't want to give that up here. Instead, 4Z now with a 1 vs 3, and he's got way too many angles to worry about suddenly. Even wondering if there is one ramp or palace. Has to choose a quick duel here in which way he decides to take this. What affects the outcome very much for the moment. There's one out of the trade. Right to be afraid of a push from ramp or palace, but doesn't find the timing for it. Instead, it is Fnatic. Again, when that stress and pressure is on their economy, and even when it looks so damn difficult here, they're coming out on top nonetheless. Crims did his job, Blameoff with the rotation. And did it by Eklot. Maybe overcooked this one a little bit here, especially with this extension for Detour. Mistakes made.
Still, we've got to give Crims a lot of credit. Because I'm not sure Fnatic were terribly well positioned. All in all. Where does that put the money? On the brink is the answer, isn't it, for this T side? They are going to invest. Quick pause, and as they discuss and balance out this economy, start thinking about where they want this round to be headed. No smoke ready to go there on NBQ. It's been a slightly bizarre half from Fnatic. Yes, they've had some good rounds, but part of me also is acutely aware that Crims is just a monster right now, and he has been pivotal in a lot of these key moments. And what happens if he comes back down to earth?
I imagine that will happen naturally. You're not going to go an entire B half just testing, or entire T half just testing one side of the map, but apparently Eklund, for now, they still do. Plenty of pressure on it. They're making it look like a B split while still walking out of Palace toward the A side. Nuke with the opening. One more on the balcony. Dealt with. Traded. Mattis is done after one. That's the bomb revealed to be on A. Look, it's still underpass, but the rotations come through. BlameF, however, can still win this round with this kill alone. Forcing Eklund to be the ones to make these moves and trades. Now it's Mikey alone. His counterpart on the other side of BlameF, the frag machine. That's Mikey. Now, with only one more to go, it is just BlameF to find. Pressure for both these players to perform into the respective teams. Mikey playing this very cautiously with all the time he has in the world. I don't blame him for it either. But this is a very difficult position to actually try to guess BlameF in. And apparently, both kind of just both got around the world to check what the other one might have been. Just in case, but now on the side, BlameF has cleared a ramp. 25 seconds. Mikey, he's still got it to CT. He's clearing out these angles one by one. Molotov? Ramp or Palace? That's my question. Seems like the only couple of answers he still has remaining, or options. Maybe that long connector flank, you never know. Palace it goes. Should grant the bomb planted here as well. BlameF. Sneaky beaky, bomb now planted, and he's already at Sandwich, waiting for the swing, waiting for contact, any skin to be shown. And Mikey will walk into it. It is a long, drawn-out 1 versus 3, which in the end, Mikey will get close, but not able to actually get it done. Leads Fnatic instead to a 7th. Despite this being a very nice run for Eklund, I like the way they played this one. A bit of a fake, kind of display it against with that, or again with the B plays they've gone for. BlameF makes the difference this time.
Slightly bizarre A setup. I guess the player on the balcony is looking towards jungle. But, yeah, to be called out by the walkthrough of the smoke, Vermaloff will not be happy. Still, though, BlameF the saviour. Gets his team up to 7, so a little bit rocky, but you can't fault the overall trajectory that this game is heading in. It's looking pretty good for the European mix under the big banner. BlameF's warming up as well, quickly catching up with Crims. Vermaloff, despite getting blindsided in the previous round, is having a pretty stellar CT side as well, so the individuals have come to play. And Eklund have got to find a route through this. They need more out of the half. They need more breathing room. They've decided this round to load mid with numbers. Bomb is towards B. They clearly want to split this B bomb site. At some point in the very near future. One more smoke. That will go on to top connector, surely. Ollie potentially on towards window. Yes, it will. So split will come very, very soon. Fear has a big job to do here on Catwalk.
Oh.
Shows himself. Awkward engagements. Just about gets out, but loses a lot of HP in the process. Now the split surely comes in, and Vermaloff needs to be a monster. Got to find kills before Fear is overwhelmed. First found, make it 2. Traded in the end. Did his job. But potentially the lurk here will seal the deal. Detour finds BlameF. Just got to get this bomb down. Matties gets out of window. This bomb is not necessarily a given. Just about goes down. Forzy traded.
Oh, Util.
All on Detour, but he's so low. One bullet will do the job. And Crims has a lot of time to play with.
Ooh.
He's just going to stick it.
He does. Makes it again. Wait for the jump as well.
That was a really hard... I don't think Diesel could have won that. He's such low HP. Maybe he should have just pre-fired the bomb spot because he couldn't take a fair fight.
Yeah, that's as well years of experience, by the way, showing on Grims. Just recognizing Dieter wants to make sure he's not on that bomb plant. Doesn't want to commit to the fight immediately and just aims for the jump. Nicely done, and yet again, it's Grims, by the way. Is still fragging out, even if he's not the first contact, but he's still fighting these rounds when the B side does come to question, and he wasn't even playing there. It was the Bermulov AWP that was the B defender alongside of Fear. So somehow, Grim still finds his impact toward the side when he's not there. And Fnatic a very strong first half already, and they could end even better here as well. With Bermulov finding the opening. 12 and 6, looking for 13. A shoulder shown, but not finding this one. An advantage gained, that's all you have to do. All you have to play with on Fnatic, because Dynamite finally have changed things up a little bit here. They're not off to B, not yet, but I'm looking at that bomb and I'm wondering, do they still want to go B? And Alan, I think they're headed B. They want to test Grims even further. He's having a monster game.
They must have a plan to wrap into window or something. They've got 2 players connector.
Oh.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. Yeah. There's a lot of things that have to go right in this round to make it work.
I mean,
so spread out on the T side. Yes, they're probably going to get a bomb plant, and I don't blame Fnatic for loading A with numbers. Because why would it make any sense for 2 players to be lurking up connector unless their teammates are towards ramp and palace? It's unorthodox. Bomb goes down. See, even they can't believe it. They think a player's empty.
I mean, 2 Fanatics, or someone's regarded... Some people call B apps B Palace. I guess, you know, makes sense. You're thinking someone's Palace if you're going up con, but that's not the right one. And Nuke alone. Good luck. That is neatly done yet again for Fnatic. And Bermulov, I gotta say, he's having a great start yet again here. And that's always where he does shine in my eyes. It's the start of the game and it clutches where he is the best. But he has had these drop-offs toward late-game situations that I do kind of criticize and have issues with. The longer the game draws out, the less he seems to be active. So, I kind of just want to see if they can continue this, because that is, for me, a big question mark on Fnatic at the moment. And... you know, not just Fnatic, but a lot of teams. The opening has just kind of fallen off in CS2 for a lot of people and a lot of teams. Which is kind of concerning to a degree, but... well, now in this game, that does not seem to be the issue.
Here we go. A hit on the way. Matties needs some help from his teammates. Where's a flashbang? Peeks before it. 2 collected. That is really good work on that young man. Blame F only the 1, but does a lot of damage and, crucially, slows down the offense. They're too scared now to plant the bomb because these smokes are fading. This is a very tough 2v3 to win for this T side, and let's be real. It borders on the must-win, doesn't it? Because they need rounds, man. They need rounds so bad. They need to find a way to make this work.
Nuke needs to get contact here, I think, quickly. Because if not, he's not really going to be able to do much on the actual... on the actual retake. Because they've already gotten past him toward the B side. Grim still did stick around, but... before Z, we're talking about him perhaps saving every now and then. Needs to save a round instead. One up close, runs out of ammunition, Fear slips in. And... domination for Fnatic, I think, is the only way we could describe this first half. Barely any mistakes, and it's not like Echelon didn't even try, because they had some good rounds. But Fnatic, individually, you had a couple of very good rounds. Grims, Blame F, the absolute standouts on this one. This is one of the big rounds they have here as well. The other one is Blame F to deny Mikey's 1 versus 3. Couple of very key rounds.
It only felt like they warmed up during the half. I really do believe that Crims, especially in those first 5-6 rounds, and Blame F had a big clutch as well, I really believe it was them that made the difference, but towards the end, Bermalov was warming up. As a team, they looked like they had a lot of command over the map. It was very hard for Eklot to push them out of position. Yes, there were a couple rounds where the B site was left exposed, but that was because what Eklot was doing was way off the rulebook. Right. Second half, Fnatic T side. It's not their map picks. If they can win this, in a tremendous position to close out this series. They love map 2 as well. Matties opens the scorecard. And B-bomb site is the portical. 2 more to find. Third just about on location for this CT side. Perfect lineup. As the Alive collects 2. Still a player behind bench to be thwarted. Matties, what is going on? On a dime he pivots. Ridiculous third kill as Matties all but seals Mirage for Fnatic. Can he find the 4th? That'd be a stellar way to round out this pistol round. Somebody please get the bomb to the bomb site. Let's stop messing around. Don't give this man individual duels. They need to play together. Fnatic, just take contact. Oh, no, they're peeking one at a time. It's very awkward. But Forzy is ever so low. One bullet will do it. And of course, it's Crims. That got a little bit too hairy for my liking.
Yeah, getting a little bit too overzealous here for Fnatic. Overconfident almost taking these duels. But honestly, Matties just doing trick shots in the game here is something I didn't know I needed, but I'm happy to see that as well. Fnatic, 11 secured, and we probably say that is the map at that point as well. It is rare to see comebacks like this, but hey. Maybe this is the 1 in a million. Or what if the numbers actually might be. I don't know. I don't really care all too much because Fnatic are playing a very goddamn good game. And that is, to me, refreshing. Oh no.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Let's not do this again.
Yeah, that is, wow. That has not gone well. That has not gone well.
Big blame, big dead. And we've done
That's
it again.
a disaster. Well, they're not easy to win games from this deficit, but that is a way to start it. But I think they never got near that bomb site. They're trying to go through the smoke and, well, they met their makers.
I mean, whatever to the goddamn 5-7. Up close, running through a smoke. Honestly, that is disaster, but I respect the hustle and the attempt, and nonetheless, the commitment for Fnatic to just go through it either way. But they just ran into the pistols. I still see nightmares of the pistol rounds I've lost. Hopefully Fnatic won't suffer that same exact thing.
We hope not.
Yeah. Let's hope that's not the start of a comeback that somehow ends in 13-11 here for Dynamo Eklund, because otherwise that would be quite the generational fumble. But for now, all still should be decent. Some
Bit of a pause. We're not quite sure what's up. All the players are here. Let's rumble. Come on. Let's have some Counter-Strike.
Let him free. Dynamo Eklund, they've shaken the cage. They want to get out. They want to start doing some damage. They want to get to their own business here as well. But they've just been forced to do it without any mistakes.
This is hard mode.
Yeah.
This is nightmare mode.
I imagine this is the sort of Fnatic you kind of hoped for as well to see. And I as well for a long time now with this lineup already. Because this is a very refreshing, clean game from them, I think.
Be interesting to see over the series that I do think a lot of that first half, the individuals were a big factor.
Yeah.
Can't shy away from that. So what happens when they're pushed a little bit harder? What happens when they're pushed into positions they don't want to be in? Maybe we'll learn that over the second half. Learning that in this round because
Flash. Oh my god.
It does not look good. Fear though finds one, make it 2. Can he stay alive? Just about. There's a molly on the alive.
It's payback.
Oh dear. Oh, stop peeking, guys.
No bomb. That's been dropped. Has to duel his way out of this one, Blaymeth. The big man. We called him for a reason here. But they are edging closer. One still up close. Up on top. Trying to force them to the 1 versus 1. He'll be getting a challenge every now and then to keep them random in terms of timings. But Blaymeth, not an easy one to get away from. And eventually tries his hand at it. It will be taken down. But that still gets a little bit too hairy. Fear with a couple of nasty deagle shots. Even did away a little bit of a shock as well there.
Still feels like we're just delaying the inevitable.
Yep.
But there's something to be said for that. Eklot need to just play some calm, coordinated Counter-Strike before we get on to Nuke. They can't go into that being absolutely slammed.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of best of
these
three
teams,
and situations like this, it always is good to just get some confidence rounds when you are just at a deficit like this, or any situation even remotely like this. Just get a couple of rounds on the board. Head to the next map feeling confidently, saying, okay, boys, something worked. It was just the first half. We did not play our game. We know we didn't play our game. And just count that off as a anomaly.
just in time.
There you go.
Very much just. 10th of a second in that. Righty. Well, the gun's out now for Fnatic. The bomb plant will ensure a pretty healthy buy. They obviously don't need to get a lot out of this half to get this over the line.
There's something to
a
be
bit
said
of work
about...
to do.
Yeah, there's something to be said about Eklund still struggling and Mikey having 15 kills. Just kind of living up to his reputation in this team at the moment as well. Playing a good brand of Counter-Strike on his own at the moment, but needing his teammates to be a bit more wide awake. You kind of asked as well at the start of it, is this a game where we need Mikey and Forzy? I said yes. Currently we are only seeing one. But that's more Fnatic's willpower and individuals that have made that to be the case. But let's see how much do we get these individuals online before it is the inevitable that they do face. But now, slowing things down. Fnatic, they don't want to give away any early openings, anything too easy for Eklot to get away with. A good utility usage so far for Eklot, being very reserved in it, not just throwing it out all willy-nilly. Even having Forzy take contact, then you can drop that usual afterwards, depending how things go. Smoke's deployed. Nuke down. Try to the spray. That's not how a 1 on the CT side. Not a duel you really like. And Blaymeth, you're dead. There's the next one on the bench. Matty's down. Mikey doubles yet again. The CT side will take the advantage, but look at that HP. No free kills whatsoever. Everyone pays a price.
Grims has so much space. Grims at the top of connector. That's a massive kill to find that before he's felled by Crims. Crims shows.
Flash for CT.
The Detour's the only player of HP. He's in towards market right now.
Oh!
There goes Forzy.
10 seconds. Could be enough.
No time. There's no time to stay alive, Detour.
There you go. A second makes the difference for the bomb plant on no on Crims. And Eklot, they're still hanging on here. I mean, until Fnatic get to 12, this is very much a chance nonetheless. And currently, I mean, if they're still doing this, getting these rounds on the board, and Fnatic, obviously, the ones at the disadvantage when it comes to actually these rounds. We now see this last one as well. If Grim starts to get in the jungle, we don't really entertain that one either after Mikey's first few. I'm kind of seeing the way back here for Eklot. I kind of want to say I believe in this one. Well, maybe that's the jinx, and now the pistols just win the round, because why not? Forzy,
it's looking good.
Shots. No,
I think they're going to be okay. Fairly stable.
Regular action continues.
Yeah, Bermanov is a nice kill, but it won't change the result of this round. And maybe Fnatic should smack that big old pause button Still got a healthy lead, but don't
That's
let
two
this
gun
fall
rounds.
by the wayside.
Yeah. All it is this round, the next half by, and then one more gun run, and the GWA is pretty much caught up here. But Fnatic, not calling for timeout here. They've still got ideas, and they've got a plan of what they want to do. Seemingly we're going for the good old simple Zeus combination of Crims frag it out and a Fear AK-47 with the Desert Eagle only on Crims. Why not? He's going to be left to his own devices just to make sure there's not all too much aggression toward the A ramp. He's not a main force of the attack, but can still deal damage, plenty of it. Waited to see if anyone does want to push. Is that the shadow he might have seen? At least knows the steps are going to be made. He'll reveal himself here. Fnatic still shaping this one up. Wherever they might find entries, I feel like they will turn their heads towards. But what if there is no entry to be given? Eklord playing this one passively. Good read on Eklot at the moment. They're gonna get contact shortly as well, so that should mean Mikey makes his way back to B. Vermilov, in a second, should be dead, I think, but see what Dieter got in the meantime, because that's the first opening kill being found. Bomb down on the short, second from Nuke. And Fnatic, they are not really being welcomed toward the B site. There's a red carpet that only leads into their graves. Send your prayers to Eklord, they currently do need them as well, but if you already sent them, I feel like your prayers are being answered. They are cooking up a storm here for Fnatic to deal with. And finally that timeout comes through as well.
I'm not surprised. For whatever reason, that is not getting into good positions. Plan there was to split B and leave Blame F to lurk in towards Connector, but Blame F didn't have an impact equally. The B side just fell apart so quickly that he never could make his move. Well, this was going to have to be a half buy at best. Indeed, they will. And this has gone from a slam dunk game. It was at 10-2 on the first half. Fnatic won the second pistol off the back of some heroics from Matties. And somehow we're still here. The game's pretty even. Money's a disaster for Fnatic. I'm not sure what to make of this now.
Yeah, I remember
Fnatic
when
are
I
in trouble.
said, if this somehow ends up to a comeback and you look back at the game, it's a 5-7 on a ramp that Fnatic fell against. It's kind of getting to that point right now. Of course, not done until it's actually 13 and doing my Eklot.
Are they about to find Mikey pushing?
This one yet either. Mikey has turned, and he's still got away with 2.
Lucky boy. I don't think he was looking that way initially.
He's always finds
Okay.
2, apparently. Wherever he's been, he's always found at least 2 here. And 20 kills, an absolute game changer. Especially in these last few rounds, he's been finding plenty of impact.
It's got to be said that stars for Fnatic have cooled off a lot. Blame F especially was right near the top of the scoreboard, but he has not been a huge factor here on the offense. Okay. Smoke's coming over now. Jungle stairs. Prim's mollying on the balk. Counter molly is pretty good. Scrim's going to smoke on that and get out himself. A man in towards CT. Clear him out surely at some point. They need some up-plant positioning. It'll be very, very difficult to win this. Just playing from sight or Tetris. Indeed, they're going to fight in towards CT, but without any flashes. This is just a death sentence, a suicide run. I don't see how you possibly win this. Blame F with 2. Crims snaps the skull. Just 4Z remains. And he saves the day for a moment there. It looked like it was going to be Fnatic's.
Alright, even with the shock Eclot still bounced back. They are not going to let Fnatic get away with this one. No matter what is happening here, they are not going to let their foot off the pedal. They're going to keep going. About to catch up here to Fnatic as well, and right now that timeout, again, it would have been really nice, but I don't think they have any more, do they? Or is there one remaining? I'm not actually...
I think Fnatic have one. I think.
Yeah, one more remaining.
I believe they've burned 2.
That is correct. One more remaining, so... Yeah, it would be real nice to get it. But nonetheless, hey, they've gone for this one straight up. But what do you do now? You've had the different approaches for Dynamo Eclot, where they have fought a little bit for mid control. They've fought it for a lot of their mana power, and not at all. So Fnatic, when they actually decided to approach this, they're going to be left with a lot of questions in terms of which approach is it actually going to be. Is Mikey suddenly going to pop up for 2 again from window or ladder room or short, whatever he might be in? Currently in connector. There's so many moving parts on Dynamo Eclot's defense here that Fnatic have to get through. Double smoke in the same position. That's not great.
Not ideal. They have one more smoke on Burmelov. But right now they're going into the Lion's Den. Forzy is solo... Sorry, Detour is solo B. 4A for this CT side. With that advanced positioning. Fnatic are in a lot of trouble. We need early frags. And they fall the other way. Mikey up next from window. Takes down Burmelov. They're in a lot of trouble. I do not feel good about Fnatic's chances. Forzy is ferocious. Just blame F remains. From 2 to 11 down. 8 on the trot. 10 to 11 is the scoreline. Money's far from perfect for Fnatic. That 1 in a million is looking like... Frankly, it looks more likely than not at the moment.
The inevitable, we call it. The game should end by Fnatic's hand after they win that pistol. Just prolonging the game for Dynamo Eclot, but if they've taken these rounds, they've gotten the chance to tie things up here. At Forzy, my God, that last shot is just so goddamn nice. The movement, the awareness he has with player in Palace as well to walk out is so goddamn nice. And then you add on top of the aim, it just looks real damn smooth. He's up to 19 suddenly as well. We did highlight him and Mikey for a reason. We're getting them. And around that as well, you have Eclot with the correct reads. Again, that was 4 toward the A side, by the way, just in case anyone did forget. Eclot knew exactly what was coming, despite Fnatic making it look like a B take there, or his B split. They hung on to that A defense, and they were rewarded for it.
Fnatic's being outcalled at the moment. Been a lot of set rounds or calling from spawn. This round is no different. Crim's fast up. Catwalk is felled. It's just a half buy, but they would have loved Crims to get some more space to make this doable. Now the main thrust comes in and is not going well.
No, without Mikey collecting his toll. Never a freebie. Lame as well was heard to be here. The tick of the Molotov. Nade chips away even further HP. Himmerfear, 2v4. We're gonna tie up the game here. 9 rounds in a row Eclot have taken, all from the start of one force by towards A. They are live and delivered 2 on the 5-7. And the rest seems to be history here, with 11 all on the scoreboard. Dynamo Eclot, not to be messed with, it seems. Even when the odds are against them.
Just an implosion so far from Fnatic. And they've burned those pauses. They've got to make something work. Got to find a route into this map. Switch it up again. This time, we can take on the default double palace. And they're just going to walk out. Crims is very aggressive. Crims, oh, the timing is almost brilliant. Almost being the operative word. That has not gone well. Fnatic Need a miracle at this point. Fear does have space here on Catwalk.
Mikey's
But
currently
in the
stuck.
moment, there's
They
an
know he's
abs
there.
push from this CT side. They're going to do it, man. Eklot are taking the lead.
The man who could. The man who has to. Blame F. Alongside Fear, we touted him as a fragging IGL on Passion. This is not Passion. Hasn't been the exact same anymore. Has had to figure out a whole new approach. International team. Growing pains. And currently the pain being delivered by Eklod. Might be delivered by Nuke, but Blame F. Spots the head. Quick decapitation. 2 out of 4, down to 2 on both sides. You thought... Still an unknown. He was here last they saw him, but that was a while back. Play to be made toward the A side. They're alive. Spotted. Seen. G-Thought quick here is. However, the trap they're springing. Miss a shot and Blame F. Give it a new lease on life. One jump comes out. And surely this is not the time. Surely this is not the time you get 12 from a jumping look. Fnatic will take it eventually to 12. But my god. A 2-1-4 jumping look to finish the one taps. Blame F will finally get one. That's the sort of Fnatic you're kind of needing here as well. We're talking about the power these individuals possess. That's it, but so damn late, Eklot. They had this one in the bag.
Ridiculous. That's overtime secured. And that was far from a given a couple minutes ago. Can Fnatic close this out? It would be a pretty Pyrrhic victory. A map that should have been a done deal has come down to round 24. Blame F. Blindsided.
What?
Dead as a dodo. He falls. Forzy called upon next, and only 2 men remain for Fnatic. And this time, it's surely much more difficult. The bomb plant is going to be troublesome.
Oh, that is...
Not if they keep fighting like this, Eklot. But it's only Grims. 3 HP. Mac 10 in hand. It had to be overtime. How have Eklot saved this map?
That is the question. And there is no solid answer to it. Holy shit, what a game.
It's so important as well that they don't dwell on not killing Blame F and winning it there, but... Because the recovery is still unbelievable. 11-2 down. That's got to be 1 in 100 territory, and they've just done it.
It could have been Eklot as well to 12. You had it in what if. You heard Blame F in the 1v2, surviving just by a hair's length, and Orb shot that went right past his head. Didn't need to be overtime, it didn't need to be Eklot. Push it here. Yeah, now in OT at least, one thing is for certain. That is both teams can relax just a little bit. Mostly Fnatic in the sense that, okay, we've at least got this far. Now we can try to recover.
I'm pretty sure Fear just pointed at his minimap, by the way. I'm pretty sure Fear just called something, then pointed at his minimap to show everybody else where it was. Which obviously doesn't make any sense over the internet, but...
It's right there, boys.
Why not? I love it. Okay. Well, they need to stay calm here, Fnatic. It's been one hell of a roller coaster so far. But nonetheless, they have played a lot of good Counter-Strike in this map. Obviously balanced by some lackluster CS, but we know they're capable of more. And with that opener from Blame F, there's a lot of space here to play with. Just this man in towards jungle, and Detour with him really stands between Fnatic and a clean bomb plant. Oh, Crims. Crisp as can be. Lee peeks out. Surely gets traded. Not before dropping the planter. Forzy collects on Matties. Some nice kills in isolation, but just not enough numbers for this CT side to make it count. Fnatic, at long last, get to 13. Just 10 minutes too late.
Have you heard of a thing called Hayes' Law?
Is that the... I presume it's the team that can't close out the game, always wins the first round of overtime.
Yep. Every goddamn time. Every goddamn time. Alright, let's see Forzy. Up mid. Flies with the AWP. Missed a shot. Not gonna be punished for it. He can't escape. Both AWPers just give their greetings to each other. Say hello, how you doing? And away they go. Fnatic will have to wait out the utility here if they want to take mid control. Unsure how much pressure Eklund actually have put on this, so that's all the time off the clock. If nothing else. Back to it, the swing comes out. Forzy besting Bobby Love. And the push to mid. It is still going to be from the CT side. It'll regain the aggressive positions, and for Fnatic, for all they know, this is the position they held the entire time. On to B.
Timing's critical. If they can catch Detour alone, there is a world here, but don't think that's going to happen. Looking towards mid instead, and this bomb is ever so exposed. Now they're in big trouble. They're going to have to use a lot of this utility just to reclaim the package. Matty's in the meanwhile goes down. Well, you've been a hero once, Blame F, but we're asking a lot for you to salvage another one of these impossible rounds.
He does have a trusty pair of hands with him. I take that back.
That is not how you molly.
That is not a trusty pair of hands for the Molotov. You know, goes to show no matter how much you play the game, sometimes your nade lineups just don't work. And we are tying things up here. 13 all yet again. Alright, 30 minutes ago I thought we'd be off to Ancient. Or whatever the map 2 is. Nuke. Is that the one? Nuke.
Nuke second.
Yeah.
Then Inferno.
I don't know where I pulled Ancient from. I think I was still probably living
Still
in
on the
that
first series.
Game, yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's got a
Fear is not having a fun
crazy.
time getting out mid at the moment. That is just brutal. Mikey's been so good. Forzy as well. As we said before the series, that even acknowledging Fnatic's failings, we still need a big individual map from the stars of this CT side, and they have delivered. We just need a couple more rounds from them, and they will be a map to the good.
Retake full forces through the kitchen. Through Love. They'll have to get, but he also collects his fair price. That's one. He's removed after. They know where Forzy is. All alone, a 1v3 with now Matthews down. Has made it doable, but Raiders on side is the issue. He's taken off a position in the corner. A little bit of noise been made and Blame F on the AWP. A sentence, of course, said very obviously and very often. We'll close out this round with Fnatic at 14 at the end of this half of OT. Magic number to close out this map is 16. We revert back to global offensive for that number.
Fnatic won more terrorist gun rounds in overtime than in regulation.
Correct.
What a ridiculous statistic. They only won one, guys, in regulation because they won the pistol round. Well, if that's anything to go by, this should be a done deal. Let's see if Fnatic can remember. I mean, it was a good 40 minutes ago now, but if they can just remember 80% of what happened on that first half of regulation, they're in a great position.
All right. What's the status quo for the second half? Give me your predictions on how much do Eklund want to go B again here. Is it
I
back
don't
to
know.
business?
I don't know if they've learned their lesson because Crims was just an absolute monster in the first half.
I mean, it still is. Only behind Mikey at the moment. And he's come up, what? 2 1v1s, 1v2s, whatever he has been, and so many individual moments from him beyond that as well, so... Let's see. Do they want to test the veteran again? Seems like no. Fast through mid. Mikey on ramp, he'll be the local linchpin here, perhaps to be baited in after first contact comes. It's fast up connector, fast up top mid as well, and now they've got shore control as well, both be taken by Dino. There you go. There it is. Trade for Blame F is good, but damage taken. Knowing Blame F is deep toward the jungle, Dieter walks through the smoke. Good awareness of this, and Blame F has relinquished control. And for Fnatic, that's just
I think Burmilov has Palace.
Reason to stay here. Yeah, he does, but they know he's here. Trying to get that bomb down as well. Burmilov can't do anything to stop it either, so the CT side. Retake. 4 versus 4. Burmilov. A timer ticking. That's the smoke ahead of him.
This is a nightmare for Burmilov to play. He's not really sure where to look. Does the right thing, clearing his back. So, a tricky retake. I still think a lot of this hinges on Palace. Mikey is now flanking in behind. Matties has forgotten about the side switch.
Burmilov,
that is less than ideal, to put it mildly. And Mikey surely has just sealed the deal. Player on the bomb, but not long for this world. Oh dear. Blue on blue right there.
Everything goes against them. The retake starts. Burmilov's Jack is behind as well for such a long time there because he had nothing else to do. As soon as he turns, first his teammate takes away another one, and then he's backstabbed by Mikey.
Why did he shoot again? I don't understand.
Cinema.
Ugh. I always wonder if fatigue's become a factor. We're getting on for a pretty long map of Counter-Strike now.
Nah,
I think this used to be regulation. I mean, what would we think of playing so many rounds?
That's around default. That is Matisse. Burmilov trades. Advantage Fnatic. Sight. Eventually, in a few seconds, to Eklot. Maybe. Maybe not.
Spoke too soon. They're not getting this bomb down. There's no HEs or Molotovs to clear out default, but Mikey gonna play the round of his life to pull this off. 1 down, 3 to go. What have we got? Fear's behind stairs. But if he goes too wide, Crims is posted.
Oh.
Crims misses. Another head found. Fear is low. 2 Dominos left to cascade. And Mikey has time.
No.
If he wants to play a tricky game of Counter-Strike, he falls out towards ramp. Fear pokes and prods as Mikey repositions. Looks like Palace is the port of call. If he leaves this long enough, Fnatic will start doubting whether it's even the A-bomb site anymore.
He's going to get a bomb plant here. Could already had it, but now he's making them think.
I think he's actually a bit unlucky that neither of them has peeled off to B.
Want to play this together instead. I don't blame Fnatic for it. Mikey actually has got a smoke. He's going for a wider bomb plant. Ways for them to let him know where he's at. But Fnatic versus the GOAT. An impossible situation. Now down to just the 2. I don't think Blame F has seen it, but that smoke gives Mikey the cover. Needs to be aware. Up above the smoke is Fear. Still 1 versus 1s, but now seen. He'll be denied. And instead go to the pearly gates of heaven. Fnatic won't fumble this one. They'll be the first, again, to reach that map point.
For a 4-on-1, that felt anything but comfortable. Wow. Fnatic are having to earn this map. Okay. Well, they're back in pole position. This time, it's on the CT side, which obviously during this series, here on Mirage thus far, pretty favourable. Fnatic burning there. Final pause, of course. I'm not sure the graphic will show it, but they'll get an extra in every bout of overtime. So they'll get another if this does draw up.
This is the last one, actually. Oh, wait, isn't it every bout of overtime, actually?
Every timeout. Every overtime. Okay. Every overtime you'll get a timeout. I suspect Eklot have already burnt theirs here in overtime, which is why the graphic doesn't show them as having one.
Yep. 30-14. At the halftime swap. Alright, how much do we say Fnatic have this one? Because I'm still not feeling good about it.
Why is Blame F AWPing? What's going on here?
I mean,
where's that
by
AWP going?
Sentence you'll say very often. It's totally normal and everything is everything makes sense. It does not make sense. And he's already escaped window as well. So Eklund have got the entire mid under their control, but for overextensions toward the B side of short.
It's an exceedingly passive round from Fnatic.
Oh, he swapped back to an M4.
Free B, giving A, giving window.
Oh no.
And they've lost the sole A player. All four on the B side of the map.
Oh no, oh no. Eklund's got him back B here again. The bomb was in naps. No one's actually pressuring A. No one's making any information plays. Mikey, he'll be caught. That might be a deterrent as to why not to go B, but Dieter is now pushing forward instead. Look at how split Eklund is. Calling off the B hit, but that's the bomb in mid.
It's impossible to call.
This is Grims this round. He drops the bomb. That's all you need to do. Or is he sure he can trade, but... that could be all it is. Smoke will fade. Grims gets a chance. Up its corner. Seed. Spotted. Taken down. One to blame F. With the AWP again. Flip-flop it around at 20 seconds. Get that bomb down for Eklot. That's your goal. Flash into the swinger will be avoiding the AWP. Bomb goes down. Man advantage on that Eklot side for the moment. Vector. Oh, you know this one here. Flash affecting everyone. Fear will find it.
This is such an awkward retake. Lamech drops onto the rifle. Alive is gone. 2 to go. CT and Tetris. Molly dispatched. That clears out Firebox. Less positions now to worry about. Is somebody looking CT? Fear goes looking. 1 man to go, and Fnatic, in what has been a marathon on Mirage, just about, and just being the operative word, get it done.
Should they have at that point?
I don't know anymore. We should have been on Nuke half an hour ago, for my money.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame Ted if he hadn't got a single thing here until that comeback starts to happen, because all I can say is Eklot went to B, Krim said no, and they said, okay, thank you, bye, and the first half was done. But there was something we probably did miss here. So Ted, tell us all about it.
Well, other than the fact that this map was the epitome of carnage, I want to say the first half could be described in a really unique and simple way, and that is Eklot went B, Krim said, hell no, thank you, bye-bye. And that was the first half. Fnatic went into this one, and you know what? The interesting way to actually paint this entire picture about what we saw on Mirage is to actually differentiate the map and separate it in two, right? There was Fnatic before they started crumbling, and then Fnatic after they started crumbling. The first half of Counter-Strike was probably some of the best CT side Counter-Strike we've seen from Fnatic in a very long time. Really cohesive. Everyone was on the same page. Burmilov was going crazy with the AVP. Krims, as we pointed out, was putting out yet another performance impersonating a 20-year-old player, right? He was incredible in the fights. He was incredible when it came down to clutches. He was incredible when it came down to holding on to the B bomb side, staying alive when he had to. Burmilov was playing a great game, and we talked about him with the AVP maybe not being as comfortable as ever. Blamev had a lot of good moments, but didn't really feel like he had to do it all. Fnatic just looked like the far better team throughout that first half. Dynamo Eklot, it felt like they were a little bit shocked. It felt like they were a little bit stumbled, and I don't think it's going to come as to a surprise if I say that first half of Counter-Strike was pretty convincing that Fnatic would end up winning the map really cleanly, right? At one point, it felt like Fnatic would just come into this series and we would be looking at a 2018, 2017, 2016 Fnatic against a team like Eklot. Just get a 13-3, 13-3, and get it over with. And this is what it felt like until the very end. The crazy part about all of this, sure, Fnatic did win the majority of the clutches throughout this map, but there wasn't even too many clutches in the first half, right? There was a couple of denials. There was that 1v1 from BlameF, who was incredibly consistent when it came down to getting impactful kills. But all in all, Fnatic did look really good. All in all, Dynamo Ecloud apparently had a plan to try and exploit the B bomb side, which didn't end up working, and I can't really fault them too much because they did try and condition Fnatic with some presence in towards middle every now and then. They did try and switch it up with some A plays. Apparently felt like there was something they could have exploited in towards the B bomb side and tried to go back time after time after time, but as we said, Crims was diligent and solid enough to keep denying. So yeah, let's have the second part of the conversation now. Fnatic play a great first map of Counter-Strike. They make everyone believe that this is it. GG's, it's curtains. 10-2. They get the second half pistol round, and from that point on, after that phenomenal pistol round that we saw from Maddie's, by the way, who had in general really difficult map, we thought everything was done. Then they go for an A execution. The smoke goes a little bit too deep in towards jungle, or it completely fails. There's a little bit of messed up utility. You lose against the force buy. Dynamo Ecloud pick up the third, and from that point on, it felt like there was a lot of rounds, a lot of close rounds, but every single one of them was going in favor of Dynamo Ecloud. We started seeing Forzy getting fired up with the AVP, and that is a conversation that we had before the start of the game. Mikey's without a doubt the best player of this team. Well, all-rounded player, Forzy could be in the competition, right? And the moment that Forzy started hitting shots with the AVP, a lot of space started being created for the side of the CTs to actually move around, be aggressive whenever they wanted to. But even most of the time when Fnatic didn't get to face off against that aggression, even when they were given a lot of space, the moment that they would gather up and go for an execute, Dynamo Ecloud would just have perfect setups. Everyone would be able to get the kills that they had to. Forzy as well was able to step it up on multiple occasions in clutches, early mid rounds with the AVP. Mikey was being a nuisance all in all from start to finish. At a certain point, it felt like Fnatic could just drop the ball. The ideas on the T side were not working. You go B, you get destroyed. You go A, you get annihilated by the OP. You try and switch it up with some mid control and some later plays. Nothing works out. And we go to this. Round number 23 is the one that Dynamo Ecloud probably should have won, and it probably would have won them the map as well. BlameF, with that 1v2 clutch in the end, with that jumping Glock and the one tap onto the jungle player, was the one to save them. The last round of the regulation, I don't even feel like Fnatic were in the competition to win a round if it wasn't for BlameF going crazy. And this is the person that we gotta give credit to. If we gotta give credit to anyone on the side of Fnatic, BlameF was the one player that kept Fnatic in this game. Towards the end, it felt like Burmilov was out of space a little bit. It felt like Crims was still getting impactful kills, but not as many of them. It felt like Fear was struggling a little bit individually, even though the majority of the time, actually, when they were left in a, let's say, 2v3, 2v2 situation, Fear would position himself nicely and find a couple kills, but all in all, Mattis was not really there for Fnatic. BlameF was the only pillar for Fnatic throughout this entire game, and the fact that he was able to, again, play out a massive role for them to win at least one round on the T side and then close it out in CT, I think they should definitely be praising him for this map. But yeah, to answer the questions that you asked initially, have we missed something? Probably we've missed a lot of things throughout that first map, but I guess the simple way to describe what happened there, Fnatic did come up with a great game plan, showed up in the server in the first half, probably thought they had it all figured out, started being a little bit checked out in the second half. Dynamo Ecloud needed a lot of time to get back into the game, but once they started building up the momentum, they really gave Fnatic a good fight for their money. And if it wasn't for BlameF's individual heroics and Fear as well, who played a massive role in that 2v4 that they were able to clutch up with BlameF in round number 23, I guess Dynamo Ecloud probably would have closed that game. But in the end of the day, a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. The only absolute is that Fnatic somehow were able to close out map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're sending this one into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes to see if they can do, maybe not the same thing again, but if they can close out another map on their own map pick of Nuke. Hopefully not the same thing again. I don't think our hearts can take it, but yeah, we're going to catch you after the break. Welcome back after the most one-dimensional, linear, and boring map of Counter-Strike that you've seen in your lives. Well, sorry, I couldn't even keep a straight face. Yeah, the first map of this series was the epitome of carnage, folks, and now we're hoping for a lot more of the same. Fnatic, Dynamo, Eclod, for those of you that have missed it, my condolences. I'm not sure if I should be saying that to the people that have missed it or the people that watched it, but either way, it was a great game. It was a really entertaining matchup of Counter-Strike. Fnatic were able to close it out after having an 11-2 lead in regulation, blowing all of that up. Blame have had to clutch a 1v2 with a one-tap on an AK and a flying Glock headshot for them to secure overtime and then win it in OT. So, Alan, if we're going into map number 2 now, let's not forget that was the map pick of Eclod, even though Fnatic were in such a good position to actually close it out. If you're Eclod, mentally, how do you shake off the dust after that first map? Because it definitely is a little bit frustrating seeing that you started so slowly, you were able to bring it back, and then still you ended up losing in that fashion.
I think the real kicker for them here is actually the veto, and is that they don't want to play Nuke, and they will be playing Nuke in this following map. So that's the way I'd look at this if I was Eclot. That first half, I mean, the fact they even made it to overtime was ridiculous. They lost that first map on the first half. So I think for them, I mean, they've obviously known that Mirage, that Nuke has been a weakness in their pool. Maybe they practiced it a little bit between these series. I'm not sure, but we're gonna have to see something we haven't necessarily seen before for Eclot, I think, to win this map.
Yeah,
I think they're in a really tough position.
that's what it feels like, most definitely, right? They've only won out of their last 6 nukes, and that was a game against the Rebels. Losses to Fnatic, 9 Pandas, Sense Academy, 9 Pandas again, and then most recently Monty. Are not given a lot of confidence, I guess, to the Dynamic Cloud fans. But Nexus, you did mention one name, and you did say that this is probably your big if, but, and maybe. If Forzy is able to bring in all the impact, especially on the CT side with the AVP on Nuke, do you reckon that he could actually give Cloud a bit of a fighting opportunity here?
Yes. And I don't know why. I feel like all the stats kind of go against that in a way, where Forzy is someone who looks to survive, preserve, and play the numbers kind of thing, but in my gut, kind of, I have this sort of vibe that he's just gotta drop like 30 kills in just 20 rounds and take over this game. I don't know why. I feel like Mikey should be the man to do that, but I have that feeling right now where Forzy's gonna do something absolutely ridiculous for the CT half of Nuke. Because that's where the AWP is so goddamn influential. You find it, you put the AWP aggressive, you get an entry or two, you have a setup around it. That's a game, if you play it to a perfect degree. And I feel like I have seen glimpses of that from Eclod even in the past as well. And that first map, of course, as well, with Forzy actually dropping 30 as well. I have that vision where I can see that happen.
Okay, time to figure out whether it's going to happen or whether it won't be happening today. Fnatic getting a lot more wins under their belt in recent times, ladies and gents, and now they get another great opportunity to get one here in the playoffs of the CCT-19. Boys, take it away.
Okay.
Yeah, the boys.
Well, we need a recovery, don't we? The stats say it's
badly.
Fnatic. Intuition says it's Fnatic. That said, our intuition said the last map was going to be 13-3 or something. And we were wrong. Disastrously wrong. So, is there a world where Eclot upset the script yet again?
Yes. There is that world. It's just finding out if we're living in it or not. Fnatic, for the pistol, it's a group toward the ramp. Plenty of noise. Figuring out A or B. All 5 dropping down. It's going to be Eclot with a couple of players to defend for this. Forzy. I spoke about him to get 30 here. He's found 1 and 2 to open things up here. Detour not so much, but that's still giving Eclot the advantage on the lower side. Rotations here. You can open the door, take these fights, stop the bomb plant, deny the round, all in all. And doors getting stuck. Eclot, however, they will not.
They need to hit the ground running. Can't have a repeat of the first map where we go down big and then we're just playing catch up for the best part of an hour. So this is promising. Eco round to follow for Fnatic. And mission bomb plant for them. That would be a result. Something that concerns me a little bit for Eclot here on Nuke is that Forzy and Mikey might have been the best players on that first map, and they weren't enough to win Mirage. Neither of them can take a game off, that is for certain. They both have to be as good here on Nuke.
Very nice. Even collecting a little bit of that util at the end for Mikey. There's not too enough stuff for Eclot. You certainly need to hit the ground running. Here's that test. With the guns out for Fnatic, their map pick, and we hope that we get, let's say, at least back to normality to a decent degree. Let's find out how normal things are going to be, however. What the game plan's going to be as well. Kind of talked a little bit today as well about how playstyles don't always clash. or don't always fit well together, and some team just ends up on the losing side. Nuke is one of those maps because you have a couple of different options. A map filled with pretty much the small decisions on how you approach, let's say, with a single smoke. This is, I think, the map that really highlights that almost the best. That's for Fnatic. A slow start for Eklot. A initial gamble toward the lower side now. With outside smokes coming through. So they'll very quickly clear this out. But at the same time, fighting for ramp control as T-Sword with a Molotov deployed. That slows down Fnatic. Move it as a pack as well still. This one should finish at A. Having cleared outside, Eklot, they've got a decent read on the situation. They're alive. MP9. They'll strike. Plenty more damage dealt. 25 at the clock. And out toward the A side. Forcing it from above. Will deliver one and not the second, but perhaps give us time for the rotation. And Nuke up the vent. He flies up for 2. And Krim is alone. Yes, hero in map 1. Kept these rounds alive for his team, but now in this situation, I don't think it's doable. Even if it's the vent. First of all, Mikey's there to punish for it.
That was wild. I can't believe the MP9 did that much damage. Fnatic just couldn't get out on that bomb site in a good position, despite having a weaponry advantage. And now it puts them back onto pistols. Eklot making good so far here on Nuke. See if they can keep this clean. They need a little bit more money in reserve to feel comfortable. So 4 or 5 alive in this round would be very, very nice. Blame F zooming straight over Mini. Mikey scooped. Forzy left to find. Angle is good for him, but does he lose too many teammates in the meanwhile? Maybe he does. A bomb site is seeded. It is just Forzy. And the instant we start asking questions of Fnatic, they are emphatically answered.
Why can no one escape losing to half by? Why does it keep happening? I feel like we can count on one hand how many of these rounds have actually gone the way they should. Here they'll know Forzy's saving in T-Spot. They've heard him. Crims is on the hunt. Now removed. That's him a 5 and 1. And looking to punish the last 2 as well. Well, Fear and Burmilov did one avoid that bomb explosion. They will do so. Apparently still testing him. But we do welcome Fnatic to the game. And a sudden explosion toward the A side is what does it. Of course, sprinkled on top a flying Mac 10 that never hurts anyone on the C side. CTs, that's a different topic, but... Round 5 coming up here. CT side, economy strained, and let's see what they get out of this one.
Making moves. Ooh, okay. Matty's joined the party. Forzy is ever so low already. Matty's goes looking and actually almost frags him in the process. There's just way too much for one man with 12 HP and an MP9 here to do. Surely never stood a chance. Frankly, does incredibly well to take Murmilov down to 19. And now the world is Fnatic's oyster. They don't have to finish B. BlameF still has this upper side presence. They're just going to go towards the lesser defended site. And now the B is cleared out. They might be incentivized. They're not quite sure the back of the site isn't clear yet, but they'll learn that soon. Especially now seeing the AWP top side. It's pretty safe. Cool. Plant lower. And dig in.
Apparently, Forzy's fueling up as well. Just a sip. He's getting ready. He's powering up. But Fnatic, a very decent return to their form on Nuke now as well, with the first two they'll pick up here. Not wasting away the chance they get. But yet again, weapons salvaged on the side of Eklod mean they'll still have fighting chance in the next one. I think Forzy's probably just gonna... I was gonna say drop a pistol, but apparently he's dropped that M4, and Nuke drops it from us, and it's gonna be another full investment for Dynamo Eklod.
All the way in.
Why not?
Gonna make good on that now, though. So let's see. Where's the AWP going? Where's Forzy positioning for this round? Was the biggest weapon in the arsenal over there. It looks like he's starting towards ramp, straight in towards lower. It must be secret. Fast cross smokes from Fnatic, but that is a ruse. Numbers heading towards ramp. We're just a FAMAS in defense.
Fnatic this time will not be respecting this ramp defense. Thus, they'll be walking into two. I say that. Dito's actually completely fallen back, and so has his teammate. They have given this up, it seems. Fnatic allowed a fair bit of position just from this alone. Making a play to what they have in all A side still is a viable option here. But I do like Nubik's position for this as well. He's not that first challenge. They'll be losing sight of him for a moment. So if they don't fully check for him, my god. He does have a chance to completely rip this round away from Fnatic. But to check for him. As the man up top is going to be Crims. There will be the second as well. Burmilov taken down, but Crims is still there. The due diligence done on A. And Dynamo Eklod, I say this is yet another save.
That was a very well orchestrated round from Fnatic. That is what we want to see with this team. Different chess pieces being moved in sequence that makes sense, that force Eklod out of position. They have to make hard choices. Fnatic are more often than not taking 2-on-1 duels. That was a very well put together round. And it's going to spell problems, isn't it? Because Eklod, it's not like they got much money in reserve. In fact, they've got 400 to their name. Not ideal. You can't afford rent with that.
Finally seeing Eklod now go for that save, gonna force into it. Well, it doesn't mean they're not gonna be, or gonna give this round up easily either. With the open Mars still in play. I like that they're both at least heading toward the same side. I don't really like some of these rounds where teams save a weapon or two and they send them out to the extremes of the map and have them playing completely alone. I just don't like that at all. I think it's a waste of what could be. You already have barely no or any chance in a round. Just at least set them out or set him up for something. So for that, I do enjoy what Eklod are going for here. Come back to the point. No massive overextensions until Forzy tries to go for the swing. Punished immediately by Crims. That's the AWP dropped over, which Mikey will be scooting over to get. He'll find it. No one's going to be able to stop that, even picks up that kit. No, he doesn't. I lied. But Detour spots himself Blameth on the lurk, and now down. Mikey, open his hand, looking for his opening toward the A site as well. While on B, Mattis finds the one that starts things off here for Fnatic. All he gotta do, get past Mikey. First shot missed. Not missed, excuse me. Second is a miss. Up on A, Detour as well. Down he goes. And Fnatic, they'll be maneuvering themselves out of this round victorious yet again.
I'm thinking if Mikey hits one more shot, this is really scary.
Yep. Then they have
he stays alive, and then you got the player from above. I'm not sure the bomb gets out. And down the vent to meet up with the lower side player.
Hello. Bye-bye.
This AWP has survived so long.
Yeah, it's been like 4 rounds in a row. Pretty damn sure. They do finally want to take it down as well, Nuke. Doing 360s apparently. 250.
How is this AWP still alive?
It shouldn't be. There you go.
There we go.
And Grim. Oh, it's still actually kept as well. The AWP is still in game. This one AWP at this point, we consider it legacy. We consider it from Global Offensive. It's history. We'll see if it somehow makes it back to Forzy's hands. If he manages to rip that away from Bumilov. I'll actually keep track of how long it is going to be kept alive here, but... to round number 8 we go. A close weapon smack out, but Fnatic already now putting, 4 rounds in a row here. Definitely starting things off correctly on their map pick. And that's the scariest part of this entire series. Fnatic, that first map wasn't theirs. They did struggle, sure. But they are knocking at the door of a 2-0 here.
Slow take. Not much util by Fnatic. They're favouring a contact-heavy approach, and that would be the correct move. There is no AWP on this CT side. And let Burmilov take point, and then the rifles close the space. Eklot, though, for me, look primed to fight this. Couple players facing who gets the better of these duels. Etor traded, alive, gone. Mikey felled. One man remaining here in towards Mini, and he looks the wrong way at just the wrong time. That was pitch perfect. You do not get a better sequence than that if you're on the T side.
No, you don't. No, you do not. That is just a... that's exactly how you draw it up in practice in terms of, okay, I'm going to take this, you're going to take that, you're going to do that, this and that, and Fear somehow gets away with all 3 there. With Matthews to assist. It is... wonderful. And, again, it's looking good for Fnatic to start off this map. But given how the last one goes, you gotta obviously say that it's, you know, all done just yet. Forzy looks to take away the AWP from Bumilov. This might be the time it finally gets drawn and dropped out from the game. Maybe. Maybe not. Still lives. Matthews comes to clear that up. Bumilov with 1 HP will survive. As Fnatic, they'll take that 5th one. And it's all in one continuous streak they're going at them. But even taking a time out to gloat here. Let Eklot know what's up here. Drawing up new plans for this next round with how well this previous one goes. They've got something else cooking as well. But what is that something else? Momentum change? Perhaps. We'll see.
Quite reassuring as well that Fnatic are looking this good on the T side, given how the first map went.
Yeah.
I think it's quite likely their CT side is going to be just fine here on Nuke, so... it's looking good right now if you're a Fnatic fan. And obviously, it's been a bit of a troublesome start to the year if you are indeed in that camp. But this series alone is looking fairly feisty. Mirage had its moments. Wouldn't have been the easiest watch, but Nuke looking good so far. This round, bit of a half buy. Just got to avoid Mikey, haven't you? Don't go near that hero. M4.
Oh.
And he should be A-okay.
Okay. Interesting. Kind of all over the place for Eklot. Just adding chaos to this outside play. Another head spotted. You know, the smoke's really not friendly to Eklot apparently in this round. Betraying 2 of them. letting Fnatic take the advantage and minimize their own losses here as well, that's trading them out. And finally, hold on, we might actually see a round where the AWP finally doesn't get saved. Maybe. Boom. In Nubik's control at the moment, Blame F will come for this. We'll take it. I'm looking at Matties. Doesn't get the AWP, and it's finally out of play. 7 rounds, it was saved. And finally, the one AWP from Forzy is out, and now he's got his hands back on yet another one. So, all is balanced in the world, but for Fnatic, a very strong T side yet again. I say yet again, to start things off, let's put it that way instead. Continuing from where they left off, and still figuring out if Icklot are living in that world I mentioned, where they can make this a 3-map series. Starting off, Nubik, aggressive, takes out one. There's the push from Squeaky as well, adding more to it. Alive now. All he has to do, objective, survive. He's got assistance coming through. You do have the push from Dethor on ramp, but all of the A side falls to Fnatic's control. 3-on-3 to take this side back. Rims fighting for survival. Ready. Detour still nails it. Advantage Icklot. But Fnatic got a blame and Matties. In the clutch. You know they can do this one.
Need a fast frag. A really fast frag.
It is.
Here goes Matties.
Oh!
Second man. Assassination. Crisp as can be. Fnatic are infallible here on the T side at the moment. 7-3 for them. It's just brutal, isn't it, for the CT side? Nothing, at least in terms of the gun rounds as of late, has worked whatsoever.
They do not let down on this side of Fnatic here. And even when you think Echelon have that change of pace, they have the advantage for a moment there as well. Even if the initial push is still somewhat successful, sure. You get a 3-on-3, Fnatic will take that side, however. You have something in terms of that Echelon success here to try to change things up and force Fnatic to adapt to it. Still wasn't good enough. Now you've instead got a 2-man hold toward the lower side with the alive fight at first contact. There should be the trade. From Forzy it comes. Advantage over at Icklot yet again. But Fnatic, they had nothing besides that pushed out toward a secret for the first part of this round. Just trying to patch things up here, see what extensions Icklot will do. Apparently calling for the third map to be as well. With the bomb here, Burmilov alone. I don't like this. Not a fan. One by one, alone do they go, alone do they fall. Seems like we are seeing it fourth out of the CT.
The good
side
news
here.
is Crims has A. The bad news is the bomb is most certainly not A. So, how do you solve this puzzle? It's not really, well, beyond that, there is no point in saving. You might as well try and force at least some FAMASs in the following round. As Blamef shrieks to his death, here comes Crims for a similar fate. As Ecklot, bit of a gap, but they're back on the board. It's quite amazing that they have 2 players 11-5 after what has been a less than stellar half from the defense.
A couple of those, to be sure, still from the saving portion of the game, but point stands nonetheless. I did highlight Forzy on that CT side being the man to make the difference currently. Tries to make the difference, has been spotted and even now thwarted away from outside, but for Fnatic all that means is they'll have to rethink how they want to go about this. And even given Ecklot a chance, because Nuke suddenly all the way in lobby. Deep position, Fear walks into it. He's got the alive holding for his ramp at the same time. Crims now stuck, but they can still retake this. They've got 3 coming back from T-spawn, so if they find this opening here, even if they don't, they have to trade it out. But guess what? Ecklot's gone. Take the advantage and leave. This is nasty. Gifted it away. Down to the vents as well as Nuke. Not a fight you often want to take, but makes his way up and takes two. A third, he'll feast. For fourth, his blood drawn, but the round seems like that's the end of it all for the first half. 5 at the end of the halfway clock. Manageable, I think is the only word we can say here.
Not ideal, but at least they're in the game. Which, frankly, didn't look like a given a couple rounds ago.
Yeah,
so,
but if we want to say they're in the game, they weren't in the game the previous map. They still made it to overtime, so let's give them that benefit of the doubt yet again. See what can happen for the second half. Nonetheless, Fnatic, they're on the right track at the moment. 2-0 is what they're searching for. 6 rounds to get there.
I'm watching those dualies. Top hut. Ollie makes it awkward. He only finds one. Forced out into the open. Matties does not find his man. Fortunately, Blame F and Fear do. The bomb is lower, but Forzy's still upper. Detour is super low. This is a very awkward round, I think, for the T side, isn't it? How does Forzy even help his teammate? Well, the answer is that he does not. Fnatic take pistol.
Yes, they do. That bomb plant still. It gives Eclod a little bit to flex with in this next round. If they want to go for a full investment, sure, they can try to. But honestly, I wouldn't hate seeing just a couple of upgraded pistols. Still having a chance to deal damage here. But, now, full investment it seems. Forzy, Nuke immediately buying right up here. So, Eclot almost risking it for the biscuit, but let's see how it actually crumbles down in this one. Fnatic as well. By the way, to note, no SMGs. Not at all, and expecting almost that buy out of Eclot, perhaps.
Big round. Fnatic can't let this slip. Of course, you remember on map 1, it was the second round where it all unraveled for Fnatic. They should have won that map so cleanly. And they can't afford to fall foul yet again of a lesser investment. At a critical juncture. For now, though, a very passive stance from Fnatic. They're actually playing 1A right now. A few seconds ago, and Burmalov came back to help his teammate. Fnatic are lacking for information, and they'll need to grab some soon.
The veteran of Fnatic. Steady Freddy, they call him on the streets. Nope. For now, he's not getting much. He'll stay alive. That's one of the objectives you want to do on a ramp as well. If you're one and able to escape, that's good enough. You've done your job, but he's only able to escape for now. Matties, however, he's caught looking the other way, and Crims is one and done. Eventually dealt with Eclod again, making the second round force fight look a little dangerous. And more so for Fnatic. Mikey's at Mac 10 to decide this one. He'll farm 3, and Alan, would you believe it if I say we've got a repeat of map 1 here?
I hope not.
I've got some
bit
bad
of a long
news.
game. Fnatic, what is going on? These second rounds are proving so difficult for them. It's getting caught out of position. I can't believe how passively they were playing it. They're the team with the rifles. They're the team that can afford to post up on long-range angles and not fear the repercussions so much. Just lost track of it all. Got overwhelmed in towards lower. Player gets down secret and in behind, and that causes ruckus amongst the ranks. And just like that, one round is pretty much even this entire map. Big moments in this series right there.
Alright. Hopes and dreams of Fnatic in this one, but guess what? Eclot down the vent. I dare say the round is immediately decided by that alone, unless you do get yourself the second one outside, or at least something here, but the Alive, you'll be instead the one to find Burmilov, and I don't think Fnatic would want to test this one, really. You can save this, and still have a chance in the next round, and just hope that gamble pays off, whatever you want to do in that one instead. But Eclot, they're allowed to build up into the second half from these rounds now.
Certainly we're feeling a lot better.
Yeah, a little scary for them. They've got the fresh memory and fresh ideas how things went on that previous map of Mirage. The absolute worst case scenario from a game we thought it was a lock-in at halftime already. So Eclot prevailing with the comeback, but not finishing off in the end. Yet. Yeah, it's not that same sort of comeback that has to be made, but perhaps nightmare PTSD for Fnatic from that previous still.
Fnatic needs to do damage. They've got to keep this economy in check. Don't let Eclot get a big economic buffer behind. Decent position as far as the rounds go. And as said, with that save, they're still carrying through some reasonably hefty firepower into this round. We've got Crimses towards Mini. Blame F is... I think he's Mustang. I think ramp is open for Fnatic. They're choosing to load up A with numbers. And for the moment, there is nobody going ramp for the T side, so... not too bad. Right up until then.
Mike and a back 10. Yet again. Sculpting this one. Yeah, I'm gonna slow things down again a little bit as well. Just group up here. You've got a little bit of time on the clock. They're gonna spread a Nuke into garage, or at least fake that noise. And that is gonna be keeping Blame F posted on the angle, and thus lets them have a free B site. Well, we'll he'll rotate down, but I don't think... nope, he's not gonna make it down. Don't think he would have had much to say either way. So, Dynamo Eclot, welcome to a tight scoreline. Yet again, giving us a show here.
Plenty of players alive as well. It doesn't look like Fnatic are going to take any more to the grave. Verminov here is just hunting for those exiting players. But only detour to be found. Maybe Fnatic should consider a pause. It's not, you know, when the second map was evened up, it was a very different feeling, wasn't it? When that map was evened up, it was like, holy hell, how has Fnatic let it slip? This is a bit different. It's more of an even game. There's no need to panic. But, yeah, we can't let the doubts slip into our mind. Not again.
One thing at least Fnatic are very good at right now, and despite how the games are going, is that they are using their timeouts here. Right, maybe we said Mirage, they could have used a little bit earlier as well, but they do remember they have them. Some teams often do have difficulties just remembering those do exist to slow down the momentum and tempo for any team, but Not them. Let's see how much that does affect the game, however. The gun's coming back out full Fnatic. They pretty much gotta get something going on here, otherwise I'm a bit afraid of what could happen. I'd hate to see it crumble away twice in a row, but... let's find out exactly what the plan is. For now, it's outside control for Mikey. He's just gotta be a nuisance here. Make a whole bunch of noise, see what Fnatic do in a response. If they've got any sort of CT aggression planned, perhaps there might be a quick response as well. But no one's really in that position at the moment for a clot. Matix has seen, however, one. Smokes deployed. Plenty of util toward that A side. Goes back and forth. There's more smokes as well at the same time deployed outside. So Fnatic, who just thought they might have had an idea here with the A utility that came through, now going to be thrown for a little bit of a loop here. One down toward the lower side. Fear is left alone on A. And Niklot, they are playing this round so damn well. I love this little call for their live he's making. Rotations, yes. The defense needs to start. There's the first one. Permilov delivers. Now to the defense. Finally you stop them. Don't let him down. Now without a price. It's Forzy alone. Rames isn't going to take the shot immediately. Now seeing in Forzy. A lot to do here. 1 versus 4. Even gonna fake it once, Permilov. Now down, and Forzy's got time to cook here. Even a couple of seconds might be enough, but... back turn, second man hurt at stairs. Now, has to plant. Double doors is an issue. They're not gonna stop him.
Very reserved after plant from Fnatic. They really were scared of that being pulled off. But nonetheless, it's the round. Scooping some guns, scooping some nades. Of course, Matty's in the vent. Spray and pray. That is the mantra.
Yeah, I don't think you can really blame Fnatic for playing that very reserved. Forzy is having a pretty decent game nonetheless. He had a couple more seconds. If he did manage to find Blame F as well, they could have immediately just shot up A if you really wanted to, so... definitely a world where that one does get away still, but they do maintain. Even at the price of that bomb plant, it doesn't really change all too much, though. They've had money either way. But now they have a couple $100 more. This time, slight change. Forzy joins outside with, I believe that is Mikey. Seeing what Fnatic instead want to do, if there is any players to be exploited. Here, a couple smokes down. There's a challenge. Break open the smokes. A lot of shot, but no connection. Brings lives for a second. Not for any longer. Mikey will tip Bob. Play out towards that a bit. A freebie. That's the A side gone. If you're alone. And rotations inbound for Fnatic. Looking at the vents, you already have Marty. He's actually snuck himself up the vent. But guess what? He's red. Seen, spotted, and dealt with. A Fnatic, yeah, sure, you do get that 9th. You're not going to get any consecutive rounds here, it seems. No matter what, Eklund, they want to continue this game. They feel robbed of that comeback. They don't like how Blame F gets that map point on, on Mirage with a jumping clock. Here, they're still continuing, despite that it did go down at the end. Did not at the very end. Here's well, they've kept up the entire time. Almost the entire time. And now, again, it's tied up here, 9-9.
I think this favours the T side. They've got the money. It's cheaper to invest as T's. So if we keep trading rounds, at some point Fnatic will snap. Kind of running out of scope, aren't they? Okay. Pretty much all the money invested into this round, and as we pointed out, they have struggled to find much traction here on the defense. And they lost pistol. So they won pistol and lost second round. Did a lot of damage to their defensive endeavors. And they need to right that ship real soon before it causes any more problems. Passive opening from Eklot. And now they're primed to hit inner. Solo player lurking out, and that's Mikey. But otherwise, all four ready to make their move. Some smokes are lined up. I think it's going to be ramp with an inner fake. Bomb is headed that way at the moment. This is most certainly the calm before the storm. Carnage will ensue soon.
With shots connection as well. Eklot, the question is, do you want to push from that? The answer is no. Fear down the vents, but you still have Blame F and Matties on A. The duo of Fnatic. Here at the ladder. Finds himself nothing. 4Z team kills instead. Gonna be enough, but they're alive instead. Snaps in half both Matties and Blame F. They're going before the storm. Fnatic no longer ahead of Eklot either. The only kill Fnatic get this round is from the AWP of 4Z. I stand corrected. Mikey wants to get rid of him. The live is right here as well. And Bumilov. Not turning. A dead man no matter what it seems. And I think this is it. I think that's the final nail in Fnatic's coffin of Nuke.
They're quite a hot and cold team, aren't they?
They really are.
When it looks good, it looks so good. And that hardly should be a surprise. Flame F Berman off Matties, the fraggers. I mean, Crimson's played a brilliant series, and he's not meant to be up on the scoreboard super high. But they just struggle for answers when their setups aren't working, when their planned rounds aren't bringing the results. We saw it on map 1 in the tremendous comeback from Eklot. We're seeing it here, where Fnatic, come the defense, just cannot get gun rounds to save their lives. Still, though, maybe we should ask some questions.
Why is this the
Here
best round
finds one.
Fnatic have had?
Honestly, this feels like one of the better rounds, doesn't it? Already.
That's the question I would ask. I mean, it would be par for the course, almost, but... Hold on, that's Detour. With the bomb, and Fia is not gonna try to get him. Just the AK. That is now 2 in the hands of Fnatic. That is 2 also at the lower side of B, where Crims gets contact with the Deagle. Maybe, maybe not. Now smoked off. You should wait this out. Don't be too crazy here, surely not. That's the bomb. Wait it out. Fear makes noise. Want to take that attention. But 4Z is up. Won't be looking away from control either. That's 1. That's 2. And why not drop down to get that 3rd as well? He wants it. He feels it. Nubic will take it instead. Both at 18 and carrying Eklot towards victory here.
You know the game has slipped pretty far when even rounds like those feel like must-wins for Fnatic. Anytime they get into close to an advantageous scenario, we need them to close out these rounds. Because when they fall into a deficit, we've seen what happens. They're completely enclosed. 4Z has played a monster series. He's millimeters from sending his team to Inferno. He was millimeters from salvaging Mirage from the jaws of defeat.
Oh no.
And Fear forced forward, falls immediately, and Fnatic, a team that didn't need any more, a desperate starts to rounds. This one is no different.
Look at the attention Fnatic have outside as well, by the way. It's 4 players they have here. And guess how many they have alive, just to put that out there. If you guessed that they have 3 alive, you would be correct. Depending on when you answer. Merbilov, he's been very quiet, by the way. Compared to his counterpart of Iklot, man named Forzy. Definitely a difference to be felt between the two of them at the moment. Dieter, he's just playing CT side yet again. He's made his position toward a ramp. It's so nice having to play twice on both sides. Home turf for him. Crimson Matties, 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4, excuse me. There it is, there's 3. So the future, but guess what, it doesn't matter. They got nowhere to go to the B side, and it just feels like they have the save here to get any chance in that next one. But maybe Matthews is actually gonna give it a try. Swing in for one, perhaps, but doors open. Double stack toward a shadow is something that they probably are not going to be ready for. Crimson flashbang, but he is still an unknown factor as well. Matthews at the double doors. Noise been made. One spotted. There's the first. There's that trade. And no matter what you do, you're not ready for 2, but it doesn't matter. Forzy's on for 3 instead. Eklot to 12. And Fnatic, they have fallen off the wagon here on Nuke.
Yeah, it's been disappointing, to put it mildly, this defense. They played such a good T-side. It was so buttoned up. They just lost all the fight here on their CT side. Where's the aggression? Where's players making moves? They're just scared to lose at the moment, and that is consigning them to their fate, which is indeed a loss. Ramp aggression comes too little too late, and they are getting absolutely slammed. It is just Blame F that remains. Eklot will be pushing this map to Inferno. One man to find. And we do not rate Blame F's chances. Now he's given up the ghost. I know exactly where he is.
3, 2, 1.
Such a tough second half of Flag. I don't know what else to say. They look so good. So good at the start. But Eklot, you cannot deny the tenacity of this team. On both maps, they have at times looked in absolute desperation stations, but to give them credit, they do not give in. And they have won in quite emphatic fashion there. They look dominant there on the T side in the end.
Yeah, that just goes to show the difference between if they had one more round at halftime for Mirage, what could have been perhaps as well. And what could have been had a flying Glock not hit him in the side of the head, but for Nuke, they will steal this away from Fnatic. They do take us to Inferno. If this was 2020, we would have said that's a classic decider map, but this is 2025. But we are rolling back the years. We also have Crims on the server, but let's see how he'll do. How does Fnatic do on that third and final map? We talked about it a little bit as well, but before that, Ted, give us the scoop yet again on a Nuke.
Thank you very much, boys. Well, what can I say about this map? What I can say about it, I actually feel a little bit relieved. I feel like going into this game, it would have felt unjust for Dynamo Ecloud, considering all the efforts and the good comeback that they were able to put together on map number 1 to actually get 0-2. But that's what it felt like at the start, right? Ecloud were able to win the pistol round, get the conversions, get onto a good start, and then, as Alan put it, that D-side from Fnatic just looked really well buttoned up, right? Really well put together. The moment that they started working with the guns, the moment that they started actually finding some, I guess, kills around the map, it felt like they needed one round. And sure, the first one was started with just the pistols, right? The first round they picked up had them on majority deagles, but from that point on, it felt like Fear was really comfortable calling on the front foot, right? It felt like he knew exactly what the continuation of his calls had to be, and Fnatic from that point on just looked like a completely different team, right? Just looked like the same way that they did look like on the first half of Mirage, and that was a bit of a relief. You see a good T side coming out of Fnatic, they get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds, and you're thinking, well, you know what, 7 T-side rounds on Nuke, sure, they could have been in a position to get even more than the 7. Eclod still were able to recover towards the latter stages of the first half with a couple rounds, and a lot of it came through courtesy of Forzy and his heroics. NBQ had a great game as well, but you're still thinking Fnatic have put themselves in a good enough situation, right? Then you go over to the second half, Fnatic win that second half pistol round, and you're thinking, well, sure, from here on out, it should be set sail, right? They carry on with the momentum, they get fired up individually in the second half, and this one is going to be over in just a couple of minutes. Well, not quite what ended up happening. Fnatic picked up the pistol round, then ended up losing the conversion, and from that point on, it just didn't feel like Eclod gave them a break, right? As Alan put it, Fnatic, it felt like they were even a little bit maybe pressured at times to go for aggressive plays. The few times that they wanted to go for something like that, it didn't quite work, and you can understand the logic, right? After the first half, if you're Fnatic, you probably feel like you should just play it lean back and just relax, typical by-the-book Counter-Strike, and you're going to be able to take it over the line, but it's not what happened. Eclod, they turned up, they showed up once again. Forzy ended the map on 23-9. MBQ ended the map on 20-10, and this is a bit of a relief as well. When you have guys like Mikey and Forzy on the team that you're putting so much credit into, and one of them in this specific situation was Mikey doesn't have that great of an individual performance, you need someone to be able to compensate, right? And Forzy was still there. Forzy kept up with his form from map number 1, and he was still delivering on Nuke, but especially on the T side, if you want to have a really successful one, you need the rifles to be putting up the work, and MBQ was doing exactly that. Detour and Mikey as well were able to find some impactful kills towards the end, but the main issue, I guess, for Fnatic right now would be to try and determine whether the reason that they couldn't close was because they were not ready for the T side of Dynamo Eclod, or because they themselves didn't feel ready to actually execute their own game plan and be maybe a little bit more blunt, maybe a little bit more aggressive when they saw that things didn't work out. In the end of the day, there was a couple close rounds as well that they probably could have converted, but it feels like Dynamo Eclod deservingly were able to convert that map and level things up. With that being said, this series once again is going to go all 3, ladies and gentlemen. Last time around when we saw those two teams play against each other, that was in the CCT-18, again in the same round of 16 round of the playoffs, and back then again it was 3 maps. This time around though, a map pick exchange. Last time around both teams were able to win respectively their map picks, and again the deciding and third map was an Inferno. Last time around Eclod completely annihilated Fnatic, dropping only 3 rounds on it. Let's find out whether they can do it again after the break. All good things must come to an end, and fortunately enough, the end is just beginning here. So we're not already at the cynical part of things, but we do have a third and final map coming up between the sides of Eclot and Fnatic. It's been a roller coaster of a series, I guess, to say the least. Map number 1, for those of you that are just joining in and need a little bit of speed up to things, started with an 11-2 lead for Fnatic. Then they flopped all of that, and then they closed it in overtime just for them to get 7 rounds on the T side of Nuke and Eclot. For Eclot to come back in the second half as well. Yeah, it's been a big spaghetti of a Counter-Strike series, but it's been incredibly exciting. Now we're going to an Inferno. It's the same place where those two decided it last time around when they played against each other. Alan, who you've got?
I've got no idea what's going to happen here. My overwhelming feeling is probably the same as when I came into this series, is that Fnatic, they have better players. When they're playing, I don't know, 75% of the Counter-Strike they're capable of, they will win this game. But as we saw on that second map, man, when they burn cold, they burn really cold. And whether it be the comms or not being on the same page or whatever, the style they're playing doesn't mesh with some of the players, it falls apart so quickly. So I will edge it slightly towards Fnatic, but I would not be surprised if it falls apart yet again.
Speaking about that, because I don't want to focus only on the negative side of things, but I guess it's still a conversation worthy to be had. Nexus, what happened? What went wrong for Fnatic on that CT side of Nuke?
I got no idea. I wish I knew, because they just disappeared off the map. A lot of it was I would imagine just outmaneuvering. You saw a couple of the rounds, Fnatic, they were making their plays and trying to rotate into what the play was going to be, and then you had a freebie once or twice when they just kind of walked toward the A side or something along those lines, and a fair few rounds where they just didn't really ever get anything going on, that they were playing from a disadvantage. Even when they tried to change things up, it still just fell into the pocket of Eclot. And not to toot my own horn, but Forzy did have a pretty damn good game.
He did, didn't he? Right. We were talking about that comparison, Alan, between Forzy and Burmilov, and obviously Burmilov was one of the people that didn't have the best of performances on map number 2. On map 1, he was excellent, by the way, on Mirage. He was doing a really good job. Map number 2 ended Nuke with 11 and 18, and then on the other side, you're looking at a 23 and 9 Forzy. How important is going to be the confidence of the Opers going into that third and final map, considering that Inferno is not usually known to be the heaviest AWP map of them all, but Forzy's traditionally always been a really good Oper on it.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's definitely not a map that gives you the same options you have on a Mirage or a Nuke, especially the CT sides of those maps. But nonetheless, I mean, individually, they still have to pull their weight. I think Forzy, to me, strikes me as more of the type to take space off his own kind of plans and calls around himself. I get the impression that Burmilov, when he's confident, does do that, and he's dynamic and he moves around the map. We saw that, as you said, on map 1, but I need to see that more often, especially when we're translating to higher levels of play. He needs to be comfortable running the game around himself, and that's something that absolutely could transfer, especially on the C side of Inferno. He needs to be making his own reads. He needs to be putting himself in the right positions, and if he can't, then they should probably just 5 rifle, because that is the way Inferno plays. If you can't get the AWP being effective, it's not worth losing the versatility of those rifles.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about the mental game here. If you're Fear and you're the in-game leader of Fnatic going into this one, I feel like, regardless of it, you feel like you have been the team to struggle a little bit more, right? Because Eclot were the ones to come back into the first map, a map that they probably could have even won in the end if it wasn't for the crazy clutch from BlameF. Then they went a fairly comfortable Nuke considering the second half. If you're Fear, you've had one really strugglesome CT side and one really strugglesome T side across the series. How do you mentally reset going into this third and final map, Nexus?
I think you do your best to forget both what's been Eclot clinging on to map 1 and 2, and the previous result you had against Eclot on this map, which was Eclot dominating 13-3.
Okay, with that being said, I think we are ready to kick things off with the third and final map of the series, folks. One final one between the sides of Fnatic and Eclot. Fnatic trying to bounce back after 2 weeks ago losing to the same team in the same fashion in the same round of the playoffs of another CCT tournament, and Eclot on the other side trying to repeat what they did. Guys, take it away.
Ooh, actually, getting to see the knife round here. Let's go. for the decider map. Let's get into the spicy things of it, alright? Fnatic, you gotta bounce back. They had comfortable starts to both maps. They just couldn't close things out. That's one thing I kind of mentioned at the very start, that I think individually Bermilov starts well, but it maybe slows down a little bit toward the end. But I was not expecting that to be the whole team. So, a bit surprised. And currently, a stare down. Ooh.
Guys, just get on with it. Get on with it. Nobody cares. It's Inferno. The sides are even. There we go. I've been keeping tabs. Bermilov is getting lower in his camera view every map so far. He started off on a bit of a more average headshot angle, but now he's taking the mick. He's too low.
He's barely there. All right. For Inferno, what do we actually figure we'll have to see here? Because I think one thing is, I like it. We said at the start here. Fear is pretty confident on this map, even previously with Passion UA. Obviously not Passion UA, different team, different dynamic here. And the comparison you guys make as well between Bermilov and Forzi as Orpers and Space Taker perhaps as well, Inferno, all that conversation, I think is an interesting one. And I almost want to say that this map, it should be good enough for Bermilov, but I just don't know why it feels like he's not always hitting those marks, right? His numbers on Inferno for, like, the last year weren't really amazing. It was, like, sub 1.0, or sub 1.0 in terms of the ratings as well, I think. And I just don't see how. I know he was a more passive sort of player when he was on Mouse and XT as an Orper as well. He was that supportive element often. And just the team that played well, he performed well as well. But I'm a bit worried nonetheless, because we haven't seen maybe the most out of this Fnatic side, but they have been through this once or twice already, so is it fair to put pressure on Bermilov? Do we just say blame F, go kill again? What are the answers?
Depends in the short term and the long term. Certainly long term, Bermilov has to earn his position. You don't play for Fnatic and get a free pass. So, keep tabs. Yes, in the here and now, we need every advantage we can get. Quarterfinal spot up for grabs. Fnatic, in particular, they need their VRS points. They need series wins. They need good placings. They need prize money. And they have got some work to do. Even if they win this series, it is not a given they're going to beat more teams down the line. This team needs to improve.
There's actually a point as well. Both teams pretty much need those VRS points. You have Fnatic at 37th, Eclot at 39. So, everyone's in that sort of range. For now, Mikey, he's in one-shot range. So he needs his teammate to do something here toward the back of the side. Keep an eye on Nuke. He's been great so far. He'll strike for 1 or 2, maybe a third, but he'll be spammed away down low. Or at least to half. A third will come eventually. With Bermilov down to 3 HP, he'll be taken down next, and one man remains. Nuke has done all the heavy lifting, his teammates the sacrifices, and Karim's the final piece to fall eventually, but he's been known for a clutch already, or 2, but it's gotta be the ace instead. For Eclot, a flying start from one man alone.
Juicy stuff. Here we are on the replay. Clinical stuff. And Eclot off to a good start. Off to a good start. Fnatic, Eco. So we should be set for 2. Fairly comfortably. Be very intriguing, of course. We've discussed the AWPing battle. I'd say the much more known quantity here is Forzi. He has been a monster during this series. And I'd be pretty stunned if he didn't show up to play here on Inferno.
If we're allowed to just for a moment as well. To the horn of Forzi for a little bit. apparently not. As an AWPer, he's, throughout the first 2 maps, dropped over 100 ADR. And that is as an AWPer. Which, ridiculous, I'll say. But here, he's dead. Doesn't stand a chance, because Matthews has taken 1, taken 2, and now 3. You count him up,
oh
the
my
numbers
lord.
go to 4 and 5 next. So apparently Nuke had an ace, Matthews maybe up for 1 a bit. Low HP kind of plays against them, but guess what, Fnatic, they've got this one all sealed in. There's plenty of damage for Eton. He's bombing up a couple of his own, but Fnatic, welcome to the game from round 2 onwards.
That was a full eco.
Yep. A Desert Eagle that opens it up and everyone else just
Yeah.
throwing the bodies.
Crikey. That is a nightmare for the CT side. The force buy is disastrous. Quite stunned. Ballsy managed to get a FAMAS out of this. 1M4 on towards Mikey. Leaves a lot to be desired, and their util is non-existent. So got to get a lot out of the util they do have. Of course, this series has been somewhat defined by Fnatic losing their second rounds. They did on the second half of both the first and the second map. So the script has been reversed a little bit here.
Yeah, something for them. You know, a 2 for 1.
Don't count your chickens. I think we're about to have a force buy war.
I'm down for one of those. I'm down for one of those. I'm in Inferno. I kind of see that happening. And I think I've now seen
Oh
it
my
happen.
lord.
Yet again! Good luck, boys. This is crazy.
Fnatic are going to have a really painful demo review later if they lose this series, because that is another round in a similar scenario where they have every advantage. Weapons, util, whatever. And it just counts for nothing come the business end of the round. They've lost too many of these for it not to be a trend. Something is wrong with Fnatic in the way they play these anti-eco and anti-force buy rounds. It is just way too fragile.
Yeah, 1 and 2 throughout an entire series you can maybe get away with, but it's happened so many times besides just those second rounds as well. But let them cook, because they've got decent weaponry here. They've got bare bones utility, which does allow for either side of the map to really be explored. So pick your poison, A or B for now. 3B to A. There's the counter utility from CT side as well. 1 Molotov will be thrown in exchange. And apparently, through the utility, hold on. This is... Okay, I was gonna say, maybe a little too crazy. They do back off, thankfully.
I'm so happy they gave that one up, because it looked like it was going to be an absolute blender as they go through the smoke. Okay. It's a very passive stance on A from the CT side.
Smoke long flash above balcony. That should be the way in, probably. Oh, no. Smoke library, so it's going to be a long split coming through. Opening for Matties. Continuation. Go to the site. Nuke from library. We'll find his opening as well. Etor still holds from pit. The CT side, they're standing tall and proud. Not for too long with Nuke down. It's all on to Etor, the Desert Eagle. From the last round, will find himself yet another one. Force by for Fnatic. It's only 2 away. The wars certainly have continued. Showing no signs of ending. While 1 man still remains, it's Blameth to be taken down. But I've got a sneaky suspicion, Alan. 3 kills. A bomb plant.
It's borderline.
It could be just enough if you're crazy. And I think we're kind of crazy at this point.
Let's see. Nothing brought up just yet. I'm surprised they're not pausing for this discussion. Blame F goes all the way in.
1 you can get away with. Hero AK's fine.
Surely they're full buying if he's bought that.
No. Okay, this is fine.
Interesting.
This is good. I like it. Matthews buys the armor, so if the AK gets dropped, he'll be the one to get it. This is valid. I like this buy. Middle of the pack here for Fnatic. A big fan overall of these hero AK buys or hero rifles. Mainly AK and M4 depending on the side you're on. Well, this is the perfect chance for Eklot to stabilize. Last round obviously takes a bit out of them. You only remaining, so build up some sort of economy here, or anything. Not like this one will most likely get you all too much for that, but some sort of fodder perhaps. But they're playing passive. They've got a deep play toward the B side as well, all the way on, but now the alive just spotting for, so they've made the call toward 4A. This is Inferno. This is pretty much the basic as well. You gamble. You gamble, you gamble, and you gamble. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you guess incorrectly, and that's all you gotta do. CT side, welcome to it. Nice nade. Okay, spray. AK for fear.
Still so well defended this site. 2 mid site. Etorn.
What?
Caught out of position.
What?
How is he first contact along without knowing it? Getting a little bit too scary right now. Fear had a chance. He made that a one-on-one. They were definitely a world. And we're a bit perplexed here because how's the player in pit not aware that long is open? That seems
That's
almost elementary.
Yeah, I saw both players on site looking toward a short and a balcony. I was like, yeah, pit guy's watching long. Was not. So, yeah, a little hairy, but that's 4-1. So Fnatic, guns out. Again, they can deal plenty of damage. Dealt plenty of damage in that last one, so beautiful Echolot. Still not a steady start, despite it being 4-1 here. Out of the bottom of the barrel, so early part of the game, still up into the air, and who actually takes control here. For now, Nuke alongside a Dito with a 2 for 1. They'll peek this into Matisse. They'll take that advantage.
Mikey almost failed. That was Crimson mid. Trying to make something work. But it's not going to work. No, sir. Mid clear. Comes good for Eklot. Banana on lockdown. And we're starting to see similar trends, aren't we, to the T side of Nuke from Fnatic. When plan A doesn't work, plan B does not spell good news.
07s for Bermilov. And Fnatic. Now the early part of the game will be forfeited to Echolot from this round alone. This is not the greatest of starts, and again, this is kind of going against everything I've here said as to why Fnatic could still take this one, despite, right, Echolot persevering, and me still believing in Echolot here, to take the series. It's just been Fnatic who, in history, they played a bit of this already. Fear, I think, really good on this map as an IGL. But the growing pace of Fnatic, showing an Echolot, what if they don't have a slow start? That, however, is the biggest point against why Fnatic are not apparently to take this one. Because a very strong start, a couple of kills out of Mikey, up close. Detour's not ready for Bermilov. Almost going down, it's 1 versus 3, but traded through the smoke. Forza will show. Despite Mikey getting a 3k to start off this one, the advantage was there. It's down to the last man again. Economy's not all that amazing on Echolot now from this alone. So there's a way in for Fnatic, and it is to break that economy in this next few rounds. It's not that difficult of a path, but we'll flip that script yet again now. Fnatic, you gotta come back this time instead.
Heavy B lean. Warsy's here. And he'd be dealt with more conclusively on this occasion. As Fawzi goes looking, flashbang well timed. AWP is shown, so Fnatic will have their wits about them. And you can see on the mini-map they favoured a mid-heavy stance instead. Take that portion of the map. Force that player off from long. And now that means B's open for business. And what is... What's just happened?
I think that's a demonstration of what the game kind of has been. Even the play is going a little bit crazy here. That or he's just got a really poor mouse pad, perhaps, Matties. Maybe. Still does. Those who haven't seen it, imagine the most battle-scarred mousepad you've seen, and that's probably it. Don't know how he's able to use that one still. Crazy. What are the A side? 30 seconds, a double up in a pit. A detour will and should be baited in after this first contact, but not looking for it. Matthews gets away. The detour needs to multi-frag down to 2. He gets before Fnatic will rampage all over the side, that we're looking at a gamble stack or B that's not all too worked out. And at this point, I'd say Economy catches up to Eklund as well.
Important round for Fnatic to stabilise. And I think these guns will be saved. No problemo. Fnatic don't really have the money, do they? To go all in on a hunt. And yeah, they're running the other way, so all of these dudes will be staying alive. Fairly well sequenced round. Was trades in and around apartments, in and around pit. Paying big dividends. Fnatic take the round. And we'll see if they can translate that into a few more, of course. A bit of work to do to make this a compelling T-side Inferno scoreline. Gonna find some more where that came from.
Honestly, I think this is the initial and only chance Fnatic's going to get for the first half here. If they don't get the back-to-back rounds, I will not really believe. But a decent opening. They're live caught in the jump, and looking like they will want to pressure a bit more for that B side as well. And even so, even as they say no, and it's going to bait utility from the defense of Mikey. This is a rotation coming through. 2 Molotovs, both missed. And Mattis, who thinks he had a timing to walk through. It's still plenty of Fnatic. Every single one of the remaining players toward the B side that are making their way through. Smokes faded. There's Patch up for as well. Thinking about fighting. Nuke to pool. And the smoke and one emerges. Taken down. Spray's decent. Smoke fades. More damage. Last one low enough to be dealt with by Mikey and the USP. And what do we even make of this round? I don't know.
What do we make of this series?
There.
It's just Fnatic at the moment. They
lost their bite.
I hate to pin it on fear, but
I mean, that was
T-side really doesn't have the rhyme or reason that we'd want to see.
Yeah. That is a bit sad.
Went off there on the headshot angle.
Previously as well, that A-take they went for. Even some of the calls they made in terms of when they spotted 4Z toward the B side of like 2-3 rounds ago, they quickly took long control, assuming that probably could have been a 3B stack. They have a decent awareness in situations, but not the rounds that they would like. Change up, fast pace toward A. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the grave, make it 5. Not yet blame if we'll take 1, but guess what? He's done. It's not working out.
No. It's starting to look convincing, isn't it?
Yep.
it's just hard to dissect what's going on with Fnatic. Perhaps this is, you know, we're seeing a map where the individuals are struggling more so than they did on the first two, and this is, you know, as soon as they lose that edge, more of the wheels start to come off. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe it's Eclot playing a very different brand of CT Counter-Strike, you know, being more proactive, making more moves, making Fnatic uncomfortable. Whatever it is, Fnatic just throwing caution to the wind in this round.
Oh,
I guess they expected 3B. They're not actually correct on that, but it's not going to matter with entries like this. One man behind default. No chance, sir. And, yeah. Fnatic have had enough.
Sure, I mean, why not? Throw a caution to the wind. You can double down on that A play. Certainly not something Eclot were all too ready for themselves. And then you add on top Matties and Grim satisfied at the entries. All is okay. I'm not going to say all is well, but all is okay. But here's the kicker. Last time they played, 9-3 half for Eclot on their CT side. 13-3 in the end.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. Yeah, that's definitely a nightmare for Fnatic at the moment. Definitely a bit scary. And seems like they haven't really figured out Eclot either. Since 2 weeks ago.
No, but equally, I think if you're Fnatic, surely you spend your vast majority of time watching your own games, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's going to be of more value in the long run with the place they are. Obviously, if you're, you know, a well-versed team, you're one of the best in the world, you're going to watch a lot of footage of your opponents because you're going to glean a lot of insights. But where Fnatic is right now, they need to just right this ship. Yeah, double AWP out on the CT side. Alive is gone. Mikey's all alone, and he's pretty low as well. Matty's here. Maiko looking. It's a risky game. And with nobody nearby to trade, the cavalry is on location. There's so much util streaming in towards CT. Lead pounded through the smoke.
Look at the quick retake as well they're going for. They're just throwing his util in toward the side, making Fnatic uncomfortable. For the retake, the openings here, blame F on the AWP. Second or third time we're seeing it now. This time situational. Payoff not there. And guess what? A repeat of their previous 9-3 half for Eclot yet again. Inferno is theirs.
That is some gnarly confidence to just they just decided we shall be retaking. We do not care about your CT smoke.
They said we are.
It's definitely a difference between these teams. Fnatic look more indecisive. And I'm not going to say, because it would be false to say that something like what Eclot just did, going aggressively for a CT smoke to retake B, is on paper the best play. But when they play with such conviction against a team that's not showing as much conviction, that can be the difference.
Currently, Eclot believers being rewarded for their faith, but still far from over. Now, it would be one hell of an ending to the game if Fnatic are the ones who actually now have to come back and will take this series in this third map, 9-3 down, to get revenge and close things out here. Mirage, insane game in itself, so much to unpack there. Nuke, slight letdown perhaps. And now for Inferno, slow start, a creep back to the game, utility and initial defense, good for Fnatic toward B. Hold the position, eventually back off, but 5-on-3. I was gonna say 5-on-2, but thankfully I didn't speak too soon. Eventually down to the last two. Would be a real bad fumble if this were to be given away. And thankfully, it is not.
Okay, we need to convert a second round. That is a necessity, to put it mildly.
All I'm saying, it would be really damn funny if it again works out. This is
I'm
where
not sure
Fnatic have had
Fnatic's
their
hearts
issues.
could take it.
Can we get a little bit of comedy here? A full eco. I'm on the side of comedy for this one.
Okay,
But
so Fnac's
surely not.
4-2 with pistols. And they've
Oh,
only won a
actually-
single second round.
I just had flashbacks. I've seen Fnatic lose exactly this round before. But seemingly they learn.
Well, this one is it's a full
situation
eco.
like this occurred. Yeah, no,
It's a full
listen, I've
eco,
seen
so-
them lose this round. They sent like 3 down a banana, got shot by Glocks, and then lost the round.
Don't give them the bad vibes. We can't have them lose this round.
It's really funny. No, the bad vibes don't seem to affect them this time. They've learned from their mistakes.
Well,
I'll be taking this one without too much hassle at the moment.
it's quite a big tick box compared with the rest of this series.
There
Okay,
you go!
very nice.
Is this one of the first few times we can say a good second round for Fnatic?
Yeah,
Or is it the
been
first
few
time?
and far
maybe?
between in this series.
Harder to remember, either way. So, 5-9, Fnatic. Let's get a game. Let's get a game, please. Maybe that's the magic word. Starting off 3B. Matthias throws a little bit of util. Rotates back toward the A side. Nothing too crazy. Here he's just Inferno being Inferno. Utility is good. They're live down to 64. Matthias, or excuse me, Mikey is well tagged up a little bit. More utility, try to force them out of their... Well, probably use their live. Can't really swing into this. They'll have to respect Fnatic for the moment on Banana. But guess what? Fnatic, they won't be respecting themselves here. They had that control. They could have stuck around for a little bit, but they... Side of Eclod, they will be still walking up here. Putting a shoulder. There's contact. Smoke to be dropped by Fia. There's smoke in CT as well. That's Mikey suddenly completely smoked off. Oh no, Mikey, sorry, Blame F smoked off. And a Mikey, I suppose. And Eclod now venturing off to A.
We can see the mini-map. This is the correct decision. Crims. Vermiloff in defense. Long is so exposed. Should the T side get out into that position, it becomes really hard to hold from pit. So let's see. 25 seconds. Mikey starts to make his move. He is fouled, but he can call out to his teammates. Numbers towards this side of the map. Get going. Moto smoke down. It is now or never. We need to kill Crims really fast. He is fouled, but one more to deal with. That is Bermiloff, and Bermiloff is a stalwart here in pit. Bomb plant, far from a given. In fact, it never goes down. Fnatic, hold on. For now.
My thread. That's something as well we need to see from Fnatic again. Is the individuals to come back online. We talk about the difference makers on Mirage way back when. Crims was the one who started it off. Blame F the one who kept it until the end. And Bermilov a massive part of that whole endeavor himself. Good to see them kind of pop back up here when Fnatic need them the most. Of course, playoffs had their lifeline, or life on the line. Quarterfinals for Eclod. 4 rounds away. Now it seems like they'll be slowed down for even a couple more rounds, perhaps. Fnatic should be picking up this momentum from here. Surely. Manifesting shenanigans, let's see. Pistols, what do you got? Outed as an eco-fragger, an eco-hunter. Only good for one. That's Blame F down. No farming. And back to A. Same hold yet again. Same players. Different hold, actually. And we'll on site. Contact taken by Krims. Second one. Remilov dancing around a default. That beautifully dealt with yet again. And suddenly...
I like it.
You've got money on Fnatic, by the way, now. So, they're setting themselves up for when Eklo decided to pop their heads back up in the game.
Very different dynamic to map 1 and 2 here. And it's Eklot to call the first pause of our third and final map. Quick discussion, and I like it. Have these talks now before the game gets out of control. How do we want to default? Is there a particular set round we plan on running? How do we navigate this defense? Big questions. If one of them's got the answers. Is it Alive that calls for them?
Yes.
I thought so, yeah. Big pressure.
I feel like he's also someone I've been hearing about for, I want to say nearly a decade at this point as well. Right, I remember around the same time, not exactly, but, you know, around these same years nonetheless, right, when Frozen was said to be like 14 to 15 for like 7 years or however long it was. I remember that's like the first time I'd heard of their live as well. Obviously similar region or same region, so people had their eyes on the seed, so it's been around for a good while, and guess what? He's not even that old either. 26. I say not that old, as I'm 25. Not that old, please. Not that old.
You'll be there soon.
A year to
Don't you
go.
worry.
Nazis on A. 4 more to go. Him and Krims. Again, I like the dynamic setups here. Krims is as well moving away from Pit this time. Toward the site, and with the actual hold, they do have a good position. On the side of Fnatic, Fear's thinking, what if someone's actually slipped through? What if there's a man in CT that is Mikey down? Rotation's no longer controlled, and on the B side, the alive, the dead.
Crims is such a hero. 2-3 big rounds now. In from Pit. He only finds 1 kill here, but he does so much to blunt the offense. Fear there in towards CT on the rotation. No doubt caught a little bit off guard, but hits his man. That will be 8 for Fnatic. Very likely Eco as well to follow for the Czech squad. We're on for a very hotly contested finish, I think, here on Inferno.
And he lives. AK retained. And Fnatic. I'm liking this now. Obviously, first half, not good. No one's gonna look back at that on Fnatic and say, boys, we did a good job. But yeah, they've been given at least a life, and especially on that A side. Time and time again, you'll test Krims, he'll deliver it in different amounts every single time, but he's held onto the side. Eklot not going to have an easy time to crack that one wide open. They'll call for a second timeout now. And it is going to be a force buy around the same weapon. Make sure everyone's wealth is similar. You still get a decent buy here. It's not perfect. Couple of Galils smacked in, of course, as well. On Inferno, obviously, you can just get away with something very quickly. All you gotta do is call for a good rush, a good position anywhere, and an entry. You know, banana is one thing. If you manage to get ahead of the util, a double entry, bada bing, bada boom, that's the site around. It's absolutely shenanigans that you can get away with.
Okay, well, we need something to work here for the T's. Them now that's starting to look a little bit flat. Banana seeded, Fnatic, very aggressive take. Quite a few numbers here heading towards apartments. So I question if Eklot is feeling like an early A explosion. Burmelov, though, needs to be crossed.
And he's completely gone on the camera as well. We've mentioned him. There's barely nothing but the headset.
I see some forehead. Just about. Sliver.
Yeah, I just thought it was in the dark, but it's scoped and it looks real damn funny. But here, it is the A play. They'll test it eventually. Drive it 2 shots missed now. Advantage out of the second one they could have had, but how many times do you want to test them? Apparently 2 is enough. Backed off completely. Fnatic will take this control back, and Matty's brackets. Crimson long into the swing. Nuke finds him. Eklot still with the advantage. That means Fnatic might as well have to keep their players here, but Crims is still making that B rotation. Or not. He's going back. Fake the noise instead. And it's Fear. Big task. 4 kills deep so far. Needs to get at least 2 or 3 here. If nothing else, survive. First flash. Affects him. First kill. Finds it. HE. Could be what he needs. Mikey is low. Will get away from this one. 10 seconds. He drops the bomb. Could be all it takes, but can't find his shots. Forzy puts that down instead. They were comfortable on one of their retakes toward the end of that half, but seems like Fnatic don't have that same dog in them at the moment.
That's such an early save call.
Yeah, I'm looking at Fear, Blame. They've got money. They could have tried at least 1 or 2 players.
Why are they not? Yeah, why aren't?
Flashbangs.
Why would you not play for exits right now? Doesn't make sense.
Is the question, yeah.
Exceedingly passive stance from Fnatic. I understand on a map like Inferno, not just, launching numbers in towards CT and throwing guns away for nothing, but to not fight and not contain doesn't quite add up.
No, it really does
Odd.
not. I think odd is also a word we can kind of use for Fnatic at the moment as a team. Still in that infancy of the team. And figuring who clicks where kind of thing. How to get the best out of all their players. And what needs to be fixed immediately in these early parts, but nonetheless. One thing has been for certain this game. Dynamo Eklot, yet again, I'll say they've been surprising, impressive. A team that will not be flying under anyone's radar soon enough, I don't think. So, flex their strat book now. Grim's about to be fully blinded. Give it a second. Maybe 2. Nope. Okay, never mind. Not gonna be flying out a balcony. Instead, contact through long, surviving on 13 HP is Forzy. They're alive at 15. You've got a couple of weaker players here for sure. What do you want to do now? With the advantage still here. You know Crims has been a steady player on the A side. And again, he's changing up his positioning.
So slow.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Finds one. Push
Now
down,
they've got no
30
option.
seconds.
It's got to be A.
Yeah.
And the Reaper, Grim at the start of his name, is ready and waiting. Blame F now on location. They have struggled a lot to get past Crimson Pit, and with 20 seconds remaining, why are we sending players back?
What?
This is disorientated, discombobulated is this T side in this round. Eklot making some frankly bonkers decisions. Bermanov is now left in a one-on-one. 11 HP, the pistol could do this. Smoke makes it so awkward. And what on earth have we just witnessed?
What is that entry to Crims? Just shaking his mouse. This round is insane anyway. Imagine Forzy doesn't run back to B for no reason here as well. There's so much going on here. This is, well, insanity. The bomb still goes down. That's Eklot at least having a bit more money to play with, sure, but I don't know what's happening here.
I think they're trying to work that out in this pause. There was just too many moving parts in that 4-on-3 from Eklot towards the end. If in doubt, just keep it simple. He didn't need to work so hard to push the banana player back. And obviously caused 2 deaths on their part. Okay, round 20. Fnatic have done a lot of work to get us back to this point. Bermilov having his best map of the series at this critical juncture. Okay, rock and roll. Let's get it.
I don't think anyone who could have been ready for this entire series that we had. It has been twists and turns. It has been overtimes, consistent comebacks, and even in map 3 when Fnatic have to be the ones to do it, it seems like we've got a game. And while we've been saying, yeah, sure, Fnatic, maybe they've got a couple of whack calls in terms of some of these situations, right? That save. It's not like Eklund isn't giving them something to be playing with either. You know, of course, pointing to Kaleka last round. That's either way. We'll continue. We'll see who does manage to actually even things out here and say balance themselves to something. Maybe stabilize, but honestly, that's not gonna happen.
Crikey. Okay. Well, now the man's the lesser. Counter molly is well timed, but that is all the util now for these B players. Bermilov is sprinting. He's got flashes for his teammates. These flashes need to be hitch perfect. In they come. I've never stood a chance. Fear is gone, as is Blame F.
Ooh.
But with that man advantage and a shot through the smoke, it's still advantage Fnatic.
Bermilov's got a Molotov as well. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh no! What is happening? How are they
He was doomed.
this one?
He never stood a chance. And now it's on Detour to salvage this round. Frankly, as we're getting to the territory where we're trying to salvage the map. Tucks himself into new box. Surely the CT side are aware this is a likely position. Quick tap. Does somebody clear? Bermilov in first. Goes down, but 2 men swinging together. Buddy system works well. Fnatic tie up the game. We're in for a corker here on Inferno.
Yeah. Yeah. At a loss for words, and that's it.
Great analysis.
Thank you. I've got nothing, man. I've lost my mind a while back here. I don't know if you've seen it anywhere.
It's one of those games. I mean, Fnatic themselves, there's some highly experienced players on this team. They will come out of this series knowing that this was a lot more scrappy than it needed to be.
You know, one thing we can say at least that this game has been entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's like...
I'm not sure. The way Ted put it as well, he's sorry if anyone missed it or didn't, or to anyone who missed the first map, or to anyone who watched the first map, he's not sure if he's sorry that they missed it or didn't. It's just in that regard and that sort of space of what has happened. Maybe your sanity's better off not having seen some of this. Maybe not. Matties, that's one. Ready for Detour.
Much needed. What have we got? Library smoke goes down for Eklot, but Crims isn't going to think much of that. Haven't seen anybody. And that library smoke is, not perfect, to put it mildly. Still, though, has actually pulled Blame F over. Changes his mind as Crims and Bermilov re-clear brackets. They see nothing. Fnatic starts thinking about leaning numbers B. You can see on the minimap, Crims is starting to make his move. Blame F. Good nade onto Forzy. Now with 3 in attendance, this is looking pretty good for Fnatic. It's a bit awkward without much util, but if Crims picks a good time to come through this CT smoke, it could be perfect. Crims, only the one. Still 2 more players to root out, and now Forzy is all alone. Fnatic finally starting to read Inferno.
From the last time, Fnatic, they've apparently learned their lessons for CT side. T is still to be figured out. But Eklo as well. I mean, when it actually comes to the state of the game here, they've still to actually crack open that A site. They've not really gone past B these last few runs either. So the individuals, they're coming back. We mentioned Bermilov having his best map in the series so far, and unlikely target of Inferno is where that goes. Apparently, posthumous nades well coming through. Back and forth to trade those out. Matisse takes a much-needed advantage. Bermilov adds on top of that as well to not lose against a half-buy here. Hero AK giving it to the right man. Although, I don't think Mikey lives too much longer here, so... Down to 1. That's 4Z. And he's dead.
Oh, they could have really used a bomb plant as well. Force Detour onto some lesser weaponry. And Fnatic... Well, if there's one thing we can say during this series is that they like to do it the hard way. My God.
They're here to give us a
and
show.
And will Eklot have nightmares of a jumping pistol on Mirage? Maybe so.
Oh, I think so. 11-2 for Fnatic. They get that in OT. It's been a fever dream. What a hell of a day.
Problem. It's not a dream, we're living it. It's actually happening. Oh my lord, Matties. An assassination makes it 2. Crims is juggling positions in apartments with Detour. I'm not surprised Detour didn't expect a player to be in apps. It didn't make any sense. What's Crims doing here? And now only 2 men remain for this T side to save the series. 1 player pit. 1 player now. That's Forzy transitioning towards Graveyard. They're so eager to take fights before Fnatic can get out and onto the bomb site proper. They're not really being presented. 20 seconds to go. Fnatic have got to make their move. Blamef swings first. He's gone. Crims swept away. It's just fear that remains. Can he finish this series? No, he cannot. We are going the distance. All 24 required.
Holding it back, even in the unlikely situation. You cannot count out Eklot. That's the one thing throughout this entire series. They've persevered. And here, even as well, when Fnatic are the ones to reach 12 and get it first, this is not an unfamiliar situation for them. 5 kills to decide this one. But I gotta give one massive shout out to Nuke, who's been playing lights out this entire... well, entire series almost. One hell of a game that he's come out with as well.
About to get a mid-pop. This is about to be carnage, and then some. These flashes have to be perfect. They've got to be ideal. Util is brutal from Fnatic. Completely isolates off the offense. It's a disaster. It's an absolute mauling. It's lambs. It's slaughter. You know the adage. And I think Fnatic are well on their way now to the quarterfinals. It's going to be so difficult. Forzy can't quite find the head. And now with 4 on A, the bomb is out in brackets. Eklot have done so much in this series. Maybe it should never have gone to Inferno. Maybe Mirage should have been in the can. But it's not to be. And they're about to be eliminated.
If there was someone I'd trust, it would have been Mikey. Matthew's on the other side, maybe, but Mikey in this situation, sure. But there's not a lot here. 20 seconds. He does not have the time. Fnatic did.
Is he saving? What's going on?
He's chilling.
You gotta go.
Start running into Matisse. And 360, 720. Line it up. Charge it up. Trick shots to end it. And in the final map, It is poetry. It's Fnatic the ones to persevere instead of the comeback from 9-3 down. They want to take this series just ever so barely.
My god, did they have to fight for that? That was wild. Still, though, credit to Fnatic. They're clearly a team. They're a team who are not in their final form. They're a team still trying to find their feet. And they had to fight so damn hard to win that series. But they did. Ted, it's been a marathon. Fnatic have come out on top. But, wow. We saw all sides of Fnatic, I think, in this series.
Yeah, I think we saw all sides of Fnatic. We saw all sides of life as well, right? We saw the good times, the bad times, the cynical times, the
You're
times
muted on
when
Discord, Ted. Hopefully you're not on...
Okay, yeah. You know what? Everyone on the broadcast heard what I said.
Did they?
You didn't
Was it
hear what I
good?
said. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
good.
Okay, I'll take your word
It was
for
great. It was great. Take my word for it. But yeah, that was a roller coaster of a game, and I feel like it is deserving for playoffs, right? It comes with a bit of a relief to me, especially because last time those two played, there was again not the prettiest type of Counter-Strike, but a lot of blowouts, yes, right? A lot of convincing maps, a lot of domination. This time around, it might have been scrappy, but at least it was interesting, right? It was really close up until the very end. It was almost impossible to predict, and the reason we're seeing that here on the replay, we're going to talk about the man of the match of Blame F. I feel like that flying Glock actually defines such a big part of the series, right? When you're thinking about Mirage and the prospect of Ecloud actually coming back into it from being down 2-11 and closing it out, if it wasn't for that jumping Glock, they probably would have done it, right? And they could have even 2-0'd this series, but then in the end of the day, BlameF comes up with a massive clutch. Fnatic win map 1 in OT, then they lose Nuke, but on Inferno, again, I guess the second half wasn't as convincing, but there was sometimes some periods of the map when Fnatic did look like a decent team, and they did look like the better team.
Yeah, I mean, they earned their stripes. They also played themselves into that map. They didn't look perfect the whole way through, so... Yeah, I think, guys, Fnatic... Yeah, we said it enough, but that wasn't the cleanest Counter-Strike, but I couldn't look away. It was that entertaining. I couldn't look away. For better or for worse, I had to watch all of it. Yeah, for better or for worse, though, we're going to have to speed up through this one, gents. Of course, Fnatic winning this one means that they will be playing against the 9 Pandas in the next round of the playoffs, which is the quarterfinal, of course. But we do have 2 more best of 3s coming up right after this one. Now, the Passion UA 500 one will be starting in around 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to have a really short break, and then obviously we have Nexus taking on Monty. Right after that, there's going to be a new set of casters, a new set of names. I believe it's going to be Atro, Hayes, and Travis. So shout out one time to all 3 of those lovely gentlemen. They're going to be stepping up for myself, Nexus, and Alan for the 3rd and 4th best of 3 of the day. Everyone, make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in literally just a couple of minutes.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT. Third best of 3 of the day, and the last 2 to catch off the RO16s out here. Passion UA 500, and after that, next is Monty. But the baton has been passed from the analyst and casting desk, from the beautiful people that already took over from here to now. These ones, Travis and Hayes, out in the casting desk. How are we feeling, boys? Travis, how's the day been going?
Yeah, good. I've been a busy boy. I'm just a Counter-Strike coded, I suppose. Is that what the kids say? I don't know. I just have a way too much Counter-Strike because I do it on my Counter-Strike on my. See, I can't even speak. I've done so much. Then I do it on my personal stream, or do I do it on an official broadcast? I just love it. It means I've got a bit of a BDI on Passion UA after catching them this morning in the PGL Bucharest qualifier. So looking forward to seeing them here.
I respect the grind, Trav, honestly. Like, that is, knowing you have 2 best of 3s lined up for later in the day, bro still goes and co-streams 2 BO3s, that is another level of grind and hustle, so you got to respect that.
Add production, mate.
You know what?
Add production.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It was insane.
You got a lot going on, but I'm here now, Trav. I'll hold you. We've got this.
Okay, you guys can hold hands during the cast. Until then, we got to take a look on down to this playoffs bracket, okay? We've got ourselves the last 2 best of 3s of the RO16s, and so far, I can't necessarily say there's been too many upsets into this bracket. That last Fnatic game versus Eclaw definitely went the distance. It went crazy. A lot of 2-1s on the right side of the bracket, which I don't think is going to continue looking at that further game after this one. But we'll be talking about that when we get there. First up, let's get your BDIs out here, Travis. It's Passion UA and 500 to start things off. And walk me through what Passion UA have already done today, because they are quite equal when it comes down to fighting force, I'd say, against 500, only stats-wise, and how they've kind of been going in the last couple of weeks. So how was the feel when you got to see them today? Do they have what it takes to try to take down 500?
They're in a weird state right now, Passion UA. I still like them a lot. I think they're incredibly talented, but of course, losing your captain in the way they did, of course, to Fnatic, you're always going to have a bit of a downturn after that. I don't think Topper is that bad as a caller. I think his calling is actually good, but Fear was also just a lot better individually in my eyes than Topper. So, yeah, I mean, I really don't know how to feel about their current form. I think they blow very hot and cold. They did lose against Navi Junior early on in that qualifier, quite comfortably as well. The first map of 13-10, it was always in Navi Junior's wheelhouse. They're one of the best ancient teams in the world, I think, in Tier 2 at the moment, Navi Junior. But Anubis was a little bit closer, but they still felt like they were always going to win it, even though it was a 16-14 in the end. So it's weird right now. Jacasmo popped off on that second map. I think he's excellent. I think Kevem was always going to be pretty much a slam dunk pickup. I think it was a right pickup as well. But I just don't think they're at the level, and maybe will ever be at the level again. I mean, I'm of the opinion that if Jambo gets an insane offer, maybe like if, I don't know, something crazy. Say if Na'Vi comes in for him.
Yeah,
like,
I was thinking that too.
I think it's time maybe for him to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the Kvem for S Chiller 1-for-1 is fantastic, but like you say, them losing their IGL Fear is obviously going to be a huge loss for them and very difficult to try and pick up from where they left off last year. You kind of have to replacing 2 players, but we've got 500 on the screens now. These guys have been getting a lot of attention for multiple different reasons lately, but they've had a good run here in the competition so far. They're performing well. I mean, they find themselves in the playoffs, you know, generally Swiss stage merchants who tend to reach the playoffs, and they've done it again. How deep can they go? That's the main question. Now they start to run into like some invited teams and the competition heats up. It tends to be where they fall off, but I think they have the potential to certainly beat Passion UA and get themselves into the quarters.
I think a lot of people are feeling like that nowadays, and especially with the momentum that 500 had in the past week. Bar the run into Leo, surprisingly enough, out of all teams on the close qualifiers we were just talking about for PGL. Bar that, they've been looking really nice. In general, 500 have always been looking like a team that, even though these guys are reaching their years, they've been around the scene for so long. I mean, you take a look on down to Ships and you think, wow, this guy's been together, has been with like this crew with Skade and with you know, Windingo back in the day. He's been here for a while, and yet he's only 24 years old. So these are the kind of Gen 1 of CSGO when they came in, and now they're still kicking it in CS2. They're still kind of rocking the same setup with the same members, the same names, and at this point, there's not really a question of can they coordinate, can they play together? Yes, they can. It's a question of how confident are they going to be in the day, how well would they be clicking heads, and how are things really going to be moving in the map veto as well, as we take a look on over to that. But
Yeah.
before we actually go on over, sorry Travis, before we go on over to the map veto and we see what goes on, I did want to mention as well, after losing Fear, I think like Passion UA also lost a lot of confidence for Zero Fix because he fell down a little bit. So maybe that's a little bit of a talking point you guys can have as we move on into the map veto here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think he's quite a stable sort of role player. I don't think he's ever meant to be the player that kind of pops off. So we'll have to see how that works out in this particular BO3. Once again, Train dodges me, unfortunately. But
Oh, no train! There's no way you haven't had a train yet.
No
I've
train-
co-streamed.
That's
Listen, I've co-streamed a Train, but I'm not casted a Train.
Okay.
Like for
alright,
a pro
yeah.
league. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just unlucky. What can you say? But yeah, Passion UA going for Ancient, right? I mean, that's the one, of course, I already said we've seen earlier today. I had some good ideas on the map, and they actually had some little bit of a mini comeback at the end of that game. But in the end, they just played a team that's super hot on it in Navi Junior. I do think 500 do like going to Ancient still, so it's interesting that Passion UA is still insistent on picking it. And I guess in terms of looking at the map pool as well, just like 500 have tons more reps than Passion UA have, I feel like, in the last month or two, right? I mean, the amount of numbers of maps in the teens and in the double digits of 500 compared to Passion UA, I haven't got a single one. Simple as that. Like, they've been playing just tons more Counter-Strike. So I think they're in a really good position here, 500, to make something of this. Inferno especially as their pick. I've seen many ships literal masterclass on Inferno. He's actually one of the main sort of stars of the team at the moment. I mean, he's been unbelievable in recent games. At one point, I think, before he had a few bad games in a row and 500 had a few losses, I think he had some ridiculous, like a 1.34 rating. It's dropped down to a 1.23 now, but yeah, I mean, he's been insane. I'm expecting more of that today, especially on this particular pool.
Hopefully so. I mean, overall, the map veto definitely leans in the favor of 500 on every single map. Ancient was, like, the best side of the knife they could have chosen to put to their throat right now, Passion UA, on the map veto. But right now, 500 are going to be looking at this and saying, okay, we're ready for this. The fact we get to see Mirage in the pool as well, that's kind of the map where everybody was looking forward to out of 500. And they were saying, okay, you know, that's the map where we start asking some questions, where we start being like, okay, how are 500 entering up these bomb sites every single damn time? And you know what? At this point, they're just going to continue doing it, and hopefully we get to see their masterclass continue if we need a third map. That's in case we need it, because right now, with this map veto, I'm certain they can take Inferno. It's going to be interesting to see how Ancient goes, Hayes.
There's just so many loopholes in Passion UA's map pool at the moment, and for 500, the veto couldn't have gone better in the sense that they have a proper 5-map map pool. The 2 maps they don't like playing, obviously Train and Nuke, and they veto Train, and Passion UA ban Nuke. So it's like, okay, well, any direction it goes from here, 500 are going to be super comfortable. And then, like you said, Ancient being picked for them, map they played 19 times. It's tied for their most played map alongside Mirage, which is the decider. And Inferno is a map that Passion UA have only played once. That was at the end of January as well, by the way. So it's been over a month ago since we've seen Passion UA on Inferno. They lost to Sinners. Sinners are a good Inferno team, but 500 are going to be difficult to beat in this series just because of how comfortable they'll be across the board.
Something else I want to bring up out here is also the fact that Passion UA, in 3 months of gameplay, ever since the year has started, they've seen 12 best of 3s, this being the 12th one. So there's not really a lot of official battle to be had out here for the Ukrainian side either. That's just going to mean that 500, who are racked in right now, who are loaded and ready to just continue getting on the server, are going to have also that little bit of an advantage, right? So by the stats alone, by the way that things are looking, 500 should be, in theory, the ones favored to be the winners out here of this BO3. But in reality, you never quite know until you get to the server. It can always be just one of those days where Passion UA are just feeling better. Jacasmo starts shooting and continues to shoot from that previous close qualifiers on PGL. And who knows, maybe we get to see another Jambo amazing time. Maybe we get to see Kvem start pulling through with the kills as well. It is going to be, I think, a very individual heavy game in these next best of 3s, in these next maps that we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, like, that's the one thing, unfortunately, one of the problems maybe I have with Passion UA right now is that maybe they do rely on the stars a little bit too much. I mean, seeing Jacasmo drop near 30 in regulation earlier and not get over the line in the end against Navi Junior is like, that's maybe not a great sign that they can't find a way to get over the line. Topper, I think his calling was good, but his individual decision making in terms of duels to take, positioning, our own personal level was a little bit lacking. And, you know, listen, I love Jambo and Jacasmo, that duo, as much as the next guy. I think Kvem was the ideal pickup. I think Zerafix is the reliable sort of rock you can rely on. But I just think at the moment, genuinely, if I was to pick a winner in this game, I think it might be a close 2-1 to 500. And if it's not a close 2-1 to 500, I think they might just beat them 2-0, honestly. I don't actually see a way that Passion UA find a way to win on Inferno, for example. I think it's almost a guarantee that 500 get a map here. Just the fact they've got so little reps on Inferno Passion UA. So, yeah, I'm a bit worried about their form going into this game, and I think the Bulgarians could look good.
Okay. Hayes, we have the same opinion here?
I mean, my brain says that this should be 500's game to win, and I think if there's going to be a team who wins at 2-0, it should be 500 as well. I just think that the individual level, if you look at, like, I think the best player on the server has to be Jacasmo, and then the second best player on the server, you know, you could probably do a toss-up between Jambo and Ships. I think there's a world in which Passion UA have the two best players on the server, though. But when you combine the factors of IGL, synergy, teamwork, communication, map pool, and you add all of those into the equation as well, then it starts to tip the scales in 500's favor. But if that duo of Jacasmo and Jambo pops off, they can just single-handedly win a map for their team. So it's a bit tough to call in that regard. That's why I say my brain says 500, but it's not like it's super clear-cut.
I think your heart is also saying 500 because when you say that, you said just they can take a map, right? You don't think they can take the series. So it's a little bit tougher to really gauge what Passion UA can do here. It's going to be the opping battle as well coming through where Oxygen is still feeling quite decent onto it. It's going to be the IGLing battle, which currently is the biggest issue right now for a lot of people, not necessarily in the calling department, but in the fragging department. You definitely can rely a little bit more on the 500 IGL rather than Topa to have a good game. So it is going to be a little bit of a stretch to see where this is going to go and how it's going to play out, but we did just get information it's going to take a little bit more to set up that server. So once we do set it up...
They're not far behind enough already, so let's just have a bit of a break, why don't we? Let's just delay things some more.
Exactly. While we're waiting for the server to get set up, we're going to be jumping straight into map number 1 after the break finishes, so we'll be jumping into that. You boys are going to take that one away, and we'll see each other again once the first map ends.
Well then, that was the fastest middle break in history. And we love that. You know what? We love that. 500 and Passion UA about to get started on Ancient. I've had my beady eye on Passion UA for a lot of today so far and their action around the scene. Always a team that I've supported, especially after their incredible run at the Shanghai Major. But I do think 500 have a great chance of the win today. Ships in toward the Jag position, and it looks like they're actually going to go for a bit more of a mid-pinch and maybe go toward Donut later on.
That's something we didn't talk about in the pregame, is that 500 also played a game in the closed qualifier earlier for PGL, and they lost to Leo, and they would have been significant favorites going into that. That eliminated them from the qualifier, so
huge upset,
they're also probably walking a little bit wounded right now, probably a little bit frustrated by that result. Either way, big stack on this B-bomb site here. There's no kit, so retake's not going to be too easy here, and that's exactly what 500 are going to have to do. I mean, Passion UA has gone through middle, going to go the entire way around through Red Room. Rainwaker needs... I'm thinking 2. I think Rainwaker needs 2 frags here. I don't know if one will cut it, and he will at least get that one on Jambo, and that's going to give him some more positional control. There's no further pressure coming through from CT, so he can just hang around and wait for his teammates to rotate across.
Massive shadow advantages here, and Rainwaker knows exactly what's in front of him. Out of bullets, Jacasmo forces the issue and takes him down. 3 versus 4, but bomb down. It's all about this big flank from Spellen. Always showing his hand now. Pretty awkward. Now damage done to Ships, trying to force their way in, but Topa and Jacasmo are doing great work, and one more on towards Oxygen is going to seal it with Jacasmo's great work as well. Triple kill. It's the Star Rifler and the Captain teaming up.
Yeah, that's very good work coming through from Passion UA. I thought once Rainwaker had gotten that second kill, that bought the time, that allowed for 500 to get into some good positions, but the combination there between Topa and Jacasmo was a 4 versus 2 there, and actually made it look easy. covering each other, both just holding up either side of the bomb site there in the post plant. And that means Passion UA, yeah, they win the pistol on their map, and that's going to be a good way for them to open up. No force buy for 500. I think it's, yeah, when you come off the back of a loss earlier on in the day, you want to get up to a strong start, right? Just try and improve the mood in the camp, just get into the swing of things once again. Of course, Passion UA's game against Navi Jr. was was very closely contested. Whereas I think 500, yeah, they also lost 2-0, 13-11, 13-8. And that, like you said, was a massive upset. So they're going to want to just put that behind them, I reckon.
A little Mac 10 catch, and this eco coming in from 500, so the money will be farmed. Jambo will push all the way around as well. Yeah, I mean, that loss to Leo, I think, is a really bad loss for 500, because I think they were one of the teams for me that could have been one of the spoilers to like the other teams in the qualifier, like your likes of Fnatic, Heroic, Big, Big are eliminated now, but like Ents and stuff like that. I think they could have been a team that could have maybe troubled some bigger names, but it seems like even lesser names are troubling those names. So yeah, so it's just the gauntlet qualifier, of course. That PGL qualifier is absolutely insane.
I know.
24 VRS invited teams and 8 from the open quals for one spot is unreal. So
yeah, that is the definition of a gauntlet right there. That is as tough as it gets. It's an open circuit though, guys. It's an open circuit, remember, everybody. But either way, first gun round is upon us. Obviously, that's tongue-in-cheek. Doesn't feel too open when there's 32 teams and only one spot available. But here we go. Passion UA off on the right foot. There's going to be a contest in towards Jag, and Spellin comes out on top. Kvem is not in a position to get the immediate trade. He was very far behind Jambo, so Spellin's able to just kind of reset himself after that first frag. He gets both those kills, and apparently he wants more.
Yeah, the SMG fight, just they're completely all in Jag. Ships now going to push forward. This is very Ships to push through a smoke like that. He'll manage to take Topa, and then Rainwaker comes and helps out as well. Circle will finish off the round with the rifle. But yeah, I mean, sure, that was the bonus for Passion UA, but not really a huge amount of thought behind it, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little bit too casual the way they try to get into Jag. It felt like they didn't expect someone to be there so early, maybe. The spacing was way off. And then I'm thinking, Spellin, you've just bitten off way more than you can chew, and you've kind of mitigated some of that awesome impact with the double kill, but it's okay because there was a second wave and then even a third wave there from 500 committing to Speedway, and maybe that's a bit of a sign of intent as well, a mark of intent there for 500 in terms of how they intend to go about the CT side. They're not going to be on the back foot just defending the bomb sites. They're going to be taking the fight to Passion UA. Not as much in this round, though. There is as much in this round. The double peak for them to try and play off of. Ships will get the trade, but there's a lot more where that came from, and that bottom mid smoke is going to start to fade, which is going to put the pressure on Ships to turn his focus, and Kvem emerges through that smoke at the bottom of middle. Perfectly timed from him to aid his teammates, and this is a very well-constructed round from the T side.
He's just gone straight into red as well. Like, no hesitation. Didn't run, but had no other goal. Literally shifted all the way immediately to try and cut off a rotation, or maybe cut off a rotator. They've already made their way through. In the end, they wipe the 500 members out of the round. See, that's I understand, actually, maybe that's even a better choice. I know it's probably not what wouldn't have been their goal necessarily, right? But you lose the round with the Mac 10s and whatever. You let 500 just win that one and say, oh, it's all good. We won our first important gun round against the bonus buy. Then you immediately hit back with a really nice split through bottom mid. You take lane. You take a different type of timing toward that lane position and that push through bottom mid as they were fighting near Jag. And yeah, now of course that puts them down to pistols once again. So
yeah,
awkward start for 500. Not maybe feeling it so much today. They have not had good results, as we said. So maybe this will be Passion UA's chance to make Ancient sing for them. Inferno could be a very, very different tale, of course, though.
Which is a bit peculiar because 500 have been in some impeccable form throughout the year, really. At least maybe going back as far as the past 2 months. They've won, I'd say, like 65% of their matches kind of thing. But, of course, it's still very early days. And just even, you know, add to the point you make there, Passion UA even get some damage inflicted in the round that they lose in that first gun round, which means that 500 lose one round and then straight back to eco territory, and they're not going to be able to inflict much damage of their own. So this is a good, strong showing here for Passion UA. They're looking like a well-oiled unit, and they mean business here in the early stages of this playoff game.
Yeah, the MP9 and the 5.7 just have to keep to save. Actually would have rather seen them look for something a bit more aggressive, to be fair. I mean, I think the one thing that is a positive is that they'll be able to keep their armor so they can just buy up everything they want next round with util. Cirque, of course, saving the Kevlar means he'll be able to get an AWP with Kevlar, which is very handy. But yeah, maybe the MP9 would have been nice to see him have a look for something else. Yeah, a couple of exit kills, do some damage to the Passion UA money, but he's going to just keep it, give it over to Spellin, of course. Captain willing to take the lesser weaponry. We've got another one, of course, on ships as well. We know how much of a menace he can be. We've already seen it once in this game, so we shall find out.
I mean, Spellin could have afforded an M4 here, no?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's a bit of an intriguing decision.
Just saving a bit of
intentional
extra
one.
cash in the bank, I suppose, like for the future. May as well use
Yeah,
an MP9 while you've got
I
it.
get that. But I mean, he's playing Jag, so it's fine. But if you have to like rotate, retake, that's when it can be a bit more of an issue. But Oxygen is just out by himself on the ledge. There's no one who's controlling middle. Very good util usage there as well. He's going to be the first one to fall. 1 and 6 hasn't had a great start. No one really has here. Spellin is in some trouble. There we go. There will be a re-aggression into middle, though. This is really well work coming through from the CT side. I love the mid-round re-aggression. And Rainmaker with the triple is the difference maker.
Yeah, there's multiple difference makers on 500. Rainwaker can often be one of them, and that is a glorious triple. Now, Poper, the leader of Passion UA, sure, got the bomb back under his possession, under his shoulder, but where does he take it? Now, he thinks that 500 have seen him pick it up, and is maybe waiting to see if there's a re-aggression to chase him. Thinking he's just shifting away, not looking at it. But not the case. 500 are staying stock solid in mid. Rainwaker in the cubby. With Cirque worried about that A push. Does Tipper still check it properly? Oh, this is going to be unfortunate. He's not going to check it properly. You've got to clear your angles. That would have been a free kill. He would have had a chance up against Cirque. But he gets away with it, and the hero of the round will be Rainwaker.
I mean, I think if he does clear Rainwaker and get that kill, then Cirque probably just turns on a dime and is able to get the trade, but it's not guaranteed. And yeah, like you said, if he did check the entire way through, that would have certainly been a kill there onto Rainwaker, quad kill. And that's a really great revitalization of the round for 500, where it wasn't looking phenomenal at one point, but that mid-round mid-take there, probably Passion UA getting a little bit comfortable after they get that initial control. Now it's anything but comfortable. They have to fully reinvest. There will be an AWP here for Cirque, AWP for Yambo as well. Not as much of a skirmish in towards mid this time round, as Ships are going to be the ones to rule the roost. And Fem actually is ahead of the smoke, but again without support. So that'll result in an opening kill for the CT side.
Oh, Cirque swinging wider with the AWP. Love to see him being proactive on that AWP. How good he can be on it, but Ships again. I mean, Yambo very aware of the possibility of him walking through a smoke, especially even in an advantage. Keeping an eye on everything. But still have that 3 versus 2 do 500 with Rainwaker in mid. What I say, if this was Passion UA, if this was, sorry, 500 versus Ents or something like that, and I was doing like Rainwaker versus X Kaspersky, that would be pronunciation nightmare, trying to get my R's and my S's right in one go. Wayne
Yeah,
Waker
like a
and X
1v1 or
Kaspersky.
something. Yeah.
Hard.
That's I wouldn't know like where in the UK that specific type of accent would come from, but I have heard that quite a bit. Is that like a London thing, or I don't know, man?
Oh, nice shot.
That's nice there from Cirque indeed. Yeah, a little bit of a re-peek there. And, well, Jambo with the AWP now knows that Cirque was here. Oh, he's caught a glimpse of the shoulder, so he can just hold the angle. Jambo steps back into the scope, and now 500 are alive and kicking on the server. Their opponent's map pick, they draw within one. They're going to have the upper hand in the economic battle. They should be able to level it up and start to pile some pressure on their opponents. Mid has certainly been a big theme throughout the early stages of this first map. And 500, they've been doing pretty well in that department.
Cirque is a little cheeky grin on the face as well. Maybe not as baby-faced as someone like Mzinho, but he's still got that baby face, that's for sure. Is he an assassin as well? We shall see. Kvem pushing forward with the Deagle. Lower investment round here for Passion UA, letting 500 reach 4 unless a crazy pop-off happens. They're ready to go as 5 outside A. There's one defender here in Rainwaker, and I'm actually not too bothered about giving up a plant here. Most retakeable bomb site. Actually might be pretty spot on as well. Yeah, might even deny it. It does actually deny it.
Yeah, that's
beautifully
good.
done by Rainwaker, actually. Little bit of a...
And that was... I was going to say, that's the one smoke grenade that the T side had to work with, but Shipsco's downpoint's still going to come through. Jacasmo's on the other side of the smoke with a Glock. No world in which he gets a double, but he does get very close indeed. And now, this does make things interesting. Yeah, that's important there from Cirque to go back and clear Temple. There's a big wraparound coming through here from middle as well, but Stellan seems to have this under control. There we go, kill comes through. It's just Fem left remaining. Cirque has the 5-7 out. Okay. 500, restore calm. Got a little bit shaky. I mean... Passion UA just didn't really have much going for them coming into the round. The fact they get 2 kills and a bomb plant, so pretty decent return. Scoreline leveled up as we expected coming into the round, and now it's 500 who are in the ascendancy. They've got the momentum behind them. If they win this next gun round here, then what do Passion UA fall back on from that point? I mean, generally it's been quite a standard approach from Passion UA in these rounds, quite default-esque, just looking to get early control of middle and speedway or speed lane, and then from there work their way through the round, force rotations, get picks. What is the actual... Is it lane? Is that what most people go for
I call it lane, but it's quite a boring call, I know. But
I like speedway because it's generally like there's always a lot of fast action generally going down that part of the map early on.
Yeah, fair. And also a lane indicates that it's a road. I don't really think it is a road. I don't know. But listen, that's just me getting overly technical. Fair enough. But yeah, I think that was also just... Even though Jacasmo got behind the smoke on that previous eco, which was kind of a bit spooky, that was quite well played by 500. Especially did like the underrated little lineup there that Rainwaker had to make sure of that bomb plant denial.
No,
Over Jacasmo though. Oh, Cirque's refaced it and
yeah,
taking the punishment for it. Chips has got a secondary AWP, but guess what? He's not allowed to keep it.
Yeah, this is disjointed here from 500, honestly. Haven't really been a big fan of the way they've approached this, kind of poking and prodding by themselves. It's not really working. There's no trade potential in these rounds. The repeat there from Cirque was egregious. I'd go so far as to say it's only Rainwaker left remaining, and not for much longer. Topper cuts off that rotation. Passion UA get back to winning ways, and again, middle, whoever wins that early gunfight in towards mid has just gone on to win the round. It's been as simple as that, really. Okay, well, let's see. 500, they empty their pockets here, and again, it's going to be the same start to the round. It's going to be a wrestle for middle. This time, 500 have worked a lot better as a team, though. There's multiple players combining. They've gotten full control. They've had to use quite a lot of util to get the positions that they're in right now, though. And there is a big vacancy over towards the A bomb site, but Rainwaker's peering back in that direction. Their last smoke grenade, no, I lie. Their penultimate smoke now used towards the double doors. But that means they're not going to have much for a retake should that be necessary.
Yeah, having full control of this position obviously locks out so much of the map for a T side to make any sort of play toward the B side of the map in general, and even just information elsewhere as well for 500, right? When you have a positioning advantage like this. But as you rightly say, it's how you keep it. They've got 50 seconds in the round to go, and for 500, they have 1 HE left. So eventually, you kind of just feel like you have to back away. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. And then you give up, like, all that control, but at least they have a kill to show for it. And they still have their numbers on the correct side of the map. I'd love to see Zero Fix just trying to sell a bit more of a fake over it. He's got a lot of utility, and 500 have no reason to rotate away. If they had like a
25.
smoke on A and one player pressuring it, then maybe 500 would be inclined to rotate, but it does look like a rotation will still be necessary. Time is of the essence. Rainwake is the only player between Passion UA and the Say bomb site right now. 13 seconds. If he can drop the bomb carry, that would be huge. Jambo, the first player through, will go down, but it's okay because Topper can pick up the bomb. He has got it, and there'll just be enough time. That's a really important kill there from Topper as he goes back and shuts down Ships, who's trying to come back through Donut. And I reckon, is that the end of the round here? I mean, it looks like they still want to feel this out coming through from Temple, but Zero Fix is fully present-minded about that, and with that kill, you should imagine it spells the end of the round.
What about Fractions, Counter-Strike, and that was so close. You're absolutely right. Like, Rainwaker dropped the bomb there with about 10 seconds on the clock. And it was 8 seconds when Topa actually managed to pick it up. Or, sorry, Chikazmo managed to pick it up. Spellens are trying to do extra damage here. He can't win the round from this position, and Chikazmo will take him out. So, yeah, that is a really well-worked round in the end from Passion UA. It looked a bit stagnant for a while, but they had just enough time. Sure, maybe a bit more by luck than by judgment, but I think that bomb picked up ASAP. Getting onto the site, getting it planted with 4 seconds on the clock, and then Topa waiting in Donut, not feeling like he has to rush onto the site with his teammate and guarantee a trade. Hold an angle that you've already got. And that makes certain of that plant, and our Passion UA are guaranteed at least a tie on the half.
Could be a lead as well, right? This is going to be an anti-eco here for them. Don't know exactly what the round loss bonus for 500 looks like, but it's probably what, like, I think that was the first. They lost 2 in a row now. Let's go back and have a look, jog the memory. Regardless, they're going to get 1900 or 2400, so it's not like they're going to have a huge bank going into the last round of the half. It will be 2400, but this is good for Passion UA. They're justifying their decision to pick this map here, Ancient, coming into the series. And they'll be pretty happy with the way that things have gone so far. This makes me feel like I'm timing out, Trav. The only reason I know I'm not is because Kvem is weapon switching. But otherwise, I would have thought, hang on, my internet gone.
True. Actually, we can see it just like through the X-ray all the way through the map.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, Ships is... I mean, look at him. He's AFK, mate. Like, he's gone to the bathroom.
I just thought it was like the classic 500 cam, honestly.
Fair enough. Forehead only. I mean, look at Cirques.
There we go.
Perfect timing.
As soon as you say that, I love that. Yeah, couldn't have been better, honestly.
Skinny, switch back to Cirque.
Yeah, there we go. Push the button. Right, love that. Has Cirque had the same hairstyle ever since he's come into the professional scene, Trav?
Almost certainly.
Does his hair grow? I don't know, man.
I'd love to see what Cirque with long hair looks like. Actually, I'll tell a lie. I've seen one of those goofy AI man-to-woman like facial recognition software bullshit like before.
Yeah. And
with all the professionals that look like women. And like, listen, Cirque is a woman. Fair play. That's all I'm saying.
There's the one of Donk that goes around all the time, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like Donkina, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it was International Women's Day yesterday. Like,
that's true. Happy
more
Day,
women
everybody.
can only be a good thing.
That's true. It's been a big, talking point recently, of course, with the Imperial Valkyries and the VRS system, and I'm excited to start to kind of figure out some teams where there's both women and men. I think that's like the progression I would love to see. I always hate the term like men's teams because there's never been such a thing as men's teams, right? It's just that is how it's coincidentally worked out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly like, I mean, Anna and like the Imperial Valkyries players, like they're not delusional. Like they realize that that's probably the main goal for the future, is having a singular women's player on a men's team, and in inverted commas. But that's exactly what Anna said. Out loud,
I don't think I doubt there'll ever be a world in which we have like a full female team who's jostling for a spot in tier 1. Maybe 10 years down the line, but I think it's way more plausible to have a world in which there is an integration into these mixed teams. Anyway, good economic damage coming through here from 500. Not that it means anything at all, more just about saving this AK. Will nestle himself into Temple and be protected by the Lord himself. As it is the last round of the first half. If Passion UA make this 8-4, I was never expecting that. I was never expecting such a dominant halftime scoreline, relatively speaking, considering 4-all at one point. So that'd be a really good way for them to end this first half.
By the way, one thing incidentally, I'm pretty sure if I read this from one of the FlyQuest people, I'm pretty sure if FlyQuest qualify for the major and they have like a player drop out ill or something, I'm pretty sure their sub is BB Ann, which is pretty cool. So
Okay.
she
Our
farms.
producer Skinny also mentioned there's a female
man,
player,
that was
Kaiti,
sick,
who
by the way.
plays with Alter Iron. But yeah, that is a great double kill coming through from him. I'm looking at my second monitor. Kvem is focused on his crosshair, rightfully so.
I'm focused
and I really
too.
like the change of pace here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Everyone's focused but me, apparently. But anyway, I like the change of pace and direction from Passion UA. It's straight into the A bomb side off the back of Kvem getting the double in middle. It's like one thing that they had the read that A would have been open, but it's only made so much more successful because of the fact that Kvem does great work with that double kill. And this is now an impossible retake, surely.
Yeah, so I really like that. I mean, actually, it's something I saw from Topa. Roller spin, that is. Actually, amazing individual level from both Kvem and Topa in that final round of the half. And overall, they've all performed to a pretty decent level. Zerafix doesn't even necessarily have to do much. So, good half of Passion UA. 8-4 is pretty solid. And yeah, I think a couple of the games I watched earlier as well of Passion UA, like they do have good calls, I feel like. I also do know when to pace change. I think Ents and Passion UA, when I watched both of them in separate BO3s earlier on Ancient, they had a really good judge of quite slow, drawn-out halves, and then which round to go for that fast A play, to go for that fast B play. Smoke the molly, push through it with flashes. And especially toward B, with how fast you can get up the ramp as a T, it works quite well. A, of course, that was the main one in that previous round, which did look particularly good. And I mentioned Zerafix was a bit quiet. He started the second half brilliantly.
Loud and proud with the Julies there, rattling off the shots. 2 great kills coming through from him. Kvem will get the trade on middle. I mean, a bomb plant is certainly ripe for the taking. I mean, there is a player now in Donut. Spellen's gotten past him, and he's actually going to plant reverse default. Chasmo is not going to be surprised by the player in Temple, but takes him a couple shots there to actually get the kill. Spellen will fall foul as well. And the only celebratory point of the pistol is for 500 that they get the bomb plant down. But that is a great way for the Ukrainian team to kick off the second half.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're going to go for some kind of force here, but they didn't get many. They only got 1 kill. So when it comes to kill reward, not much to work with. Do they go for something, or because of only getting 1 kill, do they go for Deagle, half armor, or... I'm not so sure. They are 4-9 behind, so you'd expect maybe them to go for something a bit more extensive to try and get back into the game. And that is what they're going to do. Galil, Kevlar, Deagles and 5-7s, Tech 9s, or sorry, let's say 2 Deagles and 2 Tech 9s. So yeah, we are going to be pushing in toward the A long position as well, and maybe go for just a walk up toward the corner and then burst as a 5.
But if they lose this force by trap, 10-4, especially if they don't get a bomb plant, that could be like the beginning of the end of Ancients. And it feels like things have actually fallen apart really quickly for 500. Fem is going to be on the scene again. He's gotten multi-kills in the past 2 rounds, by the way. Can he do it again here? He's run out of ammo, and he will be able to round the corner. Look at Jambo. He is not going to be taking this one silently. He's not going to wait for the util, and that might cost him his life. At least he's found one, and he will make his way back through the smoke. Passion UA are just annoying 500 right now by not giving them these direct gunfights. Fem should die, though, because of the pressure coming through from ships. Eventually, the last bullet from Cirque's mag will get the job done, but that's allowed for Chasmo to just reposition through Temple.
Nice.
The man advantage persists. He's doubled down. He's found a third. Force buy denied and no bomb plants, and that was the worst case scenario here for the T side.
Chasmo is having a day. Last map I saw him play, he dropped 31 in a losing effort in a 14-16. Only 17 and 5,
like
and they're
Monacy
very
for real,
much, very much in the driving seat. Yeah, Monacy will know all about that. I mean, I've had a chance to watch that game. That was just shocking.
Someone save him, please. He had like 4 times the kills of Snacks by the end of that series or something stupid. I don't know, man. But I don't know how much longer he's actually going to be in that GP2 roster. I think his contract ends this year, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but there's lots of talks about him joining a regional team, right? Atra says Mono C to Falcons. That would be the dream, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. I mean, like Kassad, who's obviously got a lot of close ties to Nico, has spoken on the Hot Take Point Made podcast about how that's unlikely.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Kassad said he wants to be Mono C's agent, but he says a lot of outrageous things in that podcast, to be fair, and this is not an outrageous round just yet, but there's a pretty good chance. The problem is the bomb's still in middle.
This is really awkward, actually, for Passion UA, but of course, still low HP. Great peek from Spellender. That's Kvem hitting the deck, and now Jacasmo has to peek to try and help out. They need to be in a position to actually get one back, or maybe multiple. That's actually could be bad info. He gives mid a look and sees absolutely nothing. Rainmaker was just jiggling shelf. Spellender had already moved toward bottom mid to collect the bomb and move away. So they have actually gone back toward B, and that's the right bomb site, but 25 seconds. Still a risk.
Man, the clock's going to be the main enemy here for 500, because they can't afford to just like walk into the bomb site and clear everything out. And Passion UA are fully committed to this right now. Topper, MP9 out. The bait's been taken short, and he's got the perfect lineup there with the MP9. That felt like 2 kills and 2 bullets. Of course, they were both low, courtesy of Zerofix, and well, Passion UA gets a lot closer than they would have liked, but a great read there to just stick together, and I love that they do that. They just give up a bomb site. They're not just trying to cover both bomb sites with their 2 remaining players. They just say, let's work together. We can retake if we have to, but let's just stick together, and it works wonders.
We have a slow-mo replay by any chance of that level with the MP9 from Topper. I'd love to see it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2 bullets fired in quick succession, and both kills coming through. Zerofix. And we're being held by Jambo, and that's what you expect from Jambo. Hasn't exactly been setting the scoreboards alight lately, but whenever I've watched him, I feel like he's getting really important kills very often.
Okay.
He might be like 8 and 8 in most games, but like he gets the important openings, he gets the ones in the mid round, he gets the ones maybe in the battling after plants or retakes, and yeah, I think that's a good sign that he's still playing and getting these mid-round impact kills.
Yeah, those are the key kills. The high-impact frags, the ones that matter the most. Topper's going to have some important frags being offered up to him here. Passion UA are making a move down ramp at the moment, by the way, so they're getting a lot of valuable information. Topper's just on an off angle. Spellen's never going to expect this. Ships has to trade, and he does. Nice shot. Now that is going to ramp the pressure up here onto Jambo. And it's going to make it very difficult worrying about middle and this A bomb site. He's going to have a teammate to come through and clear or cover middle, so he can just focus solely on A. And Ships is still hanging around in red room. I don't know if that was necessary for him. That's going to give up his life. Does Jambo try to deny the plant? He won't, but that's okay. Does miss a shot. It's not too costly. They still have a 4 versus 2, and he's caught a glimpse of Rainmaker. Rainmaker doesn't know he's been spotted, and Jambo's seen both players. He knows there's one temple. He knows there's one in the corner of the site. Fem will come through. He gets that frag for free, and he could even finish off the job here on Cirque. He does. Trav, this is now, what, 8 rounds in a row for Passion UA? 8 in a row.
Crazy.
And Kvem is 20 and 10. Jacasmo 19 and 5 are having a field day. 39 kills between the two of them. Oxygen on the flip side is 2 for 15. He is being suffocated right now.
And listen, don't get me wrong, it's pretty basic communication and, I guess, judgment of how to retake that round for Passion UA. But as soon as Jambo spots that glimmer of the player on the close right, Kvem has a free kill, and he knows it. And they know the other players in Temple. And Jambo could even feel very comfortable in moving forward to take the duel himself, even if Kvem wasn't there. Even if he was completely, or even if he was dead. Even if he was out of the round. Because he knew what was going on. He knew he could clear close right. He knew the Temple player wasn't going to peek him because he'd just seen him go in there too. They had no idea 500 they'd been spotted in that position. So they're going to try and turn up the pace and try and save the game with a bit more of a speedy way about it. Unfortunately, it's still gone 1 for 1. Thankfully, there's a lot of information for Ships, and Zerofix is stomping around the site and in mid, so it's a free kill for Ships there, but they still need to get the bomb planted and get spooked. That's a bit of a mouse wheel jump, I'm afraid. Spellin will deal with Jacasmo, but the bomb is planted, so I think now with them on such low HP, I'm not expecting much of a comeback in this one for Passion UA.
Yeah, it looks like Jambos are trying to secure them an exit path, but Chips is going to time his peak very nicely here, and he'll even get the kill on Kvem, and that makes life near impossible now for Jambos to try and get out as well, although Chips is not thinking he's still in CT, so he at least will be able to find the frag that gives him safe passage away from the bomb site, and that is going to be 500, winning their first round 9, and denying Passion UA getting the job done. Well, how much longer, though? How long can they keep themselves alive for here? Felt like that's one of the rounds where you've almost just, like, accepted your fate.
Honestly, I had a feeling if the 500 players were maybe set up a little bit differently, that Jambo could have gone for a ninja defuse there, because there's that famous one that happened at the Major in the RMR, so another one the other day on Mirage in one of the streams I did, which was just like, I mean, he was on 14 HP, and he managed to stick a 5-second defuse in a smoke, which was unbelievable. Everyone missed him. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. But, yeah, he's the sort of guy to keep trying those sort of things. He actually tried it next round and failed. But Jacasmo and Kvem are looking to close this one out here. And now, Zerofix is even getting into the action as well. They're just going for a speedy play toward BR 500. But I'll tell you right now, that was not going to work out when you had all those 500 players, all those Passion UA players, in position. A very comfortable 13-5. However, Matt, as we've said, map 2... is a little bit more of a different story when it comes to recently played results.
Yes, it is, but it's, I mean, like, if we just look at what happened there on Ancient, and that through that lens alone, then I'm pretty worried about 500, because they just didn't pitch up at all. It's going to have to be a big reset from them now in the break. Kvem had an incredible map there, man. So many multi-kills, so much impact. Jacasmo as well. We're going to throw this one across now to Mr. Atro to break it all down. What have you got for us, mate?
Well, for you guys, I've got the CCT replay going on, because we're just about to re-watch everything that just happened, try to break it down a little bit. So, I mean, POA managed to take this game away, even though it looked so close at the beginning, because they were a slow-stalled engine at the beginning. They were like a diesel engine trying to get through together, and there were a lot of crazy kills that were coming through, a lot of aggression actually coming through from the 500 side on that CT side, but the crunches that kept working for 500 stopped working when we swapped the halves. They stopped working after actually round number 8, where we don't really get to see 500 being allowed to get away with a lot of those dynamic plays anymore. They were trying to play together all the time. They were trying to communicate into finding those rounds, but as Hayes rightfully pointed out, so Oxygen was nowhere on the server. A lot of the other players weren't really stepping up out there for 500, and we got to see PUA just not only find both pistol rounds and conversions in the second pistol as well, managing to take down the force buy from 500, but as well as just hitting better shots. Momentum was on their side, wind was hitting their sails, and Jacasmo was having an insane game, absolutely insane, alongside Kevin, and no one was really slacking. Speaking of individuals, Topo was a very nice person to see on the server alive here. He not only had a very positive KD and a lot of impact, but he was also really just calling out on that CT side time and time again. Wherever 500 were, they either had a retake ready, or they had utility set up, or they had a player lurking around. Like, they were covered for all sort of possible plans, and PUA were just playing better fundamentals. There was more trade potential out of PUA. There was better positioning. There was more multi-fragging happening right there from the individuals as well. But everyone was covered for, and it really felt like PUA were just not really letting 500 get away with a lot of those post plans. Because don't get me wrong, 500 did find themselves onto the bomb sites a couple of times there, but it just never really felt too secure, and it never really felt like 500 had enough to work with in both the utility department as well as the individual department, because you get to see just Kevin running to the bomb sites in the retakes, managing to take down 1, 2, he gets traded, but it comes in way too late, already more players in there, and you get overwhelmed. That's exactly what happened. 500 got overwhelmed. They take away a single round on their T side, even though they do manage to find enough openings to hopefully try to get more. It's going to be a huge reset needed, because this is Passion UA's map pick. This is something that they were preparing for. And up next, while this is a map they were confident going on, PUA are going to have the real challenge coming in. Because at the pregame, we were talking about how 500 could have a 2-0. Now, it's about, can PUA try to take that 2-0? They've never played Inferno, bar a single exception. And that was on to the beginning of the month, to the beginning of the year, on the 30th of January up against Sinners, and they lost that 13-9. And we know Sinners loved to spam Inferno back then, so Passion UA were kind of forced into it, having a permaban themselves. Now we go back to it 2 months later to see if anything's changed and if Passion UA can try to take down 500. And a 500 aren't necessarily feeling all that great right now. So it's going to be down to the question of, can 500 on their own map pick feel a little bit better, reset away from the first map and pretend like it never happened, or will PUA keep that momentum in their sails and keep it going into map number 2? We're about to find that out after a 10 to 12 minute break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And the break is over, the wait is done, and hopefully 500 have reset themselves into this best of 3, because otherwise it is Passion UA's game to take out here in a 2-0 scenario. However, again, chances aren't necessarily pointing to that. It's going to be coming up onto Inferno now, the map pick of 501, which Passion UA have only seen themselves on once this entire year. So maybe things are going to be looking more up here for the Bulgarians. But Travis, how are we feeling after we just got to see that previous performance from them?
Oh, I mean, I definitely am concerned about their current form, but I can't look past the fact we've barely seen anything from Passion UA on this map, right? One game played this year against Sinners. Again, as Matt rightly said earlier, Sinners are quite a good Inferno team. That was in the end of January, and we've seen nothing from them since on the map. 500 realised that. They picked the right map here for sure. It's one they've gone to a hell of a lot in recent times. They've beaten Partisan twice. They've beaten other teams in the scene toward that Res showdown as well, like Big and BC Game, which are actually decent wins for them. That's when they're at their sort of like early year peak, when they're really going on a run. But I just don't see a world in which they don't put up a really, really good fight and don't at least maybe take double-digit rounds on this map. I think that Passion UA just don't have enough reps on it. 500 have just shown too many good results on it. I really think Mirage should be happening. If it doesn't, 500 clearly just had a pretty bad off day, as we saw earlier with losing to Leo in that PGL qual.
Yeah.
You know what I will say is that I think the individuals look really good for Passion UA, and I feel like this is where we can start to expect some consistent results from them after they had to make the one force change. I guess they were both force changes because S-Chiller didn't want to compete at this level anymore, and Fio was picked up by Fnatic. And it's been a bit of time now, and you'd imagine that Inferno has to be a map they've been like workshopping, right? Something they've been like grinding and practicing as well. So I think there is a world in which we could see a 2-0 here for Passion UA, just kind of based off of what I saw on Ancients alone. I was very impressed by them, and I think the individuals could get them the job done here again.
I will echo that statement just because of the fact that this day 4-500 started off with a loss on Inferno against Leo, right? That's how their kind of off day, quote-unquote, started, because they did lose 13-11 in a really close scenario, and after that, they just couldn't really seem to pull themselves ahead afterwards. It was D2 on 13-8, and now we just got to see what happened on a 13-5. So we're going to be jumping into Inferno, and if the day starts off bad for 500 on Inferno, maybe they can change that and they can make it a better one on Inferno again. Boys, take it over the line here, because it's map number 2, and it's Passion UA's time to try to shine.
Let's go. 500. Honestly, for me, right now, I am expecting a little bit more from them, that's for sure. And that's...
Oh, that's fair.
I think Passion UA, I'm not just talking about the series, I'm just talking about today. I think there's a world in which maybe it's just one of those days where Passion UA have things go right for them, and 500 doesn't, because 500's results have been poor. Passion UA definitely showed a good face against Navi Jr. earlier, despite losing, so we shall see. Jambo dancing with death, but still alive somehow. Don't ask me how. He's got 2 bullets left. He's going for one more click. He just loves it right now. That's confidence for you. Goodness me.
Yeah. I mean, I thought after the first kill we'd just see him fall back. At least Rainwake is able to get 2 on the other side of the map, but those kills just level out the numbers a bit more. It's still a big job to try and receive or recover the bomb. And Passion UA know that because Rainwaker was in mid, they were trying to force the fight. Rainwaker's gotten another. That one's just straight up through the smoke. Topper's like, mind if I maybe get in on the action? I was going to support you, so it'll be nice to maybe find a frag here. But now the bomb's been picked up by Cirque. Has gone back to clear up middle. That's going to be some false sense of security. But it doesn't look like Chakasmo's too keen. Excuse me, it doesn't look like Jambo's too keen to commit to the push down mid. He will start to make his way forward, though. And it's all about the timing right now. Rainwaker had just cleared mid out. Is he out in the open here for Jambo? Does Jambo... It looks like he's a little bit too worried about peeking in case someone's holding for this. It would be a free frag. Oh no, I lie, Rainwaker's in the cubby. And now we will see Jambo edge his way forward. What is the timing like here? It's going to be not great at all. He's seen both of the players. And now Jakazma has to make a decision. Does he think they're going to go back to A? Do they continue to commit to B? He's still hanging around right now. And now they know where he is. Oh my god, I can't believe how this round's been turned on its head. After Jambo's incredible triple, they're just going to double swing CT. And Rainwaker saves the day with an ace.
Goodness gracious, what a way to kick off Inferno. Jambo just made it look gorgeous, but Rainwaker has trumped him. What a crazy timing on that flank.
That was really unfortunate, man. Such fine margins there, making a big difference. Passion UA going to go for the Force Buy. I'm a fan of the Force Buy CT side in general, and I think Inferno is one of the best maps that you can go for this option as well, just because of how narrow the choke points are. You can just try and take the round as deep as you possibly can with smoke grenades. Good nades being dropped down now on Banana as well is going to bring Oxygen very low on health, certainly susceptible to these pistols. And it looks like 500 just going to go for a group-up approach. They've got an early Banana control, and it looks like that's enough for them to commit into the bomb site. Smoke grenade coffins. Sure, there'll be one coming into CT. They've got time to respect the smoke as well. Don't have anybody controlling the other side of the map, so they might not be too keen to hang around, but it does look like Passion UA are going to start to second-guess themselves on the setup here. This is what I was talking about with the chain smokes with the Force by CT side Inferno. Just trying to force the round as deep as you can, bleeding the T's util at the same time, but also the deeper and longer the round plays out for, the better the chances are for the team with the Force by, because this is when chaos can ensue. Problem is rotations are going to take an absolute age before they get in. Another one. A third smoke grenade trap. And they still don't have an HE to break this open.
Chain smoking is not good for you. Will it be good for Passion UA in this round? Right click flashing inside of the smoke. There'll be a second one actually in that play as well. And actually Ships has gone all the way through and he's actually found both of them. Classic Ships on Inferno, always causing havoc, always causing issues. They will eventually get a couple of kills back here, Passion UA, and the bomb will only just go down. But I do think the goal will be to save this M4. It's pretty precious.
Fix, is he just trying to pick up the Mac 10 right now from Ships' body? I mean, it's not like that's a huge prize to try and carry into the next round, but 500 have navigated this anti-force buy successfully. Like you say, chain smoking their way through, and that does make the difference. I guess chain smoking is the way, the play. What do you have about them? How do you like them apples, Trav? Worked out for them?
I don't like them. I like chain appling. I don't like chain smoking.
The chain of apples would get you too far, to be fair.
No, I know, but...
catch, like, maybe horses or something?
Listen, we have a type of honey crunch that... I've just ruined it. We have a type of apple we have in the UK called honey crunch.
Yeah.
And that might be the best variety of apple that I've ever had. When you get a good honey...
green? Like one of those green apples?
No, I think it's just a regular, like, red and green apple. But, like, if you get a fresh... ripe honey crunch, it's one of the best apples you could ever wish to taste, in my opinion. So.
Are you familiar with the pink lady? Do you guys have pink lady apples?
Yes, and actually, that is my second choice.
Okay. I mean, I've just googled the honey crunch one, so I see this one. Sometimes I find them to be a little... They're not my fave. I do like that shot there from Topper, though.
That was
and 500, are they just going to keep things simple and direct again up into this B bomb site? Because Kvem's M4 is here, and they do know this. Is there a boost up? I was wondering if they'd go for the boost here. Not really able to spot much, but actually, with the spray, take Oxygen down. This is just an eco round for the CT side now, so damage will certainly be welcomed.
Oh my goodness, that's just a guess. Burst through the smoke by Spellin. Jacasmo out of the round straight away. That's unfortunate. That changes things entirely from an advantage. It's difficult as it is, retaking with an advantage, let alone in an even situation. And now it's an uneven situation. Ah, goodness. Great recovery from 500. They do seem a little bit more revitalized, of course. Now they're on a map which they're a bit more comfortable on, and they know they have an advantage on. It's early days, but just in-game body language, that's what I'm gauging. They've recovered a couple of these rounds nicely. When the guns come out for Passion UA properly, we'll have to see. Looks like Zerofix is sticking around here to try and just do some damage after time. He doesn't want to keep the Mac 10 into the gun round.
No. I thought he might even tap the defuse to try to draw them back in. I mean, I don't even know if he'll survive the bomb explosion, honestly. Yeah, only just. I think tapping the diffuser and trying to draw those players back was the play, actually. And just maybe you get 1 or 2 more kills, and that would have done a good chunk of damage to 500's economy. Either way, it's going to be the first gun round now. Kvem will drop an AWP across to Jambo. Still probably kicking themselves a little bit that they don't win the pistol off of Jambo's incredible multi-kill at the top of Banana to start the map off. But let's see if they can kickstart their campaign here with the gun round. Banana's certainly been a big theme here throughout 500's early starts of the half. No doubt that'll continue to be the case. It's just about the temperament and the pace with which they continue to approach it. Amber just missed the timing there.
Yeah, unfortunate. Mac 10, of course, on Zerafix that we've just been speaking about is like, there's only a very select few places in the map that you can actually use it, and the role that he plays in Inferno is not really a place where you want a Mac 10, which is why I agree that I'd like to see him maybe just forego it. Tupper again does quite well to get a 1 kill toward top banana, but again he's kind of gone down with only that one. Awkward gap in the right-hand side of that smoke as well, and Jacasmo doesn't get away with anything from that. And now he's getting charged upon by Oxygen. Very quick rotation. They might need to come and help him out through the CT smoke, but Jacasmo is just doing all of it. Fair play.
Oh, peekaboo, man. What a swing out there to get that second. He knew he couldn't just sit by idly and allow for them to take the fight on their terms. He does it on his terms. That's going to be a great multi-kill. Nearly ran out of ammo. He didn't finish the reload the first time round, but it wasn't a costly one. And you got Krem, who's now in the bomb site itself. Rainwaker's obviously got a lot of different concerns in terms of big pit, mini pits, and the bomb site. Jambo is posted on now, though, so going to be able to get past the AWPer. Does this corner get cleared, though? Krem's not going to spot Rainwaker making his way into pit. And if Rainwaker peeks from pit, then that's going to be a very good angle for him to clear out the corner of the bomb site. But it doesn't look like he's completely aware of that right now. And there we go. The peek will come through. There's actually a dink from Krem, but Jambo, oh, that's a big miss smoke. That's a really big miss smoke. You can't do anything about the bomb carrier getting on the site, but he will connect that shot. And Cirque's going to commit to the plant anyway. That's brave. And maybe that'll give him a chance here in the post plant. He's going to be able to just make his way off of the site here. It's going to require a Cirque masterclass as he does make his way back into pit successfully. So he's got a better position to work with now. He's got cover at his back. They don't have util to force him out. There is a pitcher on the CT side. Cirque, oh, that shot had to connect. Yeah. And unfortunately, he misses, which cost him his life. And yeah, facepalm for a reason.
I mean, that's always a tough one, though, right? Like, I know it would probably be described, deservedly so, as a bad miss, but also you look at it when you get peeked from one player on a different angle, two players coming at you and one player on a different angle. It's like your eyes don't know which, doesn't like kind of never really choose which player to look at in that very quick split second. So if you've not got your eyes focused on the target, sometimes you just don't hit the target. Just like with any real life sport as well. Keep your eyes on the ball, as
Eye
I
on the
say.
ball. That's it, baby. So
it's awkward, but yeah, a shame. Good win for Passion UA though, a really important round to take. And now, 2 Mac 10s, Tech 9, double AK, 500. Money isn't amazing. So, chance for Passion UA to get a handle hold on the CT side now.
I'm glad that Topper doesn't continue to commit to the fights in Banana there, especially against this type of an investment. You've got far superior weapons, but he's going to hold a forward angle here regardless. This is a very far forward position being taken up by Topper, and it will get him a double, but 500 have still been able to get themselves some good side control. Spellen's been getting peppered by utility, man, down to 12 health, and I think all of that damage has been done by virtue of HE grenades. But he's in the bomb site. He's alive. He's got the bomb in his back here. He's going to be able to act. No, he's not. Oh, 2 health. He's going to be able to survive even more util damage. 98 util damage onto Spellin. He will go back into the smoke, but eventually he's been finished off. That is a horrible round for Spellin, and he didn't do anything wrong.
Poor lad, man. He's just completely dancing with death and finally goes down. Cirque does something crazy, and why not try and get a kill back? It's actually vaguely winnable for Rainwaker, this one. Hang on a second. He's now going to finally attempt to plant the bomb again, or is he? It's only a fake. He just can't get this bomb down for the life of them. Finally, he realizes where both these two players are playing from, and actually, he had his crosshair in the right place for Jambo. But thankfully, Jambo is better on this occasion for the sake of Passion UA.
Yeah, and 500 are going to have to eco now. So Passion UA able to get this campaign off the runway. Consecutive gun rounds. This one's about trying to get it done as cleanly as they can to build up some head steam in terms of their money. And Passion UA have certainly shown a tendency to be keen to contest more top Banana than Banana itself. And they've had some good success in that regard here as well. It's actually a force buy for 500. I'm not really a huge fan. It's not like they've got a massive reset on Passion UA's economy available to them. A full save would have gotten them everything they needed in the next round as well. It feels like this is a bit much. Talking about a bit much, Topper, brother. Yeah, let's rein it in a little bit there, shall we?
Cheeky.
Sad.
Overly. So, I would say.
Probably
That
a
nade
better
has
description.
just
Where's
ruined
it
someone's front porch.
Did it actually go through the window?
It went through the window on the left, yeah.
Oh man, that's just rude, guys. Like, let's keep it in the playing field at least. That's like when you're playing golf and you're on an estate or something, and then you break someone's window, like, off the golf course.
I'm glad you used that example, because I thought that... I know you've given it thought. I know you've given it thought that you know I like golf. So, there we go. Topa trying to push his way forward to help out against Oxygen and Jacasmo. Oh my goodness, his form today, he's been on point. He gets humbled slightly there by Cirque. Fair play. But surely it wouldn't be too easy for him to win this round. How's that a miss? Hang on a second. The orb's been picked up. Cirque can set up in an afterplan. 25 seconds left in the round. The smoke's fading CT. Cirque just got the orb picked up, and guess who's low? It's Kvem. Doesn't even matter.
Oh my God.
He's been orbed out of the round. How have they won that 1-500?
I couldn't really tell you, honestly. It feels like that was a great position Passion UA were in. Cirque has been fantastic here to recover the round for his team. I mean, the 1v there was phenomenal. Orb recovered, good shots being connected, a quad kill coming through from him. That's a huge dropping of the ball for Passion UA. And again, that's another round now where they had a very good position for themselves, but they just couldn't convert it. And that's going to start to cost them and hurt their chances here on the map at large.
It looks so comfortable. I mean, you could argue that you could criticize Jacasmo after those two lovely opening kills on the hold, that maybe he didn't need to swing massively wide like he did. He could have just waited, perhaps, but yeah, maybe he wanted to try and swing in conjunction with his teammates who are rotating in. He did get absolutely owned as well. It's a really nice shot on him, so we can't blame him too much. Yeah, it's frustrating for Passion UA. A couple of opportunities to keep this game close, and that was the one round to really hurt the 500
Yeah, big
money.
time. Would have leveled up the the scoreline rather, and then they would have played against an eco in the next. So it's a very costly round to lose there. And again, 500, a big tendency from them to be prioritizing this B-bomb site. Chat repeak is not it, I'm afraid, and now it's all on Jacasmo's MP9. He's out in the open, Util raining on in. He will also just get removed from the equation. That's round over. 5-2, and 500 are in control.
The Passion UA change up here, because there's some certain moments you think, okay, well, they've got a great hold going here. And then one over peak just changes things in general and make it snowball. I 500 are in a good position. Well, be able to keep 3 players alive. That will build the bank ever so slightly. Sure. Mission UA save. It's Inferno after all. It wouldn't be Inferno without multiple saves. But let's give them a decision to make now. 2900 on Kvem before he bought utility. 2400 Topper. 2100 Zero Fix. It's you could argue dropping Famasses is an option, but it wouldn't aid them with any good util across the board, only on 2 or 3. So deciding just to save properly, probably the better idea, I would say, because it gives them a chance if they use 3 rifles. Maybe 500 walk into them. But the other 2 can just maybe play a bit of more of a support, stick around them, bait for them perhaps. As you can see right now, they kind of split them up as it stands.
If Passion UA loses this round, I mean, I guess it's not a full investment. It's going to be top on the front lines. Good first frag. He's doubled down with barely any health. He should die to the molly. Yeah, that was inevitable. But the fact that he's been able to multi-kill before he goes down has kept Passion UA's chances alive in the round. Problem is, Jambo, yeah, he's just in a really awkward position right now. They know that he's here. It's going to be a great kill coming through from Rainwaker, but there's a trade. 2 of the 3 players left alive for Passion UA are players who carried weapons over. Chikazmo has got Kevlar, so if he could recover a gun, he then becomes a force to be reckoned with as well. And Cirque, timing could be a problem here for him, because he's looking in towards Archers. And yeah, that's going to cost him his life. The little bit of aggression there from Passion UA works wonders. They peeking down Banana, they win a gunfight there. They push their way past through the bomb sites in towards middle. They get a kill there. And now 500 have dropped the ball a little bit.
Yeah. Funny swings and roundabouts. That building is having a well of a time. But yeah, I think for me, that is just... Why'd you go through a smoke? Why'd you go through a smoke, Bun and Banana? That's my only question. You should be aware of kind of what Passion UA have in that sort of a round, and how they've been gifted what was a round, of course, with 3 weapons and around 2k in the bank per player. So it's like now you have a buy in arrears because of that. Look at the money on Jambo, Kvem, and Zerafix suddenly.
Yeah.
Suddenly we're in the same position as we were before, where if they win this round,
yeah, true.
it'll be even
You're
again.
Right. Yeah, they've kind of been given the same opportunity that they weren't able to capitalize on earlier. Let's see if they can do it this time around. Because this is now the red carpet being rolled out for a leveled up scoreline again for Passion UA. I wonder which half of the map they'd prefer here, considering they don't really have the reps on it. T-side, you can kind of just boil things down to the finest form. You know, just banana control into an exec, banana control into brackets control into an exec. CT side, you have to have your rotations well oiled, your protocols, the way that you're playing off of each other. Sometimes you need more reps to figure it out. Either way, this is going to be pacey and punchy coming through from 500 as they try and ramp up the pressure on the safe bomb side. Great flash to blind up Zerafix. He'll regain his vision just in time, though, to cut down the threat, and that's taking the attention away from Topper, who seems to always be at the forefront of the action wherever it's going down. Good first shot from Ships, but can't get the Deagle reset in time. Passion UA weathered the storm against the Force Spy, and surely now will play against the Nico.
Yeah, and against the pacey Force Spy as well, right? Like actually realizing that that was a bit of a risk they had to avoid. They've managed to do exactly that. Now they've got an opportunity to get this game close again. 5-5 is on the horizon for them. Keep this one clean as well, and you'll have a bank for pretty much the rest of the half. For some unknown reason, they survive with 1 player alive at the end of this round, for example. Then we've got an issue. But 3 or 4 alive, if not 5, ideally. And the bank is fine for the last 2 rounds. Good peek from Jambo.
I feel like Rainwaker's the only player we've actually seen good form from across the board in the series so far, or this match. I mean, he was good on Ancient. No one else really pitched up. Cirque had a highlight round. He got 4 of his 6 kills in 1 round. Sure, it was a great showing, but a great round doesn't win you a map. We need the likes of Ships and Oxygen to really come to the party.
Cosmo should be good for these. He's going to have help from Short as well. There we go. Zerafix and Topper will clean it up. And they do get the 5 alive. And as you can see, that is more than enough money for the end of the first half. Can they get a 7-5 off the back of that? 500 have been not as cheeky and explosive as I think they have been in the past on Inferno. We saw Ships going through the CT smoke once with a Mac 10. That's fair. That's on brand. That is, you know, I think we have to talk about that round they won with the picked up Cirque AWP as well after the 1-digged Jacasmo, and they shouldn't have won. So they've had some moments, but let's see if they can make another happen here, because they've already destroyed Jambo on the half-wall angle. You always feel so confident as an AWPer, especially if you're a talented AWPer, like Jambo is, unlike me, for example. From that sort of angle, you think, oh, yes, I'm going to have that, and you just get completely destroyed, and you're like, oh, well, I've been humbled, unlucky. Jacasmo will find 1, but does go down. Now Kvem needs to push for something. He does find that something. He finds Rainwaker, and now the hold for Topa when he gets the 1. So sure, 500 know they've traded their way into the B bomb site, and they should be favoured now. But of course, Passion UA will go for it with all this util and a kit.
Yeah, Cirque is in a prime position right now. It's really important. He wins this fight. Kvem is going to jump up on the barrel, and that will cost him his life. And now it's all on Zerofix, and he's not going to go for the discreet approach just because of the time. The Incendiary doesn't force the play out into the open. The steps are going to be heard. This is played by the book right now here from the T side, not giving anything away. Good movements there from Stellan to also just act like the back of the bomb site's clear. He'll emerge victorious, and 500 needed that round.
Yeah, that was a critical one. Passion UA had pretty much everything they could possibly hope for in that 2v2, but being outpositioned like that, not really much you can do. Especially Zerofix not realizing Spellin was where he was. Did almost everything right. I think he was probably going to take the kill and look like he was going to go for an immediate hold directly after that, but he wasn't even allowed to do that. Double peaked. Easy guaranteed kill. Lots of damage from ships. Goodness gracious. And Kavem offers up a fight as well. Oh, they're all just feeding him. All right. That's the A-bomb site clear then, lads. Let's get in there.
Okay, well, this has been a good return to form for 500 and really important rounds as well, just to kind of improve the mood going into the second half, because they started off well 3-0. If this ended 6-all, then Passion UA kind of feel like they're the ones with the momentum going into that second half. I'm still not writing Passion UA off from actually piecing together a solid T side on this map. They impressed me more as a team and as individuals across the board, but 500 will have a lead here. And if we look at 500 statistics on Inferno, they have a 65% win rate on their T side, Trav, and a 50% win rate on their CT side. So they actually do tend to prefer the T side of this map, which kind of compounds the point even more that that they needed a lead.
Listen, I understand what Passion UA are going for here. It looks like they're being absolutely stupid, but they're trying to get the AWP to hold an angle. They're trying to get the boiler player to help out as well, and they're trying to get the first player, who we saw Ships kill, peeking towards second mid and maybe even pushing down mid. But I'm afraid all three of those things failed. So Ships was better on this occasion, and even getting the no-scope to finish off the round. He's recovered his KD to 9-11, and he's been silent in the series other than that. Sorry?
Is that like 0.86? The KD for Ships? Let's take a stab at it. What do you think?
I'm not good at maths. Sorry. I mean, I'm good at basic maths. But...
Okay, it's 0.82. So I wasn't too far off.
There we go.
Alright, well. Big pistol round here for 500. Like I said at the end of that first half, they do prefer the T side of this map, and by some distance, a 65% win rate on the T side of Inferno
Everyone does.
is really good. Yeah, but 65%? Let's see, Ships Julie's up close and personal. Yeah, they work wonders. That is brilliant from Ships as he sinks Passion UA in the pistol.
Nothing you can do about Dooley's coming toward you. Most probably only weapon in Counter-Strike right now, which is purely used for one particular round. Sure, you see some people try and use it in an anti-eco or whatever, but
yeah, I mean, Julie's in an eco just don't get me going the same sort of way, Trav. Have a look at this, though. It's only Rainwaker who's here. I mean, I know that it's going to be tough for Topper because he's low. But, oh, he's got the headshot offered up to him. He's connected. Oxygen's the first responder, but he only has 8 health. He's probably not going to be too compelled to actually go for this. A bomb plant in itself is already a mini victory. He's got smoke cover to reposition. We've just seen Ships get a quad kill with the Julies. Can Topper top that and get an ace? Trav says, no sir, no chance, and he'd be right for that assumption.
Listen, we actually saw the Rainwaker ace on the first pistol, if you remember, so it would have been crazy if we got an ace on each pistol. Not sure how common that is, but...
yeah, true, actually. That's highly unlikely, actually, but... What a great effort from him.
I'd love to know.
Kill, excuse me, not a quad, but still.
I'm sure there must be a stat out there or some way to find out how many times we've had an ace on each pistol. Surely very, very rare.
You mean like from one player, though?
No, just from two separate players, actually. Like, it doesn't matter. An ace on each pistol.
Imagine from one player, though. Imagine
one
like
player
one player aces both pistols. That's like ultra rare.
Yeah.
8-5.
You know what's crazy?
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know if you saw or heard or read or whatever. Hang on. I-10's pushing up. It's against the M4s. Hang on.
A lot of util damage as well. Oh man, this B-bomb site's going to be feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. Rainmaker wants to fight though. And there's going to be more pushing through smokes right now. Rainmaker will punish. The trade is there for Spellin, but he's half health. He's mollied. He should die to the flames. He does, but it's okay because Cirque's arrived. Uses the HE to break open the smoke. And all of a sudden, how is Jambo the only player left alive? He will be able to recover the gun. A bomb plant would be nice, but this is the force buy for Passion UA, and 500 already have both players back of Church. Jambo's never going to expect this, and they're not waiting for him either. I love the proactivity there from the CT side.
Yeah, that is literally the perfect decision, right? After all the madness that has gone down, to double push. The end there is the call to make.
What were you trying to say at the start of the round there, Trav?
Oh yeah, I'm actually proud of myself. I've remembered it. It usually doesn't happen after a round of play. Sedjot's an incredible game in Pro League for Saw.
Oh, yeah, the third map?
Yeah, like the 37 kill game. Like,
yeah.
He was, at one point in the game, like, he was on a Glock and he had a teammate on a Hero AK. I reckon he could have broken the record that day. We haven't seen a 40 in regulation yet. But to get there, you do need 2 very, very good pistol rounds, that's for sure. And to farm those ecos in the next. Ships with the MP9. Does get 2, and that's all.
Are you telling me that when he was having that pop-off map, there was a teammate who had a Hero AK and they didn't give it to Sejot?
And that, yeah, he had a Glock, yeah.
I can't understand that logic, honestly. Like, that it's so peculiar. Unless it's one of those, like, rare situations where he couldn't afford armor or something. But you see it happen, I mean, so often. Of course, the Zeus and Simple one was probably the most famous example, where Zeus would have the Hero AK and Simple would have a Deagle. Then Zeus's logic was like, well, he's much better than me with the Deagle, and I have a higher chance of getting impact with the AK, so I'm going to keep the best gun on the team. It's like, no, bro. Give it to the GOAT, and let him just farm. Either way, it's going to be a burst out of us here. You have got oxygen. I am lagging, so I just hear shots right now, and come back to 500 having cleaned up.
Mate, I want you to know, for once, you're not alone. I'm currently...
Wow, what a rarity. Are you just looking at top in the sky there as well, friend?
Yeah. Skinny, little note that we're both struggling with frames
Looks like
right now.
it's back. Looks better.
We're okay now, but I was struggling with frames a little bit over the course of the BO3 actually. So yeah, a little bit up and down at the moment.
I'll pop a message, Lord.
He's seen it. He's typing already.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
he's
right.
He's on the ball.
He's on the ball. That's true. So are you. So am I.
Can always rely on Skinny. My goat. Yeah. If we miss something in the upcoming rounds, chat, then hate us because our eyes are bleeding at the moment. I'm afraid.
That would be better, actually. Anyway, Passion UA was a bit of a half investment from them in the previous round. They do inflict some damage. There's a big contest going on. Flame's not burning Jambo out, but the problem is he's so low that he can't even win this right now. He's just not going to stand much of a chance against the SMGs. I think the pistols... I think the SMGs are doing just dandy, Trav, but I have no idea. Oh, ships. That's probably an overextension there, I reckon.
That ain't happening.
There's a very good window of opportunity for Passion UA over on the A-bomb site right now, with there only being 2 players here as things stand. And that's still the case. 500 has just cut the map down the center. There is 1 player in Banana here for the T side. He's going to throw the CT smoke just to keep 500 focused over on that side of the map, and he's actually picked up a second smoke grenade. Does this force any rotations? Not just yet.
Oh.
Great shot from top, but that is a brilliant kill. It's all on Cirque now, out in the open. How does he not get traded? He can't. First kill wasn't clean enough, unfortunately.
Honestly, I mean, I think Cirque does pretty well to even find 1 bursting the MP9 like that, to be fair. I think he's, as you say, always going to be traded. Just getting 1 was the goal, and he was never going to get 2. And that meant that the round was always going to be a wash, I'm afraid, for 500. Spellin and Rainwaker will fall away to save the M4 and the AK. I've told you this before, haven't I? That in church, in this position here, if you stand behind the altar, the music in there is really loud and some really relaxing ambient sound. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we actually had that conversation. It's like sounds that you would probably play like if you're trying to fall asleep kind of thing. But behind the altar, there's also smokes and a glass of whiskey, I think. So they really do kind of like, you know, they've got all their bases
Look,
covered.
I'm going to put it in the Discord. There you go.
I went to church this morning, actually, Trav, for the first time in years.
Wow. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, my girlfriend is Catholic, and
Wait, you have a girlfriend?
Well, it's a very new thing, Trav. It's a very new thing. Don't worry.
What the
we'll
hell?
get into the details.
He's
of the
cheating on
semantics.
me.
Listen, Trav, you're my number one boo, okay? You're my number one. Will never change. That hasn't changed. Don't worry. Antro, you're number 3, I'm afraid, brother, but I love you too. But yeah, we went to church this morning. Lent has started, so there was, it's called Mass, I think. I was just glad I didn't burst into flames when I walked in there. Flames in banana, though, and Topper's gotten an opening kill.
Yeah, I can't even believe it. We're going to have to catch up later. Rainwaker and Topa will do battle, but it's the nade that came toward the corner of the bottom banana that took him out of the round. 4 versus 3. And now Passion UA are in a bit of bother because lose this one. Money won't be amazing, but they're doing some great work in entering through the apartments. But Cirque, a really difficult position. Peeking Kavem like that is wild. But you kind of had to do it at the same time. I think if he jumped away towards short, he was going to get pushed from that top mid position eventually. So, because Kavem's there. So, yeah. Spellin and Rainwaker, 2v2. However, even though it's usually very difficult for a CT side, it's not going to be as difficult now because Spellin has taken one and they've found exactly where Jambo's playing from. A lovely jump spot there from Rainwaker. Super smart. I'm just running through the smoke to try and help his teammate. Actually just gauges it, waits, and he gets his reward.
That's, like you say, a pretty devastating round for Passion UA to lose as well. Money... Enough here to justify the investment, actually. It's fine. It's not as bad as I was expecting, to be honest. They still had a bit of a round loss bonus that had accumulated. But 500, 2 rounds away from winning their map pick convincingly. It's been a good turnaround from them, considering how things looked at one point in the first half, where it was, what, 5-all, if I recall correctly. So they've won 6 of the past 7 since then. They put some good distance between themselves and Passion UA. And if they win this round here, then the map is basically locked in soon after.
As we probably thought as well. Maybe we actually are in a position where both teams will take their pick. Zerofix walking forwards in apartments, ready and raring to go to swing apps, and unfortunately, Cirque has missed the critical shot there to keep his teammate alive. So now he has to fight all alone. Could be a lineup, but it's only one. Imagine if actually, well, that's a triple kill. I've seen it before, but not on this occasion. They will trade their way in. Jambo and Topa together. They're all good. Yeah, will be a save.
Yeah, and they're alive for a little bit longer here. And they can just try and frustrate 500, just gnaw away at them here. You did mention that Jambo hasn't really been as prolific as we used to seeing out of him in recent times. I wonder what that's down to. I wonder if S Chiller was like his right-hand man in a way and maybe enabled him, maybe set him up, maybe called around him differently as well. That's certainly something to consider. Of course, AWP-IGL combination, always a very important one. So, yeah, a player as good as Jambo, you know it'll take some time before... it's just a matter of time, rather, before we see him return to his great form, but certainly one of the most important players here for Passion UA.
I still love watching him play as well, even if he's maybe not having a great game. Those players just think you can see a pop off any given moment.
Let's see. I mean, this round, Spell and Ships, they're going to have to be the two to try and pop off to give 500 a chance to get up to map point, but it's unlikely. No investment around them. They will have everything they need in the next round. Circle have an AWP. I say they'll have everything. I mean, Oxygen and Ships, a bit poorer than what they would like. Probably some MP9s to plug the gaps if they lose this round. Oxygen has really been struggling, Trav. I mean, there was one point where he was like 2 and 15 on Ancients. He's 6 and 13 now. He's been a great rifler for this 500 team this year so far, but just hasn't pitched up in this all-important playoff game yet.
Flash to top banana, but thankfully they had a good angle by Topa and someone playing anti. I believe, but he didn't need any help in the end. Rainmaker playing from the fountain. 1 kill would be a miracle. It's not to be. Utility will charge through the smoke, and that is an obvious result of that. Ships will be looking to try and keep that M4 with 17 points of health. Oxygen can maybe look for something on the exit, but I'm afraid Kvem won't be allowed. Or sorry, Ships and Oxygen won't be allowed because of Kvem. He'll take both.
Well, that is very successful round there for Passion UA. Despite the fact there were 2 rifles for them to go up against, they're going to get across the line, keeping all 5 players alive. And as I mentioned, Oxygen and Ships not going to have a huge amount of money. Where's Cirque's AWP? Yeah, he's not able to afford one, I guess. I thought he would have had enough there. This could be the map falling apart in real time. Pitfall 500 if they lose this. 11-9, Eco 11-10. It's just a 1-round game at that point. I mean, they're still in control. They're still in the driver's seat. But winning this round is really important if they want to maintain that position. Great timing on the flash there for Jambo to come through the smoke just after they've double naded this position. So he knows, yeah, probably pretty safe to nestle myself in here. Missed the airstrike. Premature. And it is going to be a battle for Banana won by Passion UA just by good util usage. 500 have dumped pretty much all the util they came into the round with to try to get that control. And they're hoping that they've shown enough force on that side of the map just by the presence of util alone to dissuade Passion UA from heading in that direction. But they're like, the T side are thinking, well, we'll just let you have your fun for all your util, play your games, and then we'll just take the control afterwards.
Well, they've got 40 seconds left now. Ships is on the corner with the MP9, and, well, he needs probably 3 kills. Hang on a second. Never mind. They're going very fast down mid. That was a full W key in that literally split second, and Rainmaker has found 2 kills. Unfortunately, it's only those 2, and Ships then felt like he was forced forward because of that information. And he does get taken, but Cirque always spammed the smoke and still found a kill. Now it's down to Kvem and Topa. 8 HP on Kvem, and now he's the only one left. Should get taken down, will be taken down. Oxygen with 2. That is a very, very quick adjustment from 500, realising what was going on. The W key down mid to reach bottom banana saved the round.
Yeah, great multi-kill. I thought that Ships had maybe kind of undone that hard work by then committing to the fight from the B bomb site and then going down. That opened up the avenue of entry into B, but all's well and ends well. 500 up to map points, and they've got 4 opportunities to get the job done here as well. I mean, considering that Passion UA have got no experience at all here on Inferno, and they played the map once in the past 3 months in terms of their officials, it's been an okay showing from them. I mean, if you think about the way, like, 2 of the rounds they lost in the first half, they definitely should have won.
Yeah.
And those were very costly in the grand scheme of things. They've had some good control and good ideas here on the T side as well, some good timings. So there's definitely something to work with here for Passion UA. The big risk here for 500. They left Shifts all by himself over towards the top of Banana on the B-bomb side. He's just going to be cycling through some utility that's been left behind for him.
Oh, that
And he
jump
plays
throw.
catch.
Yeah, that jump throw
Another
CT
one?
nade.
Oh, he's repositioned. Okay.
Yeah, rightly moving. That is one of the best ones for sure. Like, CT is just, everyone plays there, so you know
Exactly, and
that's-
it's also a very narrow choke point, so you know that if someone is there, they're going to catch that grenade.
yeah.
Probably works for the boost as well.
Oh, the little bit of a peek him in for Rainwaker. Actually, a really good catch on Jacasmo, but a trade from Jambo keeps him in with 4 versus 4. 50 seconds. Oxygen. Waiting to see on the top of the smoke. Looking for the head. Seeing the head. Taking the head off of Jambo. And now looking for more. They're giving him more of these fights. Could just spray into the smoke and find another. They're just feeding him duels top mid. Going one by one. Crouching in. And Oxygen is just given every single fight. Oh, Passion UA, that's a bit of a damp squib way to end that Inferno game, but it is the expected result. 500 take one of their favourite maps, and we're going 3.
Yeah, very good showing there from 500. There were moments where it looked a little bit scratchy, but they were in control throughout majority of Inferno. Answer back after getting demolished on Ancient by winning their map pick. And like you say, that means we're going to need Mirage, which I was expecting to be probably the most entertaining map between these two teams, because we've seen some great work from Passion UA, and I think Jacasmo and Jambo in particular are a great duo on Mirage, and we know that 500 are massive Mirage enjoyers. But before we do head off into that third and final map, we have Mr. Atro.
Thank you, lads, for bringing me in. Indeed, that should be the most exciting map of the best of 3 so far, because in reality, map number 1 went by us like a breeze, and now this second one, it was kind of the same thing, just the other way around. 500 managed to play on their own map pick, stay in control throughout the entirety of this, and the people you just highlighted, Hayes, it had to be Jambo, it had to be Jacasmo coming through into this one. Jacasmo still was a pretty solid stone in the lineup here for Passion UA, in the sense that he was very reliable. But for Jambo, like, he was nowhere really to be seen, and that was a problem. And it really showed up on the server as we had Topa be the main playmaker out here for Passion UA, which just doesn't usually happen. And now that it did, and no one else was really backing him up enough to get Passion UA over the line in a lot of these rounds, it is a little bit tough to see Passion UA go by. But again, kind of the expected outcome, seeing as things did go according to plan for 500. They go into Inferno, and they managed to take it away without too many complications. And the way they actually get back into it is from round number 6, when Circu actually is on an eco round, Deagle in hand, and I think that was a 2v4 that he pulls off with a flick onto the initial player, takes down the AWP after a whiff, and then just triple kills everyone to win out the round and get 500 back into the game. We're going to get to see a replay of that in just a second here. And I think this is actually it. So this entire round just completely brings them back around, because Jacasmo's holding in towards quads. He gets overrun by the Dig afterwards, and it's this kill right here, 2v4 indeed, that Circu just brings it back immediately. And that's how 500 keep momentum alive. That's how they manage to just keep this game going for their side, and they stay in control. After this, a little later down the line as well, we have a 3-gun save round from PUA that gets them back, with Topa just pushing up Banana. But overall, it had to be the individual plays. It had to be the X-series moments out here for some of these individuals players. And the core part of PUA's kind of calling style out here for Topa as well is a lot of hit and runs. Is a lot of just trying to play up to your advantage, playing in the fundamentals, and that just didn't necessarily work out here for Inferno, either because they don't really play it as much and they didn't necessarily have the game plan ready up against 500, or they were just a little bit too eager to get themselves in a lot of positions a lot of the time. 500, especially on that T side, were keeping it competitive, but afterwards they passionately struggled to even find the first round on that CT side. After they did fight a little bit more to try to keep it alive, keep it together. But still, at the end of the day, it was a tough call to make for Passion UA, and it looked like that T side was a little bit all over the place once 500 kind of settled in and nestled into their CT side. And, well, for 500 as well, the fact that they win 2 pistol rounds with Rainwaker, starting things off with an ace on the pistol, which I'm surprising myself that I just glossed over that fact. Yeah, that was a Rainwaker ace pistol, and then it was 500 to take the second pistol as well. So that just goes to show how important the pistol rounds still are into CS2, and that hasn't changed at all, and probably won't change until I don't know, 10 years later down the line when we have CS3. But, well, Valve are probably not going to count up to 3. Still, though, we do get to see the game going on continuously in favor of 500 after PUA even bring it back a little bit. And that will be that. Kevin did start pitching up towards that second half alongside Topa. Still wasn't enough. And now third map is going to be on the game, is going to be the show. Is it going to be changing out a lot? I don't know, because yes, we're going to be looking at it to hopefully be a little bit more exciting, a little bit more fun. It should definitely be closer than the previous 2 maps, but I think it will come down to the momentum, as so far these 2 maps have, and unless it goes to like a crazy overtime spree, this should still be going in favor of whoever is going to start off the first half better, whoever is going to be in control better. And seeing as this is going to be Mirage, it's an easier map to do that on for both teams. So it's going to be exciting to see how the calling battle is going to go, how this is all going to be played out, and who is going to take that decider map away in this best of 3. As it is indeed going to be going the distance, we're going to be back after a 10-minute break to see who manages to go through into the playoff bracket here even further. And we are here to finally figure out who is going to take away this best of 3. First 2 maps, I'm not going to lie. I mean, while they were getting there, while we did get to see the first halves being competitive, everything else just felt like a stroll. It didn't necessarily feel like there was that much resistance coming through from the losing side on each respective map. So now, as we're going to be jumping into Mirage, I definitely feel like we're going to have a way better time at it. I feel like that first half out of both Inferno and the first map on Ancient is going to be replayed in both halves on this one. I don't know if that makes sense, but it does to me. So, you know, we're jumping into the third map anyways.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be really interesting because, like, I mentioned about 500's maps played, like, this year, right? I mean, last 3 months in general, actually, 19 on Mirage. Passion only 7. Actually have a better record on it recently, do 500. There's some really good wins. I mean, 9 Pandas twice. Partisan are not an easy team to beat right now. They're beating Bait on the map as well. So, Amiga as well, actually. So, they've got so many games on the map. It's actually kind of remarkable. Whereas Passion UA, sure, they've played it a little bit recently. They've beaten BC Game, they've beaten Gun 5, but yeah, you know what? This is a total 50-50 game. I could not call it. I'm not going to pretend that I actually know which way this is going to go because Matt, honestly, at the moment, it's like we've seen each other's pick. They both look solid. Now we go for the middle ground map. Where on earth do we go? You know, it's hard to call.
You guys are going to be going straight into this third map, though. Straight into the actual map pick that was left behind and into what is going to be a very interesting Mirage. Because, again, Matt, Travis, you guys have seen what Ancient has like in tactical depth for both of these teams. Not a lot out of 500. And you've seen what the players can do individually on a map like Inferno out of the Bulgarian side. So now it's going to come up to the entries. Oxygen is going to have a part to play in this, and he hasn't had so far in these past 2 maps. So maybe if the individuals all rise up to the occasion, it's going to come down to literal stat checking.
It's all about the pathing going into this decider to see which of these 2 teams will find success. There was a better joke in there somewhere. I don't know. Either way, what I'm thinking is you guys, I don't agree with either of you. I don't think this is 50-50. I think Passion UA are going to get the job done here on Mirage. I think they're going to do it convincingly as well. I think the Jacasmo Jambo duo is going to be relentless. I think they've looked better as a team and as individuals as well. I don't think Inferno was nearly as one-sided as Ancients. I think that even though Passion UA lost the map, there was definitely a world in which they could have won on Inferno. And I mean, they had a good result against BC Game on Mirage. They beat Guns as well, 2 very strong Mirage teams as we bid farewell to Atro. Trav,
yep.
I'm just going to stick my neck out there and say Passion UA win this and 500 don't get to double digits.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, listen.
Yeah, there we go. That's the call.
The logic I see behind that call is the fact that 500 have like Inferno as pretty much a lock in the series, considering how little Passion UA have played it. But otherwise, Passion UA have looked considerably better. And maybe are considerably better today. So, yeah, I think logic's fine, but I still think it's incredibly hard to call because you never know who's going to pop off on the likes of 500, especially on a map like Mirage. We'll see. Pistol is underway. Jumping in towards bench, we've got control of triple and, of course, the entirety of the site, thanks to those stairs and jungle smokes. Now we're going to try and retake. Full retake is going to be planned here for Topa. Of course, he's got the kit and the smoke. Jambo has already kicked it off. And often, going for the retake actually is a little bit more successful. Because if they get that kit and smoke onto the bomb, it's going to be quite hard to find it. When you've got 4 players spamming it, you've got other players to have to fight, right? You have to not just worry about 1 player, it's the other 3 as well. So, in we go. Jambo's got it. Got another kill. They're going to get that defuse done. And it's done just like that.
I mean, I was kind of liking the decision-making there from 500 because obviously the plan is smoke stairs, smoke jungle, take CT control. They don't have a flash to fight deep in CT, so then they kind of just try and change up the plan on the fly. They take jungle, take connector. The big issue is the bomb's planted reverse triple, so it's not even planted for the players left alive there. And that then brings into question the decision for them to actually change up in the post plants. I think they just go all in on the fights in CT, and that's made to look way too easy for Passion UA, honestly. And, yeah, you highlighting the kits and the smoke there is ultimately what leads to 500's demise. They do get the bomb plant, though, so they'll follow up with a force buy. So we're still, we've got some action to feast on here.
Nade deep. Oh, ships while running. Okay. This is a pacey one. 4-500, they should just win the round now. I mean, Zerafix is distracted towards short because of what Ships has just done in mid, and now Topo's just screwed. Hitting 1 is actually good from this position. If he gets 2, it's a bit of a genius play. And honestly, he shouldn't have been allowed to get 2. And actually, technically, Kafem's got another one as well because Spellen has killed Cirque in the back. They had a great bit of progression up towards short there with that B split, but it completely fell apart.
I mean, that's the classic South Park meme. I mean, the round was looking so good for 500, opening kills, great position, great control, and it's gone. Just like that, all of a sudden.
And it's gone.
At the blink of an eye. That round fell apart so quickly. I mean, they even knew Topper was there in your favorite position on the B-bomb side, Trav. They knew he was there. And that little burst through the smoke, he gets one, effectively 3 kills with the TK as well. That is a great hold from him, and a dropping of the ball for 500, man. Now, a chance for Passion UA to build up some money. Playing against the Pistols, try and keep players alive. There's a hero AK for Ships at the expense of Cirque. That means he's only going to get... Well, he'll get 2,900 here. He'll have 3,200 going into the next round, assuming he doesn't get a kill. Assuming Passion UA win the round as well. So that's Galil armor. I guess he wouldn't have had an AWP anyway, but... Ships, you've got to make good of the decision that you've been dropped that hero AK here, mate. You've got to take advantage. And there's his first opportunity that goes amiss. And at least Passion UA now know there's a hero AK in play as well. Got the info. I do like the craft of this AK, by the way. The crown stickers on the red line. Looks pretty good. I think it's a red line. Tough to see in this light. Good setup here. Tope up in the exact same position. Incendiary is actually off the mark. That's going to allow for the T's to get out the bomb site. I'm not expecting Topper here again.
Same position, brother.
Same result. Yeah, same position, same result.
And some of the M4 made it look a little bit easier. Yeah, honestly, some of the crafts we're seeing now with the ability to move stickers to wherever you want on the gun pretty much is pretty crazy. The other day, I saw those new operation stickers, the red, like... wave ones, like the hollows or the foils, in like a wave shape to create like the body of a serpent. The serpent head was an iBuyPower hollow, and it was breathing fire.
That goes hard. Okay, all right. Well, that's creative. I like that.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I remember when they brought out the customization of the sticker position. There was a whole lot of talk about, you know, how many negative ways that it could be used, and I feel like they've kind of just sorted themselves out. Like, there's all that hype initially, and now you're getting some, like, really cool creative crafts, and I think it's fun, man. I'm glad that Valve stuck with it, despite the pushback initially. Anyway, this is a really big round here. First gun round. Fem gonna be mollied back, and forced all the way back, outside of Connect in towards A here. So 500 done well to get themselves control of middle, but the question is, what do they do from here? Oh, by the way, Ships drops an AK back to Cirque. So that's kind of fair in the way that Ships had the hero AK in the previous, and it's not like Cirque is the one who has to pay the price in the gun round. I like that.
Yeah, that's actually fair. That's actually fair.
This is scary. There's a lot of players that are about to burst into this B-bomb site. Oxygen's the first to go through. Fantastic flash. This time Topper's not able to even get a single kill. Player in Market's been spotted out, and Cirque on the jiggle. That is a wonderful tap from him. It's round over, surely. I think Passion UA should just accept their fate here. Ships is going to close the gap. He's going to be a lot closer than they expect as they assemble the boost here. And, well, Ships, it's not the cleanest. He will eventually lose his life, but round is locked in.
Took the gamble to not go for the reload. Sure, it looked messy, but he got the kill that was necessary. Good work for 500. Was a bit spooky again, but Cirque with the AK, that little jiggle tap, like you said, was glorious. And now, Passion UA, they've got a buy in arrears. Shouldn't be too much of a panic early game. And actually, you can see where Kadem and Jakasmo had positioned themselves. They were playing for aggressive exit kills, hoping that someone went apps, but no one did. So, Orange will survive with 4 players up.
Yeah, it was a really good flash there. Basically, the flash is what secures 500 side control, because Topper underneath the window there he almost certainly kills Oxygen if the flash doesn't come through and blind him up, and then he's got a teammate to try play off of as well. So a well-constructed execute there from 500, and you can see that's why they're so good on the map as well, right? Because they're so fluent, how they move into the bomb site, so effective as well, the pathing, the decision-making, the util usage. Both teams alive and well here on Mirage. Economic battle now up for grabs. More so a punishing round here for Passion UA potentially if they lose. They won't have anything to work with if that is the case in the round to follow.
Jambo's got the AWP out. Pause over early mid-smoke, and Enrico will be tasked with most of it, actually. Two separate ones that he has the instant spawn for. And circulation together to try and take top mid together. Flash will come through. It'll be a double flash to peek it on 2 different timings. Perfect, just waiting with Kevem in window at the moment. Nade into an underpass, trying to prevent any progression, but Ships wasn't ahead of that. He was behind it. And there's the information.
Yeah, how far does he want to go searching is the question, though. After showing all of that presence in middle, 500 are now going to just rotate back around and shift their pieces for a big A setup. This is a big A exit. This is the exact same setup they had in the previous round, by the way. Mid control taken, leaves ships posted, just having that presence, and then they grouped up in apartments in the last round. It's going to be the same opening, except they group up outside of A this time round. Jambo, this is not normally where you find yourself with the Norp trap.
It's awkward.
Now knows.
And now he's dead, and Kevem has to run forward to trade it. And he has got an AWP on the ground if he wants to pick it up, but now Jacasmo has been heard retreating. You get one here at a long shot. He does get his one, but he's never going to get two because you're in the open. Spellin will manage to take Kevem as well in that long range, and that's the most important one. That gives him the advantage and the open bomb site. Zerafix rotating in with Topa, but unless they catch someone in transition, which Zerafix has just seen, now I feel like he's missed his opportunity.
Well, he does know there's 2 players ramp. They just don't know where Rainwaker is. If Topper can get this kill, then there's a real chance. There's a very real chance now all of a sudden. Zerafix are taking a lot of damage, and unfortunately they don't have a smoke or an incendiary here to try and make the lives uncomfortable. Cirque, that's his 2nd kill where he's had a really good timing on the counter strafe to have perfect accuracy and then instantly get the kill as well. So he's looking crispy here on Mirage as 500 double up their round counts and break Passion UA's economy.
Yeah, that was dirty from Cirque. There's not many cases in the modern day of Counter-Strike where you have a AWPer who's not amazing with a rifle. I can maybe think of 2 or 3 left. Searson might be an example. He's not even on a team, I don't think, at the moment, so there you go. Rifling is such an important factor these days. Same mid flashes to take it for Cirque, even though it's against an eco, taking all the precautions. Zerafix, though, you can tell through the X-ray that Ships didn't check his close right. Just got double USP'd. Usually, that never works. Only works if your opponent's playing 4x3. Maybe Ships is.
Perhaps. And that's an AK that's been picked up as well. Zerafix. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Stuck between a rock and a hard. Players couldn't really emerge back out of lowers and try go connector because 500 had top mid control. Gets crunched on from lowers as well, and with that really goes any threat in the round here. 500 on course to level up the scoreline. They really do move around the T side of this map so brilliantly. You can see how comfortable and competent they are on this half of Mirage. Both halves. They love the CT side as well, but they're definitely one of the best teams in Tier 2 on the T side of Mirage. And they have been for a long time, right? I mean, talking like 12 months at this point, they've really looked solid on this map. Maybe even longer, honestly, if you go back to like Skade.
Yeah, almost certainly. AK can be found by Jambo. Actually, they had no 1-500 to go looking for that and pushing for that to maybe stop it from being grabbed. Jambo might look for a kill, but Kavem's going to take one of them, and actually Jambo's going to take the other. So this is decent damage from Passion UA. Every little helps at this sort of stage of the game, early in the first half. One thing that I haven't mentioned actually yet in this series, if Jambo does do it really well to take another, is that, of course, the next opponent for either one of these two, whoever wins, it will be BC Game. We know how good BC Game have been lately. So, tough matchup. Certainly will remove Jambo once and for all. Kuvem won't be peeking anymore.
And they're probably scratching their heads thinking, what the hell is Cirque doing top middle? Like, there was no one on the bomb site the whole time. Is that what you're trying to tell us? So you can't really fault them for their positioning there with Cirque catching Jambo off guard. But yeah, you're right. BC Game certainly going to be a difficult opponent for either of these teams. Passion UA beat them in the PGL qualifier that just happened. So I guess BC Game would be out for blood, out for revenge if they do get the rematch. And I mean, I feel like it's a very winnable game for whichever of the three teams end up in that matchup. BC Game versus either Passion UA or 500. I think all three teams would fancy their chances in that quarterfinal. Them's going searching. Spellen's going to be found, and that's going to just prompt this T side to get a move on into the B bomb site. Nice shot from Jambo on the cross, and Zerofix has gotten his job done as well. Picks up the AK. Spray will secure another. It's only ships left, and Topa waits on the other side of the smoke. He'll finish off the job, and that is a flawless gun run from Passion UA as they regain the lead.
Yeah, that was just... didn't feel like they had to do much with that one, right? When Ships is in the server... Always wait behind the smoke when he's last alive. You don't know what could be happening next. Attack for 500 at the right time. Of course, they did take a little bit extra damage, if you remember, in that previous round that you mentioned. So, it does add up, right? Look at the buy they have now.
Yeah, that is a broken buy, I would say.
Disfigured.
Yeah, probably a better way of describing it, honestly.
Why was that so funny to you?
It's because disfigured is a strong word, I guess.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
Creates some intriguing imagery as well.
Alright. Calm down. You went to church earlier, don't talk.
That's true, you're right, fair enough. I mean, I'm just balancing it out, right? I went to church earlier, I gotta keep it even. Either way, 4-3, and it's going to be a full investment from 500, as you say. Not a great looking buy here. It's going to be a waterfall out of Palace. There's only one player on the side of the map right now. It's Jacasmo jump spotting in CT. Game's got to also just have his spatial awareness right now, make sure he doesn't leave himself exposed to Palace. And the boost up from Ships, thought the timing might favor him, and this is what I'm talking about from Fem. He's got to make sure he doesn't back up into the gazing eyes of Rainwaker, and Circuit Range is taking Jacasmo down. So the disfigured buy figures out a way to get the job done here, at least as far as the bomb site goes.
Oh my goodness, these jiggle taps have been going crazy in this one. This time Zerofix will get one. But yeah, they're just trying to fight to save, unfortunately. And that's quite a lot of the kills we've actually seen come through for Passion UA on this CT side, actually, in the last couple of rounds. Has been purely fighting to save. Quite a few from Jambo. Previous round, of course, was a clean sweep, but... yeah, this is proving to be that close game that I thought probably would happen. I have to see who has a chance of pulling away. It's been back and forth the whole way so far. One of these playoff matchups, of course, that can just so hard to call, even on recent form. 500 have had a pretty long day, as have Passion UA. Both played in the PGL Bucharest qualifier earlier. 500 had a shock loss to Leo. Not going to help their VRS, that's for sure. Passion UA, a bit more of an even matchup against Navi Junior. Navi Junior did end up winning that game in pretty tight fashion again, 13-10, 16-14. Casmo played very well. He's played well throughout this entire series as well. And they keep it up.
Yeah, he has been a very consistent force throughout this match so far here for the Ukrainian team. Job to be done on the safe bomb site though. Oh, Topa, he follows the molly down the ladder like a moth to a flame. Yeah, I think I want to spend some time in there. And you know what? It's worked wonders. He's been able to find 2 kills. And there's so many players on the safe bomb site. How is the entire Passion UA team right here, Trav? It's not like this is super late into the round. This is at the start of the round. They've just stacked A. They've read 500 like a book.
And Rainmaker has been triple swung. Never a nice feeling. Never a nice feeling. Huge round for Passion UA there. There's a couple, like, they've kind of collapsed on 500 in a number of rounds like that, actually, now. I think 3 of them have now ended up that way. And 500 win, it's, actually, you know what? I'm going to rephrase it. When either team win a round, that's actually been a bit of a canter. It's been comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. A huge boost for Passion UA to win the round as comfortably as they do as well. Get them the lead. Should be able to extend that here as well. 2 teams fighting tooth and nail for a spot in the quarterfinals here. Series 19, the penultimate series here for CCT Season 2 in Europe. It's been a hell of a journey, Trav. It's kind of blown by, honestly. The global finals have been announced as well. Season 3 has been teased. So I'm just hoping CCT isn't going to be going anywhere, man. This is my bread and butter.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
I will say, CCT stocks have drastically risen since the BRS system has been adopted. Just because of the fact that you've now got way better teams competing in the tournament. I've even got casters like Anders and Zeus and Neokai, you know, the duo Anders and Neo, and Zeus has been commentating some CCT games as well. CCT used to get memed on, but where are you at now, guys? Where are you at now?
Listen, CCT will still get memed on, but for more of the right reasons, I think. Which I think is an excellent thing. Like, as I say, so important.
I feel like it's developed into a massive cornerstone for Tier 2 Counter-Strike, though.
Oh, yeah, it's literally like, you know, people can say whatever they want, but it's so important right now for the Tier 2 space. The other tournaments, of course, have struggled to get ranked tournaments. They've misjudged their invites and all this sort of stuff, causing it to be unranked. And, yeah, CCT have done a good job of fixing that if things like that do arise.
Yeah, on the fly, right? Yeah.
Because it has, after EU16, which obviously did have a few issues, the other series had similar issues. They were fixed pretty much immediately, so they weren't unranked events.
Yeah, they've been on the ball. Really appreciate that. This is a big round for 500. If they lose this round here, 8-4 is ripe for the taking. I think both teams favor the CT side on the map. I'm not sure statistically. Just going to have a bit of a guess in that regard. Fem, great timing, but can't finish off where he started on Ships. Oh my goodness, that's really brave from Ships to peek out. You've almost got to just expect a bit of another burst through the smoke there. But they have got a great chance now to go into this B bomb site. Jambo's going to arrive, but he's going to be slightly late. He's got to go into the bomb site. Jambo's in. He's committed.
He's going to go and deny the plant. Oh, it's a big miss. And the plant will be allowed. Now he's just running around with a deagle, but it's still a disgusting shot. Hang on, he could have more to do with this one. He's got the AWP back out again. And it's all down to Spellen. Spotted out. 1 deagle bullet is all that's required. Where is Kavem? Surely gets into the action, but he doesn't need to get into the action. That is the spicy Jambo we want to see.
That is insane from Jambo. I mean, that first shot, elementary. Then he decides, I'm not going to just fall back into market and wait for my teammates. No, sir. I'm going to take responsibility into my own hands. Shoulder this round. Shoulder the burden. I mean, those shots with the Deeg, the 1 Deegs, I mean, even this was a 1 Deeg on Spellen as well. It's not even... He needed a body shot, but he gets the kill in style. That is a wonderful individual round coming through from Jambo to save the day. Passion UA now guaranteed the lead going into the second half. And 500 going to be licking their wounds.
I love a Jambo highlight. Feed them to me.
They really are just so entertaining. You remember a Jambo kill. How much have we seen from Cirque's AWP today? Because the only round I really remember from him was that round where he got the 2 Deagle kills on the B-bomb side. Inferno picked up an AWP and got 2 kills. I feel like he's been more convincing with the rifle here on Mirage, but we just haven't really seen much out of 500 with the AWP this whole series, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I agree with you, actually. All's the same to me. Now, we are actually walking B again here for 500. The bomb's nowhere near it yet. We've got 3 players around the apartments just waiting. Bomb in spawn, as I said, so they haven't committed entirely, but Christian might think he's found an opening. He's got far enough out the apartments, maybe give some space elsewhere, and Ships always taps down Jacasmo. That's a
Do you have
big
an
kill.
AUG? Was I just mistaken there?
I think so.
For some reason, okay, probably not. I thought he had just like scoped up on the angle with the AUG. Anyway, he was ready for the Palace peek. He was holding for Palace right there, just deep into CT. It was an AUG.
See, I'm happy
Wasn't
to
odd.
admit I was wrong.
I just caught a quick glimpse of it there. And now Ships is going to try and punish Passion UA with said scoped rifle. Bomb is still in Palace. It's a bit annoying. He's just been mollied out, so it's kind of delayed proceedings. Clem is going through the CT smoke. This is bold. This is great. This is beautiful. What a wonderful little play coming through from Clem, but the job's not done.
Oxygen will get one more toward Jambo as well. Rainwaker is running around in mid, doing so much work with the Tech 9, and he'll find the last as well. It was a battle between Zerofix and Rainwaker, and 500 will get away with it. They are in the game at 5-7. It will not go away. Honestly,
Okay, well,
I'm
go
disappointed in myself that I didn't see the AUG. So, sorry about that.
No, I mean, it's it came and left very quickly, to be fair. So
Yeah.
It was also just his position that made me kind of, like, believe it a little bit more. Just with how deep he was in CT, crouch, just posted on the angle. But we know how punishing it can be to remain static on an angle, just holding the angle in CS2. So that's, I think, why the AUG's also just completely fallen out of favor, honestly. No Julies for Ships. This is a rarity. And he'd probably love to have them underneath balcony right now, you know.
Of course.
2 mollies in the pistol. That's going to force Ships out into the open. He will still get one. Does he even need the Julies? Maybe not. Perhaps not. He's still going to find the multi-kill necessary. Rotations have come through thick and fast. And 500 on the brink of locking in the pistol.
Casmo. Oh, there's one. Low HP in Sandwich. Not completely done yet. I think he knows where all 3 players are now, but he's been gooshed through the corner of Palace. And Rainwaker is refusing to peek at any given moment. He knows that he just can't give his life up for free. Stairs, Sandwich, and CT. Pretty sure Jacasmo knows about all this, but you just can't isolate these fights. He's finally got himself out, but he's about to be spammed down. And there it is.
Okay, well, it's a perfect way for 500 to start things off in the second half. Bomb plant denied. Draw within 1. Should be able to just level up the scoreline here with relative ease. And I did have a look at the numbers. 500 have been very happy on the CT side of this map as of late. They have a 58% win rate on the CT side. Having said that, T side win rate for Passion UA, 63% compared to their 40% on the CT side. So this half here is actually could be the most entertaining half of the 6 we've had.
That's a placement from Jacasmo. Wasn't far off with the Deagle at that range, but this eco should be tapped down by Ships and Cirque and Rainwaker. 1 kill comes through. I think they know that poor Jambo is not long for this world. I don't think I've ever seen a more dead T player than that before. Now, in come the weapons, in come the guns. 7 all. Business end of the series. Business end of this BO3. Been a long day in the CCT. Plenty of overtimes. Plenty of wild matchups. This is not even the last best of 3 of the day. 7 all. 1 all.
Yeah,
The second half.
leveled up across the board. And we have Nexus versus Monty to round out the day as well, so that'll be a good one. Look at the crunch into middle here from 500. They're combining from Catwalk, Snipers, and Connect off the back of a flash. And surprisingly, no lives lost on either team. Oh, little taps through the smoke, gonna work out. Ships is going for a Q play, doesn't work out though. And, well, the little fortification of middle here for Passion UA means they'll get 2 great kills.
Yeah, there's nothing left for Cirque and Oxygen. Oxygen will be looking for something here, and actually does get a upgrade there for 3. She doesn't have it from short, but Topo had already put himself in a great position to deal with Cirque's rotation. Lulled into a false sense of security there when he went through the murder hole. The positioning of that particular smoke. And Zerafix will put an end to it. And that, of course, puts 500 on a low investment round. Cirque's got a little bit more money, but he'll want a future AWP, so I doubt he'll be spending too much. Rainmaker has already gone all in with the Deagle Kevlar, and he's sold it, rightly so. He is double eco, I get it, but the others aren't.
Yeah, that is a really good response from Passion UA after losing the pistol and the conversion. And I mean, that was a very convincing way for them to win the round as well, right? With how they get themselves control of middle and they don't get caught off by any of 500's shenanigans. Ships just trying to play around that deep con smoke and the swing from Cat as well. Just all get punished. Drop down might have been heard there from Zerafix, but he probably has a pretty good idea that there could be some forward players here towards ramp. I expect the flash to clear out ramp. Nope, they don't even need it. A flash in the pan, more like this round. In a very numbers-based couple rounds here for Passion UA, Trav. Just numbers grouping up in middle last round, numbers grouping up into the A bomb site this time.
Yeah.
And both proven to be successful.
And it's a good sign for Passion UA that everyone across the board is contributing in the fragging department. So looking for something, may as well try and keep the economy honest. When there's 1 HP, he's going to die to the bomb either way. Oh, a dink. Well, unfortunately,
That sucks.
I don't think it'll cause him to die to the bomb, which is a shame. Oh, it did!
Oh, it does!
It did!
Okay.
Okay,
Why
so...
does Zerafix not get further away?
so
He probably thought he was far away enough, I guess.
yeah, that is fair. But you know what? Cirque's taken one with him, and that's the goal complete.
Yeah, at least. At least, as we do head into a gun round. But Trav, if 500 lose this gun round, they're in deep water here with the map and series at large. Let's see what's the call going to be. Everybody's fragging right now for Passion UA. Everybody has a positive KD. You cannot say the same for 500. Oxygen's still having a stinker this series, man. And if not now, well, then when? Oh, Spellin, he is going to have a hell of a job to do here. It's still going to be the numbers-based approach for Passion UA on the T side. Spellin's crosshair is perfectly placed, and he's going to get pushed forward. They surely
What
heard that,
on
right?
earth?
They must have heard from the ticks in the molly that he was pushing through. No, they haven't figured it out. Spellin has traded positions with them. He'll punish Chasmo. I think Trigger Discipline might have been the better option there. Let's see if he can find a way to affect the round anymore. He shouldn't actually peek. He's done his job, and his presence alone will have more impact.
Let's see. I mean, I think Passion UA will be kind of shocked that there was actually someone in there. Like, it made no sense whatsoever that Spellin's got that kill and is in that position he's in. But Jambo has dealt with ships and now pushing forward for Kavem. It's a brilliant entry on Rainwaker. That's going to be super impactful to try and wrestle around into a more of a comfortable situation. But Jambo having that stairs position is going to be so impactful for him. But in comes Cirque. In comes Spellin again. Spellin is still an issue, but now he's the only issue left. He was just kind of waiting to see if Cirque could do something before he pounced once again after being on low HP. Spellin's done pretty much everything he can possibly do there. But
yeah,
Topper and Kavem are going to get away with it.
I will still say, I feel like Passion UA should have realized that Spellin had pushed into the smoke. Because of the directional audio cues of him ticking in the molly, they didn't hear a drop down off the ledge. And, I mean, I know that there was a lot going on, but I think that they probably should have figured out what went on there, but it ultimately doesn't really cost them all that much. They still are able to navigate their way onto the bomb site and win the round. Some really good kills. That entry there from Quem to get the frag on the snipers player was beautiful, and I love the confidence from Quem. He's just figured out, well, I've got an AK. He has an M4. I'm just going to swing him and hit the first shot. And look at his camera POV, Trav. He's got his camera on another table or a tripod or something like that.
Yeah, I've noticed that throughout the game, and I actually quite like that. You can see like the whole setup pretty much.
The name of his knife is Butterfly Effect, and he has a butterfly knife. I don't know, is that, do we rate that, Trav?
That's a bit basic for me.
I'm thinking so as well, alright. Maybe as like a non-native English speaker, it sounds cool, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
probably
probably.
take that into account.
My M9 is like a gamma. What a shot, by the way. Goodness gracious. Hang on, let's see if he gets another. Oh, he's got another. Okay. I'm feeling it somehow. Even though it's a 2v3 and he's got no armor and Spellen's 1 HP. Let's see for a second. They are walking out A. If I can just find one more in mid somehow. Oh, he's shifting away. Never mind.
You can't
shifting away
fault
to
them either
save.
for making this decision to go for a gamble. And yeah,
Yes,
you either
correct.
stack up on one bomb site, hope they come your way. If they don't, you save your guns like you say. So Trav, what's the name of your M9 Bayo? I have to know. You can't leave me in suspense like
It's
that.
a gamma Doppler and it's called Aurora. So, it makes sense. But again, that's kind of basic, right? So, kind of along the same breadth of like, sometimes you can think of a basic name and it fits. But,
Well, what's the link to Aurora? I haven't even just like the color.
well,
of
the
an
color
Aurora,
is like
the
your
night
green,
sky.
like the Aurora
Okay,
Borealis.
yeah. I was thinking more like the org before my mind went to.
I mean, that is
like the
very professional
phenomena.
Counter-Strike coded, so I get it.
I always thought it was called the Northern Lights, and then I like saw Aurora more recently and
Yeah,
realized.
yeah.
Have you seen the Northern Lights / Aurora in real life before?
Not in real life, no.
That's a dream of mine, man. I think that would be incredible to experience.
I do know someone that lives in Norway, and that's a good friend of mine, and he sees it pretty much like bi-weekly, if not weekly.
Yeah, it's probably one of
crazy.
those things where you just live near like some ridiculously crazy phenomena that everybody travels millions of miles to experience once in their life, and you're like, yeah, this is just the norm. I remember when I was in Netherlands, just like walking through the streets of a really old town called Amersfoort, where there's this like really cool fort that they've got built up there with a moat, like these canals going around the outside, and it's like centuries old. And there were just people just casually walking around. They were like stopping and marveling and taking it all in and just like really, stunned by the wonderful architecture and how well it's been preserved. It was just normal for them. And I'm just sat there with my jaw on the floor like, is this just real life? So, yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I guess it's that thing about like, if you love the beach, but if you live by the beach is just normal, right? It's that kind of thing.
True. I don't know. For me, it's more of a case of like, when I've been abroad in my life so far, actually, I feel like I haven't been shocked as yet as to the difference of it. I think I probably need to go to somewhere like Tokyo or like Singapore or something like that to really be
Yeah,
shocked, like a
fair.
different world. I've only really
Yeah,
traveled
true.
around EU, so it's like pretty much samey-ish.
Yeah, that's fair. Gotta go east at that point, like you say.
Yeah.
Either way, 500 need to go north. They need to increase their round count here. 7-11. No money in the bank. Lose this, kiss the map when the series away. This is a round of 16 playoff matchup. And again, Passion UA have just so seamlessly transitioned through these gun rounds in terms of their defaults, their control, their motions. But like, okay, phase 1 completed. Let's discuss what phase 2 is going to be. Okay, you're going to throw this, you're going to go here. Okay, let's commence phase 2. It's all just transitioning beautifully right now.
We've just got to finish it off. Jambo, known about in lateral Rome, and he's taken ships, information for Topper that now he can actually move into all the jungle position a lot faster than perhaps 500 are expecting, purely because of that kill. He'll know that position is open, but won't know Topper was
He's
already
gonna
all the
hear
way
CT.
through it.
I'd like Topper to try go through CT here, honestly. I don't know what Jambo's thinking, honestly. I think that's just like a rush of blood to the head, 25 seconds on the clock. Topper's the one who's going to try and circumvent these rotations, but he himself has just gone into snipers. This is this is the first kind of blunders I've seen from Passion UA on the T side. Eventually they will be able to plant the bomb. 3 players left alive for the CT side, and they're all going to be coming from CT. That's a nice tap at range from Jacasmo, but Oxygen just notably has both players offered up to him on a silver platter. And yeah, Passion UA, they drop the ball there.
Yeah, frustrating that it can happen like that in a split second, right? Sometimes it feels like you can have a plethora of options and you don't know which one to go for. Like, Jambo's opening kill is fantastic and it leaves Topper with space to use. But, for him, it's a decision of, do I go to jungle, try and flank A? Do I go through Murder Hole? Is it worth a risk to go through Murder Hole? I think you kind of assume a CT would maybe be watching it if that kill comes through. So, so many things going through your head, especially as an in-game leader. Where do we go with it? What do we do with it? We try and keep it relatively simple, I suppose, but 500 already.
Yeah, I think Passion UA just get way too relaxed in that round, honestly, with the way that Jambo's venturing up into the B bomb site, while Topa's, like, he is the one behind enemy lines and snipers, and he's just also kind of just pointlessly looking in towards mid. Anyway, costly mistakes. Let's see if 500 can take advantage here and fight their way back into the contest. Gonna require a win here in this round as well. They're certainly not out of the woods by winning that previous round. This is the first kind of default we've seen from Passion UA, where they just cast themselves across the map. Nothing really on offer. Just leave Jambo in middle, and then group up outside of A, where there's only Spellin right now. Here we go. Exec's going to gain some traction.
ZeroFX looking to go first on this one. He's got palace support. He's got more ramp support. Information, 4 ships from stairs. As you get jumped upon by ZeroFX, it's exactly what's going to happen. All the flash
Lovely
timing
flash.
is beautiful. It's not just the fact it's thrown there, it's the gauge of timing of it. But Topper, actually, he was planting the bomb. That bomb plant has been denied. Going to try and go for it again. Might give a chance for Cirque to have a look, but no, Jambo was ready. Bit of an overswing, I would say, on that one. I think the ram is pretty much gone. Spellin goes for a fight as well. He gets removed, and Jambo is clean toward oxygen. And he'll be breathing clean oxygen as well after that big, deep breath at winning that round comfortably and getting Passion UA up to 12.
It's the Jambo masterclass on Mirage. He's just looking so dialed in mechanically right now. Perfect crosshair placement with the rifles, just executing everybody who comes his way. I mean, Kvem also having a fantastic map, it must be said. He had a really good map on Ancient, dropped 23 kills there, up to 21 and 9 right now, man. Like I said, like-for-like change with him and S Chiller is amazing for Passion UA. Obviously, losing Fear was a big loss for them. Anyway, they're going to go for a brute force approach to try and finish off the job. Topper has a Mac 10. New IGL leads the charge. First bag found. Oxygen will at least be able to respond, but how does he get more? That is not how, unfortunately. And now they have full side control. Bomb plot will follow suit, and it has to be a retake for 500 to stay alive.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression this one is nearly done. ZeroFX dancing with the bench. Spellin will go down. There is Jambo. And it's all down to Cirque with an AWP. He was already just waiting for a lurk in mids, and it's just not going to happen for him. Passion UA, they do actually get it done relatively comfortably in the end. I will admit that Matt is right. Once again, Jacasmo will take it. Game, set, match.
Yeah, Passion UA, just a very convincing performance from them here against 500 in a tough series when you look at the map pool coming into it for Passion UA. 500 definitely had an edge, and I guess it was really important they won on Ancient, knowing that Inferno was always going to be really challenging for them, but they get the job done in, like I said, kind of breezy fashion. So let's rope Atro into the conversation and hear what he had to think about Mirage.
Yeah, lads, I mean, overall, I definitely thought it was going to continue to stay closer like it did in the first half, and then we got to see 8-8, right? We got to see a close affair, and then boom, they just run away with it, because, again, 500 just can't really seem to vie up a lot of acceptable answers to what Passion UA were really doing, and on that T side, there wasn't necessarily a lot that they were doing. They were just clicking heads better than 500 were, and at the end of the day, it was not the Jambo Jacasmo duo, but the Jambo Kvem duo to be completely decimating the side of 500 there towards the end. So that's how 500 are taken out of the series, out of the tournament, and out of the playoffs, out here for the 19th European Series for the CCT. And we're reaching out over to the quarterfinals, and we're also reaching on over to the end of the day, as we have one more best of 3 remaining, and lads, we're already quite delayed, right? Any closing out thoughts about this BO3 until we move our attention to the next?
Passion UA better, 500 slightly off day. Production is probably tired. Let's go to a break. See you for the next BO3 in a few minutes.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back, everybody. After the day has been going long, we've only had third mappers out here on the playoffs out here for the end of the RO16s. We are at the end of the RO16s, and it's what a way to find ourselves to possibly the fastest game of the day, and I say that as a very sad Romanian. it's Nexus and Monty taking this one away on the BO3s, and I'm sure with that starter, everybody else is probably thinking like me that Nexus aren't going to have a lot of chances coming into this one. Hazel already pointed out to us before we went live that Nexus have won a single best of 3 in the past 12. So, yeah.
Come on, Atro. Where's the nationalism here, man? Like, surely you got to be the one guy
Alright.
rooting for them. Just finding some ridiculous angle. You've got to back them. Come on, I'm surely you've heard the British casters.
Look.
Anytime there's, like, even a player that remotely resembles the UK, they can't stop harping on about it. I was expecting the same from you, mate.
Half a year ago, I was that
Trav's actually
person, you know?
Honestly, Trav is, like, the least guilty person of doing that. I'll be honest. Freddie and Brandon,
Freddie and
massive
Brandon.
culprits. I'll just
Oh,
straight
yeah.
up call them both out right now by now.
I mean,
Yeah. They know
listen,
it. They love it.
Listen, I'm an Azuru fan as much as the next guy. I will say that. I mean, I'm sure he's probably the one player that's played the
Portuguese
most.
Azuru, that one.
He's the one player that's played the most in these leagues, I feel like. So
Look,
I don't know.
I am an EMF fan as much as every single person in Romania. Don't get me wrong. It's just Nexus. Like, Ang, come on, buddy. Come on. What's been going on? The Ang
Yeah.
is not the manager.
Atro, I mean, I'm going to say it how it is, I'm afraid, right now, right?
No,
You're
don't.
living...
My ears aren't ready, please.
Nexus, you can mute if you want. Nexus
Okay.
are basically living up to no expectations at the moment because they're living off of one result. That was IESF last year. It rocketed their VRS up to get invites, and they're also living off one other very important thing. The fact that the invites for these CCTs were taken from a specific VRS ranking date. So they
Yeah.
keep getting ranking playoff invites for these CCTs, when plainly, I'm afraid, again, sorry Romania, they don't deserve them. And I'm sure
Yeah.
BTN and Raga and everyone on the team would admit that themselves. They currently do not deserve them because they get every single invite to these playoffs. It will change for the future
Yeah.
season, of course, but not for Series 20. They've got another one in Series 20. So, yeah, it's that is a fact of the matter. They shouldn't win today.
What I will say is it's got it's no fault of their own. It's not like they've done anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's the product of the situation.
Yeah.
And that can happen. Like with the Imperial Valkyries, it's the exact same thing. The unfortunate part is that they just haven't been able to take advantage of it. They haven't been able to like win any upset games or make a bit of a deeper run in the playoffs and then just try and like secure their spot. Like you say, now it's almost like guaranteed. They're 150th on HLTV rankings. So that's just the bleak part for me, is that Nexus were gifted this like golden opportunity, and unfortunately they haven't seized it.
You know how I feel right now? I feel like a mix in between like Venom trying to get out of Spider-Man listening to this, and also just the saying of trying to kicking a dead horse right now, because I'm trying to not be aligned with your guys' ideas here, and I'm trying to preach to my choir, but I can't. And it's the name values as well. You've got Zello, you've got Sound just joining in, and there's just been nothing. There's been nothing. So, yeah, I really hope my boys get to have a way better performance up against Monty Academy on the other side out here, because that's the core right now. It's Lean, Gizmy, and Ryu, now being joined up with Hades and Demka ever since the Diha department. Was it a Diha retirement? I'm pretty sure it was, right?
It was a
No.
break.
No,
I think it
yeah,
was.
take a
Right,
step back.
right.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think he needed it as well. I mean, actually, it was a shame because I think at the start
Playing for so long.
of Monty, yeah, we can have a look at the Monty roster now. I think at the start of the time with the team, he was actually looking really, really good individually. D. I think he was in positions that maybe he was allowed to shine a little bit more. And that actually made me happy to see him play well again, but I think he just felt a bit uncomfortable and didn't want to go for the the tough online grind. And talking of the online grind, I think it was yesterday that Hades put out a tweet and said, "Oh, listen, we've just played 3 BO3s today. We've won them all, but I'm tired. We played 3 BO3s today, and they're on the grind." And honestly, I've seen some good stuff from Gizmy lately. That is my patriot sort of coming out maybe there. But yeah, and I think for me, there's still good pieces to this team. The best pieces for sure are Demka and Hades still. I am convinced, Matt, that these two could still play like in a tier 1 team. So I hope they get back somewhere near that with their VRS soon.
Yeah, well, with that being the case right now, also the fact that they just played, yeah, literally yesterday they played 3 best of 3s. They also played one today, and now it's their second, and they lost that one up against Ecloth in a 2-1 fashion. So, they're jumping into this one, also looking to try to pick this win up if they couldn't find the last. And I'm sure there's a lot of motivation going behind it, especially since if I, as a Romanian, started off this best of 3 like that, then of course they will be getting into it being like, okay, we've got this. This is going to be easy. But don't get too complacent, because this is going to be an Oppers battle as well. Zello is going to have a lot to prove here up against Hades. And those are the 2 highest rated people on the teams respectively also. So that's going to be fun to look at. And then it's really going to come down to just the individuals for Monty, I'm afraid. For Nexus, it's going to come down to a lot of things. Can they coordinate? Can they be in a good form today? Can they hit their shots? Can they find the highlight moments that they need to break them away? And can they find momentum? For Monty, it's really just play your positions, choose safe maps, and, you know, just don't do anything too stupid. And you should have this in the bag. So, yeah. Well, Matt, do you wanna take us in here through the map, Vito? Walk us through.
You think he's muted himself again? You think he's done it?
So, yeah.
Matt.
Maybe that's
Miss
why I've
you.
spoken over him. Maybe.
Unfortunately, he just told me his power has dipped, so hopefully he'll be back in a moment. He'll be back through his backup generator that he lives on. Yeah, that's for sure. But we figured it out, so all good. But yeah, the Vito is interesting, Atro, because I do think there's a couple of maps that Nexus still have, like, in their, I guess, not in their wheelhouse as such, but they're happy to go to, and they do play to an okay level. They find the odd map here and there. I mean, they took a map off of BC Game. They took a map off of 9, for example. Those aren't bad results, but not finding wins in these BO3s. And, you know, there's a couple of maps for Monty that are really solid, and I can assure you that Nuke is one of them. They've won the last 4 against Z10, GTZ, Gun 5, Eclat, all comfortably as well. They haven't lost more than 10 rounds in any of those 4. So, even though Nexus do get their D2, which Monty aren't amazing on, and Nexus have had some wins on, again, I mean, I hate to say it, but there's nothing that inspires me for a Nexus win here.
Oh, don't go Anubis. This is going to be such a bait if Nexus do want to go for Anubis. Okay, and they don't. They choose Mirage over it. I'm very happy about that. Because last time they did go Anubis up against Fireflix, they did lose 13-11. It was a really tough loss, but also Monty kind of deliberately banned away Ancient to make Nexus choose between the worst of the 2 maps, you know? Whether do you go Anubis or do you go Mirage? Because on Ancient, you still might have the slightest of chances, even though it's our best map. So, not our best map, but our most played map. So, it's very interesting the way that Monty approached that second wave of bans. And Nexus do indeed choose the easier of the 2 maps overall in a mechanical point and a macro point as well. They do choose Mirage over Anubis. So with this map, Vito, the only way I can see Nexus actually taking this away in a wild form, in a wild best of 3, is if it goes really damn close, they take away Dust 2 and they try to reverse sweep, because I am not too confident when it comes down to Nuke.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I'm afraid to say for all the Nexus fans out there, I think Monty should be taking this one 2-0, even if their Dust 2 is a little bit shaky. Nuke is just such a lock for Monty at the moment, but we shall see. I think we're going to go to a little bit of a break because I don't think the teams are ready, and also we need to get Matt's power back. So for those 2 things, we'll throw it to a break for a little bit. Hopefully when we're back, we'll get into the game. Apologies, friends, for the delay. We've just not been lucky today, have we? In the CCT, we've had long matches, delays, and it's definitely a long day for all the production and everyone behind the scenes. But we are going to be live with the final BO3 of the day. It's another one of these tough games for Nexus. Can they deal with Monty? Monty have one of their best maps in Nuke, and already see how it will start off. But thankfully for Zello, we mentioned I want to see a good performance from him. He started it brilliantly.
Yeah, and there's a good follow-up as well. Frag farm from BTN. Pressure being applied by Nexus outside. Ramp as well. And Monty kind of have their options whittled down to just the A bomb side. It's Rago who's there with the Julies right now. Ryu has come through the main smoke. There's a drop down from Heaven, so at least there's more positional control on this bomb side right now, and Adron's doubled down, the difference maker. Zello, the player who starts the round, will finish it as well. And the one advantage that Nexus has coming into this series is that Monty are pretty tired, Trav. They've played 2 best-of-3s today. They came off a win against Ecstatic earlier on. Then they lost to Dynamo Eklot. That was a 3-map series as well. Did they play Ecstatic today? No, that was yesterday. Okay,
yeah, it was yesterday.
I'm lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just their second game of the day. So fatigue shouldn't be as much of an issue then.
It was the 3 yesterday, I'm pretty sure. I think I mentioned that in the
yeah, I thought that was
pre-game.
today. My bad.
Because Hades tweeted, listen, we played 3 BO3s today and we've won them all, hell yeah. But, yeah, it's always tough when that is your schedule. I don't think any professional team actually wants to play more than 2 BO3s a day. Some tier 1 teams don't want to play more than 1.
Yeah, but some Go casters just cast 4 best-of-3s in a day, so...
Yeah, that's very true.
Got nothing on you, Trav.
But I'm actually just a moron, so... I woke up at...
Hey, I will not tolerate that.
No. I woke up at 8 AM to do something that doesn't really earn me any money, so...
But I still won't stand for anyone talking about Trav like that, even Trav himself. But Demka, that's his 3rd 1-dig from on top of Silo. This is just an eco round, by the way.
Yeah, I feel bad for talking over it a little bit. I apologize, Demka.
Well, I mean, only saw the 1 kill, to be fair.
Still, sick round, and actually, Nexus now, the one round which they thought would have been a bit more comfortable, is in slight issue. This is a classic Nuke protocol coming in here. You lose outside, whatever round it is, you take lobby. They've at least done that.
Yeah, but this was supposed to just be closed up shop from the start of the round here. And now there's a chance. Maybe Demka even gives the deagle to Hades. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Hades having full health. And again, Hades probably says, mate, you are crispy right now. It's best that remains in your hands. And there's actually a way for them to path onto this B bomb site. They are being tracked and traced by Raga, but he doesn't know where they've gone. So he's actually decided to go through main and clear out A. And now Adron's realized, okay, they're going B. 8 seconds. Bomb? Can it get on the site? Oh, it's a bit of a fumble. 4 seconds. That bomb plant is now out of time. That is such a brutal way for Monty to end up losing the round.
Oh, and Lean is just... Oh, he's died after time, hasn't he? Yes, he has. 2050 in the bank.
What a worst case scenario way for that round to fall apart for Monty. And they didn't even have to take that long. I don't know why they decided to take so long.
Yeah, it was definitely an upsetting one. Considering they actually had some progress in the round as well.
Well, at least they inflict economic damage. They do come into this gun run with an opportunity to reset their opponents. If they can make it happen. Obviously, I didn't get to talk about Monty that much. Yeah, hang on. Hold that point. BTN, enough time to swap back to the gun, get a kill, and then 2 immediately in response from Monty. That is not the way I expected that fight to go down.
Now then, the retake. 3 versus 4. Raga. Adron is the one with the kit, of course, as well. Incendiary and the nade could be very doable, but Demka playing on the corner of the smoke, and Lean will win his duel as well. Lean's dying after time doesn't actually hurt him in the end, because he starts around with a Tech 9, eventually picks up a teammate's AK, and gets the kill with it. And Raga has to fall away.
All's well and ends well, I guess, for Monty. And what I was going to say about the team is this is basically Monty Gen with Hades and Demka being relegated to the Academy team. And it feels a bit rough for Demka and Hades, both players who have had, well, Hades more so tier 1 experience. Demka's been like tier 1.5 for a long time, I'd say. Especially 23 Trav, we had the pleasure of casting them at ESL Challenger Yongshipeng for DreamHack Winter. They won that event, of course. Been a long-standing member of Monty. And, yeah, it's not ideal that they're having to play with 3 Academy players. I will say Gizmy, for me, fully deserves a spot in the main team as the IGL here. Ryu and Lean, I'm not as convinced by, but I could imagine in a series against Nexus, we could see those 2 players certainly pop off.
Lots of nade damage being taken, a little nade with the MP9 pull just about in time. And John actually still gets away. How's he got 2 from that? Goodness gracious me. Surely he should have realised where he was playing from.
I think they did.
Oh
my god. And Zello
goodness.
with 2 clinical 1Ds there as well. And you can see the legs of Lean. Sam will finish
Lean.
off the job. And that's
His
made way
shins
too
are
easy
showing.
for Nexus. Yeah, but that's, I mean, he was the last player alive. How does Adron get so much work done from on top of Hut Roof? Yeah, they knew he was here, but they couldn't get the kill quickly enough. That was a bad miss there from Ryu. And it just all falls apart from there. That's the force buy for Nexus. Not even a rifle in the round there, and they still make it work. Okay, well, in the response here, it's going to be a Hero AK on Demka, an Eco outside of that. Poor Lean is, wait, I thought he spent more money than that to drop the AK, never mind.
Yeah.
See if Demka can find an opening kill here. He's going to
Wow.
step on Sound. Nice swing, really nice swing there. There's an immediate response, but Zello hasn't actually been able to catch either of the 2 players making their way down into the B bomb side. Rag is the first responder, and he is towards the single door. Player making their way down secret as well, so Nexus still have decent positional control.
Oh, Demka's having himself around here. That's a beautiful clear on the ramp player. That wide swing to the right. Often an angle you don't necessarily check first as well. And now, Demka is just being allowed to go for so many more duels. Hades actually crept all the way around and glocked BTN in the side of the head. That is just doubly unfortunate. Leaves Zello with a kit, but time is ticking away. He's got 3 players to find. He's been spotted out. Lean is just shoulder peek, double dinked him. What
No,
a
Armor.
round from Demka.
Yeah, what a round from Demka indeed. Completely getting a great job with that Hero AK. I don't know if he bought it up himself or someone dropped it to him. Saw it had some Star Ladder stickers on it, so we can maybe just pay attention to whether or not that is actually his AK. But regardless, that is a robbery. Monty have just answered back emphatically after losing to the Force Buy. I mean, Demka, triple kill there with the Hero AK. He means business right now, man. Molly going to be forcing Adron off the top of the hut roof this time around. Good usual usage. That A-bomb site now in full control of the T side. There will be a frag outside, but Nexus is still going to have to retake. And they make it happen. They don't have a kit. A single flashbang. 3 players coming through from heaven. That is the situation. Ryu drops a molly to a teammate so that he can take the fights. And boy, does he take the fights. Very successful. It's going to be a triple kill coming through from him. Demka's gotten another multi-kill. Raced up to 11 frags in 6 rounds. And now they have broken the back of the Nexus economy.
I think the one thing that has been pretty easy to criticize for Monty recently is maybe Ryu's form hasn't necessarily been as we wanted to see from this team. But yeah, I think in general that he's been looking all right. I think Lean's addition, of course, from the academy is probably the only option they really could make at the time. And I think actually it's also true that Hades and Demka, as I said in the pre-game, I think they can still play tier 1 if they really wanted to. I think they've got that quality still.
Yeah. I will say, when Lean came into the team to fill the gap that Demka had left, he really struggled in his first, 10 maps. I think he had, a 0.7 rating after the 10 maps, but Those numbers have been climbing. In the past month, he's up to 0.95. He's played 31 maps, so he's certainly having a bit of a return to form, is Lean. Ryu was really good in the academy team at the lower level of the game because of how explosive he was. But obviously at the higher level of the game, it's easier to punish that Gizmi. Has just made life very tough for himself and runs into his own molly. But that's the only casualty. There was some harm, but no foul, I guess.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted foul. 0 kills on Hades' stack track knife, by the way.
Yeah, he's not been
See if
doing
we
enough
can
knife
up
rounds.
those numbers.
Needs to get into the action in the knife rounds. Indeed.
Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, he must have like gotten that skin very recently, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Stack track knives are overrated, by the way.
They're generally like cheaper in price than the clean vanilla, not vanilla knives, but non-stat track knives.
Yeah,
Look at
I
this
think
from
so.
Lean. Oh my goodness, he's so far forward in
Lovely.
main right now. Will get 1 kill. Adron wants to use his utility. That's going to cost him his life, and they forced BTN out of the bomb site as well. He wants to try and fight back, but that'll cost him his life. And Hades doesn't then think, oh cool, main's clear. I can run in with the bomb. He's still got his wits about him. This has been devastating from Monty.
Very pacey with it as well. Another important round from Ryu. Sliding into those duels, winning them comfortably. Sound has no choice but to save toward Garage. I do think this will be the pattern of the game, Matt. I think Nexus will win some odd rounds here and there. Maybe some unexpected ones. But eventually, the quality of Monty will shine through. And as you can see, like even if Nexus do get a couple in a row here, even, obviously, maybe not this one because they're on an eco, but even if they do get a couple in a row, look at the bank that Monty have already built up.
I want to be friends with those guys. That is a lot of money. I just want to talk about Sound for a second, because he has a 0.95 rating in the past 3 months, and I know it's tough to put up good numbers when your team is just struggling in general. Not like anybody's numbers for Nexus are popping off like crazy, but Sound has just been like, I think he's a player you and I both enjoyed for a while. He was pretty good on 9. He had some really good moments on that team, and when I look at this roster on paper, I think, yeah, 9 is going to be the best rifler here on Nexus, but he just hasn't really delivered.
Sound will get the opening, and then Adron goes a little bit searchy in towards lobby, maybe going for a little crunch together, but in the end, actually, Sound will continue to do more work. Initial trade, and another one, and another. This is a Sound that I know and love. The Sound that I know can deliver incredible kills, and he's actually on for an ace. He was fed those. Monty have kind of peeked him one by one in a way. And now, Gizmi has to clutch. The new captain of Monty. British in-game lead commits to a full spray, but BTN just swings past it and takes his head off. Wow. I mentioned Nexus winning some unusual rounds. There's one of them.
Just as I'm like criticizing Sound and saying how we haven't really seen the player that you and I have grown to really know and enjoy, and boy does he deliver there with the hero rifle. That was, like you say, also got fed, man. Honestly, just one by one peeking into him. Not enough respect there from Monty, and they get punished as a result. They're still going to keep the pressure up, though. Oh my goodness. Straight through Squeaky, straight down vents. B-bomb site's the destination. But Sound is here already. I don't think those steps would have been heard. He's in a power position right now. He'll catch the first player crossing. And he's aware that Gizmi might have come through as well. Okay, Sound. This is brilliant work from him.
Goodness me. Sound is being a bit of a stud right now. Every single duel he gets, he's winning. And now Nexus have a 4v2. Hades creeping in through Hut. He's not got a terrible timing on this one if he actually just went straight out, but how long will he take on this push? BT vent to be looking at, and BTN, it gets timinged, I'm afraid. Just checking toward that squeaky position. So Hades now has full reign of the A bomb site, and he's continuing to take fights because it is still a disadvantageous situation. Makes sense to do so, but hang on. Zello is waiting for Lean to push forward. So it is now only Hades left. He's kind of gone through the majority of the map right now to try and find these duels, but with 35 seconds, this is probably not happening.
He's getting his steps in, that's for sure, but yeah, chances of winning the round from here next to naught. If he could at least get another kill, that would still be nice for economic damage, but there we go. Adron's going to swing vents as Hades is trying to jump in the vent. Great timing for Adron inadvertently. And Nexus have successfully leveled up the scoreline here. And largely, almost entirely, thanks to Sounds Heroics, because if he doesn't get both those kills on the B bomb site, then the bomb goes down and it's going to have to be a retake for Nexus. So he's had some, not just many kills, but seriously impactful frags.
Yeah, keeping this one competitive.
Well, let's see. Monty, we spoke about how much money they had. They've kind of exhausted those resources now by buying up here in this round. So if Nexus can win here, 7-5 is ripe for the taking.
Obby. Control back for Monty. Taking the bomb in toward this position now. And I got plenty of util to make something happen in this one, with Raga behind the smoke towards Squeaky, just waiting to see if anyone goes searching on Nexus at the moment. And Nexus are in a weird position where every single map win will feel like super precious to them. So to get a competitive half, you know, it's going to be important to anything, any hope they have of regaining some sort of ranking.
Yeah. I mean, they've won a single best of 3 in the past 12 weeks, Trav. That is not a great return, I'm afraid, for a team that have been playing a lot of games. Anyway, Adron will draw first blood from on top of the rafters. BTN on the bomb side as well also gets in on the act. There's now Rago, who will be an unknown entity, and everything falling into place. I mean, Monty try and change up the pace. They slow things down compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the half so far. And, well, it's the same result. Nexus, that's now, what, like 3 rounds in a row for them in convincing fashion.
Yeah, Monty had a little streak that looked solid as a rock, and then suddenly, Sound showed up. That one quad kill with that one M4 that he had saved over changed the course of the half. Now, the final round of the half coming in. Monty are in a position where they can go for something pacier with the weaponry they have, and Demka will try and go in first, unfortunately taken down. Oh my goodness, Gizmy is so blind. He can't even have any teammate support because they're stuck behind the fire in Hut. Rio is the only one to get a kill. And Hades, sure, he's got one of the guns available in the round, but he's 1 versus 4. He's about to creep out that squeaky position to his demise. There's an AK, but there is his death. BTN, good half from him. A good half from Nexus to edge into the lead in impressive fashion.
Yeah, I mean, Sound is the one who really kickstarts this fight back here for Nexus with his 2 really impactful rounds and multi-kills. And Adron is the superstar of the half because he does such a good job in defending that A-bomb site. I think he ends the half with like 13 frags, does Adron. So a great return coming through from him. And an unexpected lead, I would say, considering the state of the game at one point. This was 5-3, and it ends 7-5 in favor of Nexus.
Yes, yeah. I'll be delighted with that, and so is Atro.
Well, imagine he actually backed them.
Well, let's see if they can complete it on T side, though. This is where the test will be for sure. I'm expecting good things from Monty. Goosh, headshot, Raga opening, and another. Oh, it's looking good until Gizmy and Lena respond. That's Zello's look outside with that P250 removed. And now we're down toward B. Glass broken open by Raga. They've got a Molotov in toward that position as well, which is very handy. But unfortunately, there is a player in front of it. Ryu could cause problems, but this duel is going to be hard to do much from that range, I feel. So he's going to wait to team up with Lean. Gizmy in squeaky door, again waiting to pounce on low HP after he was gooshed earlier. So this is a tough retake, even though Raga and BTN are low HP. Surely, BTN. Surely you can play time here. Surely.
Oh, Lean doesn't have a kit. Tries to tap the defuse. BTN creeping his way forward. Wants to leave the peak for as late as he possibly can. And he comes from an angle that Lean was never expecting. So BTN does play the time. Despite the fact he was super low, he's still able to make it work. And that's going to be Nexus now with a pretty comfortable lead here. They're in the ascendancy. They got momentum, man.
Yeah, Raga had one of the quieter games on Nexus, but he has helped himself out a lot with the frags on the pistol.
Okie dokie. Alright. It's one way to start off here. Nexus with both pistol rounds, and in the conversion of those pistols, they've certainly struggled against the Deegs. It was Demka in the first half. I wonder if Lean can kind of emulate that here in the second. Hades is outside. He wants to pick up the gun, though. Unfortunately, he hasn't decided to try and flank down Secret. He's gotten the AK, but he's still pushing outside. So, yeah, Monty clearly not too aware of what's actually going on here right now.
Or Act 10 should get both. Dink does come through. Actually, doesn't expect a second player. And, oh, it's a whiff. That's a shame. That's a shame. Edron will get away. Then pre-fire, and Gizmy's now down to 5. Oh, Gizmy's not had much luck this game, has he?
Yeah, he's actually had a tough time. Not used to seeing him towards the bottom of the scoreboard like this. It is going to be the cleanup coming through as we expected. Nexus looking galvanized. Players are looking warm. Seen some good individual level here from Nexus players across the board. Every single one of them. BTN included. Hades has already bunkered down in T-spawn to carry the AK across. Nexus on course to get 9. There's so much weight on this next gun round now for Monty all of a sudden.
Demka will probably go down here, so any extra kills is nice for him, and there we go. Edron will go down. Something, a bit of money in the bank to deal with.
Okay, a little bit of a tech pull, which actually could work out for Monty, because a break in the play maybe just kind of slows down the momentum a little bit for Nexus, of which they have got heaps. 6 rounds in a row, and they've been pretty dominant. It's not like these rounds have been too close or concerning. I mean, sure, the pistol came down to a 1v1, but felt like BTN always had that one in the palm of his hands. We'll go back into the action here, and if Monty loses this gun round, then they're in deep trouble here on their map pick.
Yeah, suddenly things have turned around. And honestly, I completely will hold my hands up and say I was wrong if Nexus find a way to win the map, let alone the series, right? I would be incredibly surprised, but we shall see. Here's me. Good check of that little push up toward the entrance of Mini there. And a very important kill, actually, because they're still looking to go for a few picks in toward A, and that is a little bit worse from Nexus here, a little bit disconnected.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking, a bit disjointed, right? That's a good shot back, though. My goodness, the counter-strafe there to actually just stop immediately, cold in his tracks, and get that kill on Gizmy. And now some pressure over at ramp, but we have a ramp merchant, Demka. Got the full 30 bullet magazine ready and raring. And he does get the kill and does a lot of damage to Zello, who decides the Desert Eagle's probably his best chance at staying alive or finding kills. It's a good call because he had the Galil. And now it's only Sound left to be found. Again, he does get a kill, but takes a lot of damage in the process. The bomb is under Hades' guys. And there should be no way for Sound to make this one work. I mean, he's going to go down the vent here, but the problem is doors wouldn't be open. Windows are still intact, so it could even just be a save from here for Sound.
Yeah, actually, low-key, the safest place to save, I think. Oh. Yeah, the one jump looks at himself in the glass and says, ah, shit. Probably can't do that anymore. So the save will come through.
Right, well, that is going to be Monty now getting themselves on the board as they go up to 6. And it was a really important gun round that they win as well. Get themselves back to winning ways. Break that streak of 6 rounds there for Nexus. But that has to be the start of something here for Monty. Can't just be a round in isolation.
Yeah, Nexus should realize as well, like, what was the cause for the, I guess the peaking 1 by 1 as well. Like, I mean,
Yeah, true.
it was that second player in toward Hut that kind of just crept out. I think it was drawn. It was like
Not
no
like a
real...
nothing peak, right?
It was a nothing peak. It was like, oh, I'm gonna try and recover the round, but yeah, didn't happen. BTN. That's a lovely long range kill on Hades, and Sound. It's a bit more faster. It's got a bit more purpose here for Nexus, and already it's working out well. Ryu trying to dance around that main smoke, but he's not going to get 2 because Zello's already in secret and was ready to trade. So, good position now for the T side. Especially with where Sound is.
Yeah, phenomenal impetus in this round here from Nexus, honestly. Like you say, change of pace. Oh, Lean's found the bomb. Lean has found the C4. He's in T-spawn. He has just got it in his crosshair. And Nexus surely aren't going to be like hard clearing T-spawn to pick up the bomb. Adron's the one who's heading back in this direction right now. And there we go. Oh, he's checking. He's checking. Lean. Oh my god, it was on his screen, unless he's playing 4x3, but he's a younger player, so I wouldn't expect that to be the case. And yeah, we've seen some pretty rough mechanics around the edges, and like Ryu, let me just see if Demka can even keep himself alive. He's got fairly low health on both of the remaining players here for the T side. Unfortunately, the one shot that does land doesn't finish off the job. Oh my goodness, Sound is, excuse me, Adron's playing with fire right now. Bomb plant is found, Demka is just going to have to accept his fate because he doesn't know how much damage has been done. And that's going to be double digits for Nexus. Yeah, I got a bit nervy, but the mechanics just looked a bit rough around the edges here for Monty in this round. Like Ryu phasing through the main smoke there. If he got that first kill a bit cleaner, then maybe he would have been able to get the second instantly as well. The Lean whiff there and T-spawn. He had the bomb under lock and chain. He goes down. And Monty got to be kind of kicking themselves because look at their finances.
Demka, that to be fair, that's a pretty cheeky option, and I don't mind it. We'll go down to the bomb himself. And would you take that if you were Demka? Matt, would you take removing everyone on the T side to die and not keep the AK?
Probably not. No, I'd say no, just because of their finances, and that AK would have been way more important here for the CT side than removing those weapons from the CT side. I think that's where I stand. I mean, look, there are Galils and Mac 10s, which is kind of the result of it. Maybe levels out the playing field a little bit, but you could probably make a case for both sides. I'd err on the side of not worth, though.
Well, look at the pace from Nexus. They're deciding to change it up, and it's the right round to do it as well. That's a really good call. Because Monty, they either expected them to be on a really low investment round or a full eco. Monty tried to go for the full buy because, as I said, you know, that damage to Nexus left them with no money left as a residual cash. You know, nothing in the bank left over after their purchase. So, yeah, for Monty... Oh, Zello, bit rough there. But for Monty, I understood the force, I really did. Unfortunately, it's failed. Hades. More damage could be coming in here. Somehow he's managed to get 1 3/4. Another kill will come through for Gizmy for sure. So again, they've won the round with 1 player alive. Honestly, Monty are 6-11 behind now, Matt. They probably just buy again.
Oh, yeah, especially with the reward, the potential reward of winning this round and then resetting Nexus's economy. Right there with you. I think you just follow up with another force. You just double down at this point, go all in. Surely, right? Like, they can definitely calculate that Nexus won't have any money here. That's easy to tell. But Trav, it looks like they're more interested in playing for overtime. Yeah, they're going to save their money. That's peculiar. That goes against the grain of how most teams would have approached the situation in CS2, I reckon.
Yeah, because they're just letting them get to 12, right? So, I'm slightly surprised, for sure. But, I'll tell you, I'm not as surprised as the scoreline. As I am at the scoreline. 11-6. About to become 12 if they don't fumble this one. Hades off angle, MP9. 1, 2. Oh, they're fumbling it. He's going to get 3. He's picked up the AK. He's got Lean's help. I tell a lie. He's not got 3, but it doesn't matter because Lean's there to help. How brutal was that? Just those 2 get 2 each.
In the eco / kind of half investment here, that is incredible work from Monty. And that is like, that could just save the day for them here on Nuke. Nexus is trying to keep things simple, grouped up. Just trying to make their way in towards the B bomb side. BTN is going to be peeking into 2 players, and it takes a lot of damage in that first fight. That's the problem, and he's just going to now retreat back into Demka. And Monty have been gifted a lifeline here, Trav, and they didn't even have to spend all their money.
Exactly, so it actually does wonders for their own bank, and now Nexus is nowhere. So, yeah, really interesting situation now. They might choose to force, of course, because they're double eco, and they will. But if Monty get past this, 11-7 will turn into 11-8, and it will turn into 11-9. Very likely. So here we go. This is the round.
There we go. Big burst in towards Ramp. Draggers Mac 10 just jumps around the corner. He was supposed to be the chum of the group there. The one who just takes the attention and then gets traded. But no, he's the one who'll actually get the opening kill. They're going to continue their venture into this B bomb site. They're trying to still keep things as simple as possible right now on Nexus. Ryu times his facing very well. And he can't double down, but there's, I was going to say Gizmy in position, but he's gone down without a kill. First responder, Lean has lost his life out. Hades has an AWP, and he will find the first pick, but it's going to be a very difficult retake regardless. He knows where both these remaining players are. Incendiary forces one up, but that's a really smart peek cut at the exact same moment that BTN is forced into the open.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people there at maybe lower levels of Counter-Strike, in maybe matchmaking or even face it pugs, right? You'd be guilty of hiding behind the silo there. I'm saying, okay, I'll play the 1v1, and you've been forced out. I haven't. But speaking out yourself guarantees the kill. And Monty, I mentioned it was the important round for them to stay in the game. Well, sure, they might have another bye, thanks to winning that previous round with only that half investment. But Nexus are the ones on 12 and in good position now. What a map this would be to win. Wow. In recent form, shouldn't have happened.
Absolutely not. Completely goes against the grain of what we were all expecting. That feels like Zello's been a little bit hard done by there. Honestly, thought he would have had that kill dead to right. Adron is going to catch Demko, who's gone venturing. At least Lean can get the trade through the smoke. Hades AWP will appear from secret. So Monty still fighting to keep themselves in the contest here. They've got a man advantage. And Nexus have a huge amount to show for it, really. The 3 players left alive here. Oh, Gizmy's been found out again. Ryu restores the advantage at least, though. But there's just all... This pressure is relentless from Nexus.
Impressively as well. I think I'm saying maybe a little new lease of life. Different lease of life, at least, for Nexus. Maybe it's not going to continue too long, but I am impressed that put in such a good performance on this particular map. We know that Monty love it. Nexus have only won it once, or twice, sorry, in their last 6. Sure, the opponents they've lost to are good. 9 Minisport, NIP, 500. They are like level above or even. But, yeah, Rio may have recovered this round, to be fair. It's still on. Nexus haven't got it over the line yet. Zo needs a clutch, and Rio has jiggle peeked him out. No choice to run forward. Oh my goodness, that's so whiffy. Oh, Rio, I don't want to watch that ever again in my life. 1v1, AWP v AWP, Hades versus Zello. Who wins the game, or is it extended? Zello, timing, it'll be Zello. Oh my goodness, Ryu, I'm afraid. I think you should hold your head in shame at that one.
Oh, that is a disastrous performance coming through from Monty, man, and a phenomenal performance from Nexus, I must say. That was really convincing from them, Trav. Individually, as a team, as a unit, good calls from BTN. You can't take anything away from them. Monty just didn't look up to scratch at all. They just didn't pitch up in the way that we know they're capable of, and that is unfortunate. As a result, Nexus take a 1-0 lead here in this round of 16 playoff game. Let's throw it across to a man who I'm sure is absolutely elated right now.
Always believed. I always knew it was gonna happen anyways. This is just BTN knowing that this was going to happen. He calls the future, lads. The old guard has still got it. And it wasn't even the goddamn old guard. They can all have my babies. That was beautiful. I love it. On Nuke as well. Nexus, please, more of this. Where was this? Give me more. Thank you. I am a happy lad. And what can I say? I am, the patriotism is oozing out of me right now. It is, I'm elated. I am very happy. Truth be told, okay, that T-side for Monty was really bothering me because Adron is allowed to get away with so much in Rafters. The Sound getting his team back in with a quad kill and then a triple kill after, and then multi-frag galore in the first half. Second half, he also does it, but not nearly as much. And if Sound wasn't there, Nexus wouldn't have managed to find themselves over here. If BTN doesn't clutch up the pistols, Nexus wouldn't have won this map. If Adron doesn't get all those kills in the first half, Nexus wouldn't be here. What I'm trying to say is this was a team effort, and I am so goddamn happy and grateful that Nexus do manage to keep it over the line. Lots of silly mistakes coming through from Monty as well. Don't get me wrong, like, this was not a good showing out of Monty at all. This is not the usual Monty we see. Gizmo was not having a good day. Excuse me, he wasn't having a good day. Hades was trying his best, but he was getting caught on a lot of timings. Demka was feeling like he was supposed to be on the server. He felt like he was doing a lot, yet in the grand scheme of things, a lot of his kills came down to not necessarily being too impactful or not nearly impactful enough for having over 20 to end off the map. So, having exactly 20 actually to end off the map. So, yeah, really weirdish performance out here from Monty. The fact that Zello manages to find a 1v2 to end off the game as well is just adding a little bit of salt to the injury out here to Monty. But Nexus, I am loving it. Give me more. And imagine now, ladies and gents, that Nexus take this one in two, right? My patriotism would be oozing again. I would be unbearable, and I can't wait to be, because I am just really, really happy right now. And I hope we get to see more of this. Nexus come back on the rise. And now I'm hyping them up so much, they're not going to do anything on their own map pick, just you see. Okay, yeah, that was Nuke. That was Monty's map pick. And that is how we are going to be throwing it into the break and into Dust 2 after this. Which, again, for Nexus, I'm not too excited about, because even though everybody out of Nexus did shoot, Monty did still have better individual performances, bar Gizmy. So you send it now on a map like D2, and things are going to get quite interesting. You're not going to have those clutches anymore. You're not going to have those wonder rounds anymore where you just swap up the pace and hope for the best. So, yeah, we'll see how D2 works. It's Nexus's map pick, and I hope that God is Romanian and we end off in 2 here. I am ready to be unbearable. I have the national anthem ready. Okay, Nexus are one map away from giving me something that I haven't seen in 14 weeks, which is a win. More than a single best of 3. So I would love to see it, and Monty would hate to. So, Travis, this is right now nationality versus nationality. You've got your boy not really performing. What's your thought process behind this? It's D2, mate.
Honestly, mate, right now, I'm a bit disappointed. Yeah, I really am, because I thought this would be a bit of a lock for Monty. It really hasn't been, especially on map 1. Like, map 2, I could actually understand, I feel like. But, yeah, they looked really rough around the edges. There was a lot of whiffs, especially that one from Ryu behind the site silo on the final round of the game. That was really rough. And you shouldn't expect that off of a team like this. So, you know, Nexus, if they're actually able to win a BO3, it'd be like Fire, Flux, and Monty were the only 2 teams, really, that they found a way to beat. And unfortunately, listen, I like these teams as much as the next guy. I like their individuals as much as the next guy. But if they lose, you know, those 2 organizations should be hanging their head in shame for losing to Nexus, right? Like, I love the individuals, I respect them, but it's the fact of the current form.
Yeah, I mean, Monty, they just didn't really pitch up the way that we know that they're capable of on Nuke at all. They barely even looked like a shadow of the team we know. They were there for like 3 rounds in the first half where they looked really good. Even the rounds they were losing before that, they were pretty convincing. And then, I mean, it was the round where Sound gets the quad kill from Squeaky Door where it just felt like Monty never actually recovered from that. They never were able to really get back to any decent form. So now we go into this next map with Nexus leading 1-0. Apro.
About to go down, yeah. Yeah, I will be taking my leave. I'm just letting guys bask in the possibility of a 2-0 for just like 10 seconds.
Oh, I
Okay.
see. Fair enough.
A
Okay.
little bit.
Enjoy it, mate.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen every day. Barely happens ever. So no harm in enjoying it. And you know what? Nexus fully deserve the position that they're in right now, Trav.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's see if they can bounce back now, Monty. Pistol round is underway. BTN is actually doing a good job of jump spotting that mid position, and he sees a lot of the information of what Monty are kind of planning. Demko is pushed up. They might have to consider that suicide push at some point through toward T spawn. Ryu in lower. Here's a lot of the push toward B, and actually it's awkward now for Monty because sure, they had quite a lot of positional control. The bomb's already down, and now Demka is dead.
Well, there is still basically a 4 versus 3 on this B bomb side here for the CT side of the thing because you've still got BTN trying to control the flank, and there we go. They've gotten the 3 frags on the bomb side itself. Lean can now shift his focus back into tunnels, and that is going to be a locked-in retake for Monty, and they read that beautifully by just recognizing the window of opportunity that had presented itself.
Yeah, I
think they've won here in the series.
Yeah, I think as well, like, I always say, even in gun rounds as well, that you need that tunnel's presence to be able to retake. And it was a bit of a weird, more abnormal CT pistol with where their positioning was, of course. So, yeah, we shall see.
Nexus had 2 players in that lurk role when you're taking the B side. Normally you have, like, 1 guy who's trying to control middle and the long flank. Having 2 players there for Nexus felt a little bit liberal.
Matt, you know something that I've been wanting to say, but actually hadn't had an opportunity to today.
What's
I
that?
noticed we're wearing a very similar shirt. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah? Matching, just snapsies, the 2 twins, they've done it again. They've done it again. Match made in heaven, Trav.
Yeah. I mean, I think mine's a little bit more navy, darker than yours, but still.
Yeah, mine's black, but we'll take it.
Okay, it must be the
Semantics.
light making it look like bluey, dark navy. I suppose. I don't know.
Next time we can color coordinate a bit more. But this is going to be very aggressive from Monty in a round where they almost know they're playing against a 4 spy. Very brave way to approach proceedings, and it doesn't really get off to the start they would have hoped for. But at least Hades is able to step into the little excursion there in middle and find 2 kills to bring it back into an even numbers game. Nexus have to realize, I'm surprised that they're taking this long to realize that there has to be space towards long, just considering how much emphasis there was on the mid take and short control for Monty. And they will eventually venture in this direction.
No HP on quite a few players left in this 3v3, and Monty are starting to enclose them with Hades on short. The long flank from Demka might take a little bit of a while though. Oh, nade being pulled out. It's really awkward. A duck and dive. Can he avoid the headshot? He cannot. Raga will take the kill, and he even manages to find Demka as well while he's flashing to actually go for the peak. Oh, Monty. Maybe it's a bit of an off moment for them. Off day.
Yeah.
Timing's not going right.
I still just question the approach in the round, though. Like, pushing 2 players up middle when you know you're going to be playing against a force spy. That's what the T's want. They want those early fights offered up to them before they have to try and get too extravagant with their approach. They've got limited utility. They don't want to have to try and find a way to take initiative to then get an opening kill or get positional control. If they're like, yeah, let's butt heads. Let's just butt heads in middle and see who comes out on top. And I think that Monty probably, it's not in their best interest to be offering up those fights. It was still kind of recovered because of Hades' double, but what a double in return there from Raga, getting the kill on Hades and then immediately shifting his focus to long, which was so important because if he doesn't do that, then Demka would probably just multi-kill to finish off the job. So yeah, great work there from Raga, great awareness from him.
Yeah, really good work. Demka went missing, that's why they had to go looking for him. Scout for Hades. Immediately have a look in mid and then go for the re-smoke toward Tons. But Demka and Ryu are together in lower here. Ryu are trying to take first contact with the 5-7, so they swing into him and the MP9. Briefly with that particular setup. And now he's just left Demka alone. And good damage done, actually, to BTN.
Pull back to his teammates afterwards. Monty putting a lot of emphasis on mid right now. 2 players in tunnels, 2 players on short itself. They're actually going to venture into tunnels as a group here, but there's a lot of presence long right now for this T side. They found the completely open side of the map and they're taking full advantage.
Yeah, creeping their way out.
On the sides. Oh, I like. Gizmi has gotten up here. He's in a really important position.
He's going to be in for a rude awakening, I think. I don't think there's enough manpower here for Monty. The flashes is really good from Adron as well, making doubly sure there's anyone on the site. They just can't see a thing. And Zello spots Ryu over the burning elbow position as well. I'm sure a burning elbow does not feel too good.
I'd imagine as much. I'm personally happy to just, like, assume and speculate and not have to FAFO.
Yeah. 2 questions while they save. One that I thought of earlier and then one that's more related to this current conversation. Colors that you wear, what's the most unusual color that you don't wear that you either wish you had more of or just don't think you suit?
I generally don't do well with, like, washed out pastel-y colors because I'm like a fairly pale guy. Blue? So light blue, like salmon kind of colors as well. Okay. You know, because I just look like a bit of a ghost at that point. And I have like a really nice salmon colored shirt that I wish I could wear more, but I just like disappear if I wear it. So probably that. What about you, Trav?
I have favorites, but I can't necessarily think of a color that I think I hate. Maybe browny orange, I would say, to wear. I think I don't think I have anything.
Yeah, you and me both, mate. It's a very loud color. Yeah, I do have some loud shirts. I enjoy wearing like button-up shirts that have got like patterns or.
Well, I know. I've seen
you would have remembered. Yeah, exactly. That's it's kind of like my call sign in a way. Yeah, they're normally like quite fun shirts.
Yeah, I've tried to expand my wardrobe, not just with the. Hang on a second. The low buy might win the round. We'll get back to it. Get back to an actual eco. We'll talk about that. Because the MP9 has done damage. There's an M4, or I should say, sorry, a Galil recovered on Gizmi, but Zo's trying to do it all. He knows where these 2 players are coming from. A great pre-throw on Demka, but he can't complete the kill. 2v3, A-bomb site taken. Bomb can be planted by Raga, and Now it makes it interesting because the scout is pushing forward and BTN checks it properly. Hades tries the heroics. Doesn't work, and now it's a double peek towards short, but so do the site players double peek. And they will win it out. Nexus looking good with the team play today.
That was really good mid-rounding from them because they immediately recognized that Monty have committed numbers through upper dark and through tunnels through middle. And so they're like, okay, well, Zelo goes through the mid-smoke, gets a kill, then dies. And they're thinking, well, then there must be nobody A. They pieced that together very quickly. And it was a great lockdown from BTN finding 3 kills. That was an anti-eco effectively, though. So if you look at it objectively, Monty getting 3 kills is a good return. But Nexus have impressed me. I mean, you still kind of watch this team and you're like, well, based off their recent form, they're probably still going to just go on to lose the series. But hey, they've pitched up here on Dust 2 and they're looking pretty good. They played against BC Game on the snap not too long ago. And they lost, I think, in all 24 rounds. They lost 13-11. So maybe the one map that they do still feel quietly confident on. Let's see if they can find a way to make this gun round work.
Emka seems to be ready to go for the peak with Gizmy and Hades, rather than just give it up and fall back. It hasn't been working for them, so they're going to go for a fight, but that isn't working either. Zelo and Sound removing the long defense. Now Hades, you feel like he's kind of screwed here. He has to go for fights, and he only
Lovely
wins
trade.
one of them.
Wow. What an excursion long, because Monty stacked numbers up long. They commit the defense to long there. 3 players. Very good flashes. I mean, I love the shot landed by Zelo there on Gizmy on the edge of the wall was brilliant. And the trade, fantastic from Raga. You got Adron on the opposite side of the map here. He's going to clean up Ryu. They've already been committing to the save. Lean is hoping he can try save his gun, but he'll end up suffering the same fate at the hands of Adron. That is a super convincing gun round from Nexus as they condemn their opponents back into eco territory. This result would be huge for Nexus, I'd imagine, just for their confidence, for the team, for state of the team. Ragga's got the forward spawn. He took one more tick to the molly. Maybe he would have caught Ryu off there, but of course, he was never to know that.
Let's give you a little bit of a sort of a picture right now of like what it would do for Nexus. We don't know until the event is over now, of course. We used to have a VRS prediction on HLTV match pages, but of course, since the rule change where they don't update it till after a tournament is actually over, we don't actually know.
Makes a lot of sense, yep.
It does, yeah, it does. So, Nexus are currently in the global VRS. I actually should probably check regional. I'll check Europe rather than global. In the Europe VRS, they're 33rd right now, which again isn't that bad, but again they're above teams which they are plainly not better than. Navi Junior, I think maybe even OG right now. They are above Monty. They're 42nd right now, Monty. Even NIP are getting up there now, but actually that's not old roster. I tell a lie. But Power Region are 49. That's a good reference point. So yeah, I think this win would not only help them a lot because it obviously gets some prize money in this CCT playoff. I think it'll just, as you say, revitalize their confidence a little bit because this would be the most impressive win without a doubt. Because that Fireflux win, Fireflux can look okay. When they look bad, they can look real bad. So, yeah, I think this Monty win would be their best without a shadow of a doubt, and I would be very impressed if they're able to pull it off. As I said, just to detail it, like I did earlier for some of the new people joining in the chat right now, like kind of living off their IESF results, which is why they got ranked so high in the VRS, and of course, certain dates for the VRS for these CCT 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 were pulled from a different date. So the current ranking wouldn't have got them a playoff invite, I'd imagine, but the older date did. So they've been kind of living off these playoff invites for a little while.
Yeah, riding the wave, and it's just trying to take advantage of the fortunate circumstances. That is brave from Hades. He spots out the head of another player behind the box, but he can't connect on the shot. He will have a second opportunity, and he whiffs that as well. Nexus, okay, come on, fellas. You know that he's there. You can't afford to offer up even an inch at that point. Shift your focus elsewhere. Because I think Zelo must have even spotted Ryu going into tunnels. That's why they're going to molly it. And there's just wave after wave coming through from Monty right now. This is ruthless.
check from
Very
Hades.
nice.
Making sure he doesn't get caught off guard. That's a triple kill for him. I just still really enjoy watching Hades and Demka, man. I think, like... I know I said what I said earlier about them, but I think Hades, and maybe actually both of them, to be fair. What a double tap from Lean that is. Wow. M4A4, tap. I think actually both Demka and Hades right now are in a weird position where they're too good for tier 2, but they're not good enough for maybe the top of the S tier of Counter-Strike in the final, playoff events in big events. So, where does that put them? Where would be an opening for them? I think really, like, people could argue this all day, but I think Monty is their best place to be right now.
Here's a hot take for you. Minus Magisk plus Demka.
Ooh, that's really interesting. And you know what? I don't hate it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a conversation to be had around that one, I reckon. Pretty like-for-like swap between the two of them, but I do agree with you that they both are really good players who could make it work at the higher level of the game.
Hello.
But, what's up, Trav?
I just saw a little Molotov they were lining up. I wondered if they were just going to
Okay.
spray it, but I thought he was going to try that left-click, right-click one, which I've seen before, but unfortunately not. It was just a regular one. Anyway, they are grouping up toward B, and how ready will Monty be? Lean will flash in toward mid to help Rio have a little glance at it. They will use all their utility on these tunnels now. Where are they going to be ready for the push? Good flash. Great support flash. Was it support flash or was it a team flash? I actually can't tell. Lean and Rio will hold down the fort, but it's only a 2 for 3. They do lose the bomb site. That should mean round over because Demka and Hades are miles away. Even if they are tier 1 quality, they're not close enough to deal with this.
And BTN, by the way, was the one extra avenue there for Nexus, just coming through middle, able to catch off a player in CT. That must have been Gizmy, I think. And Gizmy, I don't know, like, I almost want to give him the benefit of the doubt that something must be up today, because this has just not been the Gizmy that we've come to know here in this Monty team. He's been performing really well on an individual level, even though he's taken over the reins as IGL. Obviously, Hades was calling for the previous roster. Gizmy was 6 for 16 on Nuke, and he's yet to frag here on Dust 2. That's a big problem here for Monty, who will have more than enough money for a reinvestment, but Nexus are already 6 out of 8 here in this first half.
Maybe the amount of Counter-Strike Monty has played in the last couple of days has caught up with them a little bit. Who knows? I mean, I
Fair
mentioned
enough.
the 3 games in one day thing. I think Fnatic have done exactly the same thing today, by the way. And they had Partisan at like 10 a.m. They had... Well, what was it? I think they had Eclot afterwards, and they've just had to play in CCT. Then they've had to play Leo as well again in PGL Bucharest qual. So
Surely they beat Leo, right? Surely.
they did in the end. They lost map 1,
Okay.
but they did in the end. Yeah, but long grindy. 2 of those were 3 mappers, so a hugely grindy day for him. Yeah, and
I mean,
teams
this
like
is
Eclot have done the same
happening.
thing. So.
This is happening just because of how stacked the schedule is at the moment, and teams just can't afford to... normally, a team would just, like, straight up forfeit the least important game out of the lot, but
Yeah.
that is not ideal, obviously, with the VRS points now. So, you gotta grind. It's going back to kind of like the older school days of Counter-Strike, where you just play, and play some more. And no more, like, princess player. Oh, we're playing a best of 3 today. And it can be tough, because if your team's not in good form... When do you practice, Trav? Like, when do you have a chance to, like, go back and check on the maps that are going wrong and try and rework them and figure out, the best approach or solution? That must be a bit of a challenge.
I think it's especially mad right now, mainly due to that PGL Bucharest qualifier, because as I described about it, of course, the other day, we didn't just have 2 CCTs running at once. We had that qualifier, which is a 32-team qualifier with 24 VRS invites, 4 groups, tons of matches, lower bracket gauntlets. Things are going to clash. So there's nothing you can do. And of course, that particular bracket is incredibly important for a lot of teams, as it obviously means a lot for VRS. So you can argue smaller bracket, less impact on VRS, maybe easier to fit into the schedule, but larger bracket, more impact on VRS for lesser teams to be given an opportunity. So Yeah, it's an interesting argument. But anyway, let's focus on this next round. First bit of utility is missed there by Lean, awkwardly. So hopefully he makes up for it, but he just plainly doesn't. The round's over.
I want Zelo's settings. How does that plume of smoke not completely obscure his vision? Ryu, though, super proactive, drops a deep smoke there, and then catches Zelo before the smoke actually takes effect. And that makes me sound super uncomfortable now, because BTN's top mid. So there's actually a bit of an advantage right now here for the CT side. BTN's been found sound, though. Talk about proactivity and taking initiative. That's a great kill and damage inflicted as well. 2v2 with a pretty level playing field. And a fresh smoke as well. That's going to be annoying here. They try and drop a smoke of their own, but there's a gap between these smokes for Sound to play around.
Yeah,
Ryu's going to be the one to find out the hard way. Great positioning from Sound.
Actually realizing that tiny gap that even exists is, yeah, choosing to even play it is impressive. And Demka's got a kit, but he's not going to be able to get anything else done. Sound is having a wonderful series thus far. He's been the linchpin, of course, on map 1, getting that quad kill that really set them up on Nuke, and now another multi-kill there, up to 9. Loving life.
I just can't believe how he plays the situation out there. You know, 3v3, BTN goes down, it's a 3v2. Sound realizes we can't just, like, plant the bomb and then bunker down. They're just going to get overrun. They're just going to push from window and door. They're going to flash their way in. We're probably not going to be able to hold on to the bomb site. So he has to make a hero play. And boy, does he deliver. That's a nice shot there from Hades, though. This B bomb site's been hemorrhaging here for Monty.
Oh, Lean. It didn't feel comfortable, but he gets away with it. Thankfully catches Sound with utility drawn. Hades. Okay, gets his one more. That's fine. Gives me now needs to respond with utility, and he's got support from Long as well. There's the HE. Great one to find on Zelo, and poor the drawn has been nailed down even further as well. Stuck in elbow. 3 players about to fight him, but careful, boys. They do figure it out. Demka takes the kill. Monty needs, desperately, this 7-5.
Yeah, that's true. I think anything less than 7-5 is going to be pretty difficult to recover going into the second half, but money is not going to be an issue here for Nexus. At least not this round, nor the next. Can't say the same for Monty, though. Zelo has been pretty damn good, I must say. He had some really good 1-digs on Nuke. Kind of looked like the Zelo of old that we've come to know and love. And he's delivered the goods here on Dust 2 so far as well. If he can keep up this form with Nexus going into the CT side, then there is a very realistic world in which we could have the 2-0. But Nexus just need to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves and get overly confident here with the fights that they're taking.
Incendiary will force Zelo back up mid.
What's the response here from Nexus? How do they get a foothold in the round? It's going to be Adron to come try and make his way through Long late in the round. Hades is here with the AWP. How far does he venture forward? Surely can't keep going, can you? He's just picked up some utility, making his way back.
Oh my god.
Well, he's sent 6 foot under. Zelo's just posted on the angle. That's going to be a free frag on Lean. There's still a chance in the A bomb site because there's 2 players here. Well, I swear to God they were. I'm not lying.
Oh, for goodness sake. Monty. You've had your chances, man. You really have. Ryu. 1v4. It's an easy kill in the back, but he's about to get found, you would think. They are happy to hunt because they've got money for the final round of the half, and yeah, you want to try and grab an upgrade. Not going to happen. BTN puts a stop to it.
Well, that was a great round there. I mean, fantastic work coming through from Nexus. Love how Zelo just is able to get through mid doors, posted on the window. The kill on Hades. I mean, Hades wanted the molly, I guess. And Adron just timed his aggression to perfection. That kill is where the round starts to unravel from Monty, because after that frag's found, then next Zelo takes space in middle. And then the double kill, just brutalizing the A bomb site defense. Nexus in complete control. 5 rounds away here from sealing the victory. How many times has Hades just like forced his way into mid at the start of the round and been able to get these opening kills? Trade has to come through, but it will not. And Monty on course to at least make this 8-4.
That's BTN's camera, right? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I was confused for a second. Wait, how's he playing with no hands? Look,
Got
Mum.
the Neuralink chip, mate.
Look, Mum, no hands. Ryu off angle. Walking through the smoke. Oh, that's a nice bit of movement from Ragger, actually. We smoke toward door. There'll be a molly toward window. He can actually get a plant here. Does Hades just push it? Because he thinks Ragger feels safe? No. He gives Ragger respect. Now then. Pushing forward toward the window. Gizmy only has a deagle, don't forget. You see, Hades looking the wrong way. Oh, Monty, not like this. Not like this. Ragger could have gone for an amazing play. Demke's fumbling. Oh, my God. And you can see the reaction in the cams in the bottom right, even if it's not Ragger we're looking at. Oh, Demke, he has just bailed his team out of an absolute embarrassment there.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate that he can't finish off the job. I mean, he was never supposed to be in a position where he even stood a chance in winning the round there. But a great effort indeed. 8-4. Monty with a very big job to do in the second half.
That was painful to watch. When he got that molly down toward window and Hades respected the plant, I actually had a feeling it could get out of hand. And it got way more out of hand than I ever thought. I thought for sure he'd actually won it in the end, you know. Because Demke was fumbling behind that smoke. Watch it here. Look, he falls off of the box and then just repositions weirdly and doesn't feel confident. You lose all confidence once that happens, that's for sure. Well, they can put it out of their mind because they won the round.
Going to be going into the B bomb site now. There are Julies waiting here. Adron has a smoke grenade as well to try buy time. Just jiggling at the first sign of presence. He'll drop that smoke. Going to try and time it here as that T smoke is going to be connecting. He's got a teammate here as well. Is there a flash? Yes, there is, but he's able to avoid it, but it's only going to be the one kill. And Sound will get overrun as well. Great work from Ryu.
Oh, Demke blinded up, but just clicks. Find Zello. Now BTN and Ragger just looking for some exits probably. Nothing too special here. Trying to find some money for the following round. Ryu tapping away at range. We'll find one more. BTN will run him down, but as I said, just looking for some dollar. Hades will trade it. It's 3 alive for Monty. You know that T-side Dust 2 usually isn't too bad. Usually the favoured side in modern Counter-Strike. But next, they still have a lead to work with. They're going to go for the full eco. Gizmy has been allowed out long. I'm afraid Gizmy has had an absolute... Well, I'm sure I don't want to know what word he would use to describe his BO3 so far. He has really struggled. He'll get a kill on the anti-eco here. He'll make it 2. Make himself feel a little bit better. Map 1, he only got 6 kills. So he's not actually at double digits for the series yet. Really disappointed with himself, that's for sure. But there we are. He's reached it as I say it. Clean up the anti-eco comfortably. eye coming out now for Nexus. AWP is available on Zello. It's a glass cannon, and already Rag has been caught. With more aggression out long for Monty. Already they feel like at a significant disadvantage. The lurk actually out mid from Hades is watched by Adron on a good timing. Good catch. Gonna work their way up ramp silently. Even though Nexus, I'm sure, know it's happening. Good flash, and that removes sound. That's excellent from Demko and Gizmi. Zella will try and fight from short. Actually could go through the corner of the smoke. Got BTN support. Oh no! Oh, I actually saw that coming a mile off as well. As soon as BTN was right next to him, I was like, oh no, they're going to just line up. But it's not a lineup for the T side, it's a lineup for Zello. Oh. Whoopsie doodles. Eco once again for Nexus. Fortunate loss of the not just the captain but the AWP as well. Pistols will cross in toward mid, try and do some damage. There's a bit of a lineup actually, and the 5-7 does do significant damage, as well as Demka, to be fair. A bit of an awkward lineup, but actually, again, more expensive than it should be for Monty. Push over the top. Bomb not yet planted. Hades is worried about tons. Position to beware. Oh, Raga, that looked on him for Hades, but unfortunately the scope, I think it was a little bit blurry still. So now, HE should finish the kill. There we go. Rio's now got a 1v1. He needs this desperately. He's up against Zello. He has no idea where he's coming from anymore. Now he's making quite a lot of noise, so Rio could just die to a timing peak here from Zello. Opening tap, 12 seconds on the clock. Might decide to commit to a plan, and that's when Zello's going to move in. He's got him locked in behind that box, but oh, he doesn't take the proactivity there, Zello. I would say once you're so far in and you realise that it's actually a committal to the plant, jump in. Especially when you think he's in the process of pulling his gun back out again. You let Ryu peek him. Bit of an error, but it allows Monty to get away with murder. But Zello will get off to a great start in the following round. That's up against his counterpart Hades as well, of course. Raga. We'll double down on it. Not really much to do here if you're Monty. No path back into the round at all. Agility is available to at least get one player into a position to entry their way back in again, but I don't really see an answer to get a multi to recover it. Would be a shock result if Nexus were to take this one 2-0. Or for sure it would be a Monty 2-0, let alone 2-1. But utility in towards short from BTN and Raga will even drop into CT and take Gizmy as well. That take is perfect. MK will pick up the AWP and try and Scarpa. We'll of course be allowed to save as well because it's really good for the Nexus money to keep all 5 weapons alive. 2 AKs scooped up as well. The extra $1 to drop some spare HEs in spawn as well. This is a big round for Nexus. If they win this one, it's 10-8 and 11-8 is on the horizon. Everyone's wondering where Matt's got to. Unfortunately, he's feeling a bit unwell right now. Might have had some bad food. So, we'll get him back as soon as he feels a little bit better. Need to break up in a smoke. Raga will hold it. 1 for 1 is okay. Flash towards short to try and hold him at bay for that extra second to allow BTN to rotate back round to round. He needs support from the car player, you would think. BTN's looking really calm and composed on those shots from long. Hang on, should go down though. And Zello should as well. He was kind of caught in the open too. Good swing from short. Sam will take the kill. Back into a 2 versus 2. Still doable here for Nexus. And Hades though, he sees a gap in the smoke and utilizes it to perfection. So now it's down to Sound. 11 seconds for the bomb plant. It will finally come through. Surely the AWP being posted for Hades will mean this kill is comfortable, and there it is. Triple kill for Monty. That was a must-win round. They found a way to take it. Oh, Zello has had Hades' number on the mid-cross. Another one going his way. Of course, Demka is eager to recover the AWP as well. Almost got caught too. Gizmy in lower. Sound holding the angle. Oh no, he's pulled utility out. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Gizmy is running down. It's a horrible feeling. One player to defend the B site here. It's a drawn. Oh, he's been owned by Lean. Destroyed. 4 versus 3 for Monty. Site taken. Look at where Nexus are positioned. They are a long way away. Guys, I see you guys shouting in chat. I see you guys. Behave. I see it all. I'm an all-seeing being. Second time now Zelo's won that duel toward the suicide position. This is the tap though, this is the kill. First bullet. Shame he shot twice. It would look cooler if he only shot once, but you always have to shoot twice to make doubly sure, right? Every time I look at Lean in his profile picture, I just feel like I'm being mogged, bro. Come on. A strong jawline. I've been told I could try to outmog him, but I think that's not really on brand with my facial shape and my personality. So Monty in the lead, 10-9, creeping ever closer to a possibility of a third map. Would be Mirage, by the way. That'll be an interesting one, of course, if we do get there. As Monty, again, it's a map they historically have been very good on. But today's Monty looks a bit rough around the edges. Nexus is actually their weakest of all their maps in the pool, but we've seen that maybe isn't a great guide today. Looked very solid on Nuke. Zelo will fall away as that smoke blooms, so he doesn't get to hit a pot shot toward lower and possibly take one of Monty. That gives me a rear or Demka. Looking forward, that nade is definitely way too shallow. Doesn't give him any info at all. BTN, oh, it's not spreading. It's licking at his feet. It's only tickle. BTN will push forward off the back of that, actually. Gizmy, are you ready? No, you're not. Your counterpart in-game leader takes you down. Your counterpart in-game leader, who might be double your age. Incredible work from BTN. And now Long and Lean just tapped another. Okay, 2 rounds in a row. Is it a beautiful shot? They still not check sound in pit. It's a great kill, but it could have been way more. Another great spin from Demko, but they're crossing. And they're crossing without a smoke because they don't have one. Lob the bomb over to Rio. That's all they really can do. 13 seconds to pick it up and plant it. Well, just about managed to get it done. Awkward to have to fight that cross. Demko's done amazing work. Not just to tap down the pit player, but also to tap down the site player. And Ryu, talking about tapping down, he sprayed both of them down. And that could be a bit of a nail in the coffin for Dust 2. They have some sort of a buy here, do the Romanians. But Monty are in the driving seat now. Level 9 for Monty. They have the economy advantage as well, but only slightly. If they win this round, you'd think it'd be game over. And Zello has once again found an opening. He's not been allowed to get away on this occasion. He's been so successful on those. Fair play. Oh, the response from Nexus is actually good. I like it. John has cleared out the entirety of B. He's got teammate of Sound in support while doing that. And that is the right thing to do, to clear out a portion of the map while you don't have much information elsewhere. But unfortunately, I think it might be too little too late. Leaning's already so far up on B. On A, I should say. BTN might have missed timing on this. Adrenaline and Sound are making their way up, and BTN is going to be like, oh, wait, what? They're planting? He's going to try and fight the ramp guy, but he's going to get leapt upon by Demka. Demka actually does sacrifice himself by going for that one. And hang on, there's a long flank. Lean's in the open. The long con play by Nexus might have won this round, but it's down to Hades. Always a short player, and yeah, he can't get away from him. He had an opportunity to. He actually fell back straight toward Goose straight away, but didn't. And now the gap is 1 again. Nexus will not go away. My good man Matt has told me he's on the way back. So hopefully he's feeling a little bit better. He'll be back to join me very soon for this BO3, which could go all 3. It also could end right here. Oh, faster out long on a timing. In comes a smoke, in comes a peek. HE will go past them. Whistle past their ears. Zello will hold from car with Ragger's support on the angle, but they haven't really got much else other than a flash to aid Ragger. There's no reason to pull that out right now. Thankfully, he gets slow peeked by Hades, and Zello has certainly had Hades' number so far on D2. BTN. Oh, he's trying to fight for his life. One more would be amazing, and he gets that one more. And Zello's still alive, by the way. He's doing God's work from car. They keep facing him, and he keeps knocking them down. Triple kill, 18 on the board now. Monty are the team to have no money at 11 all. Can you believe it? We thought it would be Nexus. It's Monty broke at the worst possible time. The round before the end of regulation. And now, Nexus will be fully aware they don't need to take any undue risk. They're in a wonderful position. They've got a guarantee now of a match point. Can they deliver it on the first time of asking? So many games I've covered recently, I've actually coined it Trav's Law. Because so many games recently, team that hits 11 never finishes the map in the first try. Whether you're 12-3 up, 12-8 or 12-11, it always has one back in return. I think 90% of games I've covered, other than a Namiga one the other day, have always had a team respond at least with one round. They're going to need that right now. Have enough money for a buy with OK util. Is this where Nexus get another win in 2025? A rare, precious win for this team. BTN, the old mastermind of Nexus. The man that's been on a roster for as long as anyone in the scene. And likely win against Monty is only 1 round away. 5 kills away. That's such a rough year. I've been proved wrong at how good they've played today. Right now, this is a really good setup, actually. It looks like we're planning for a mid to B. We've got a little lurker towards CT from Gizmy. It's actually a really cool place to be. They could actually go short now and be okay. They go B, which is what Rio is currently faking. I think they lose the round, even with that kill. They go A. I think they're going to be all right. Gizmy's found Radga. Now it's all down to Zello on long. Oh, he's collatted them. No way. 19 seconds on the clock right now. Ned onto the site. Zello. Oh, it's so awkward, but he's one-dinged Hades. How many times has he owned Hades in this game? And Gizmy's whiffed in CT. I can't believe it. They had the positioning, but not the kills. A bomb might be planted, but Nexus have won an incredibly unlikely win against Monty. What a result. He'll be delighted with that. I think I have to give Zello the MVP for that one. Just for purely that map too. He was everywhere. Won every single duel. Beat Hades every single time. And he fully deserved that win. I'm going to actually throw this over to Atro to talk a little bit about that game. Because unfortunately Matt's still feeling a little bit unwell. So basically I'm going to say pleasure to be involved with the game again on CCT tonight. Great fun. Atro, you can close out the broadcast for us. Thank you, mate.
Happens, hello. My babies, thank you. I will be bowing. I will be thanking you. Okay, that was insane. Zello is a god. He not only gets the last clutch in map number 1, but he gets the last clutch on map number 2, and they throw it off. 13-11. There you have it. Nexus aren't dead, and they are here to stay. Oh god damn. Oh, I'm feeling so proud right now. I'm so happy. I did nothing in this. I would just lay back and I watched and I fully didn't believe before the game started. And boy, did they make me believe. I will never stop preaching to my choir. Nexus, thank you. Drone was insane map number 1. Zello saves the day. BTN has still got it, man. And it's just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Sound, as well, for that quad kill that saved the entirety of Nexus. In map number 1, they brought it up, fight back together in map number 2, and it is just so lovely to see. It's such an unexpected ending. The only 2-0 in the entire day, in the entire side of this bracket for the playoff, and that's how it ends. It's Nexus taking it clear on, dead in, and I give my full MVP out there to Zello. He so deserves it. Sound as well as a very close second. But everybody out of Nexus really played, and that is just surprising me and put such a nice smile on my face that I will be going to sleep happy. I know many of you guys won't because you were expecting Monty to win, maybe a lot of Monty fans in the chat as well. But come on, you gotta give it to this man. He was taking Hades down in middle, and Hades was getting allowed to get away with a lot, like with a lot. That shouldn't have been the case, but Zello wins out a 1v2 to close out Nuke, and he wins out basically a 1v3 with a nasty headshot deagle to end off map number 2 as well. I really hope you guys have enjoyed, but now the playoff bracket is upgraded, it's updated, and we have our quarterfinalists. This is the last one. Nexus will be fighting Na'Vi Juniors into the quarterfinals to try to get to the semis, and this is how the brackets are looking. This is how the playoff is looking. It's BC Game, Passion UA, Namiga, Matisse Sport, 9 Pandas, Fnatic, and Nexus Na'Vi to be going on over to this one. It's been a lovely day, a bit of a long one out here, even for CCT standards at some points, but it was insanity. Love to see it, and with that being the case, this is how the day is going to end as well. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks to both Matt and Travis for taking over the casting today. They did a beautiful job. Sadly, Matt was getting a little bit sick there, so we all hope that he's going to be fine. But again, I hope you guys have enjoyed. GG's to the teams taking on part. Thanks to Productions. Skinny's still the legend. And with that being said, thank you guys mostly for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and hopefully you will later down the line tomorrow and the day afterwards to find the quarterfinalists, the semi-finalists, and then of course the grand finalists there for the CCT on the 19th online series. That's it for the day, and I'll catch you guys off tomorrow. Thank you.